Life is lazy, life is sweet when January comes. As long as one team's bowling and the other's making runs. I know as soon as I wake up if it's my lucky day. If the cricket's on the ABC, then everything's okay. And the cricket's on my radio, and everybody's laying low. As long as there's a game somewhere, it's all I need to know. And there's cricket on my radio.
And a very good afternoon to you. My name is Simon Gear, and with me on the mic is Yolani Faree, and you're listening to 1WSR.com, One World Sports Radio, and welcome to the second ODI between the Momentum Proteas and the West Indies Women. Yolani, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Simon. Yeah, it's good to be back. A day game today. So it's going to be interesting how the two teams go about it.
Yeah, it was all West Indies the other night, and South Africa definitely saved by the rain somewhat. The two batters out there, it will be Laura Wolfhard to face the first ball from Connell, and Tasman Brits is her opening partner from the golf course in full ball and forward defensive into the offside, no run.
Yeah, I think sun's out. We had a little bit of rain falling, so that could affect the West Indies' decision to bowl first. But I think it was a good toss to win.
It was indeed, I think. Whenever there's the potential of Duckworth-Lewis coming into it, I think you almost always want to be batting second. Wolfhard again, slightly crouched stance and left well alone outside the off stump through to the keeper, and no run. It's a fairly conventional field. There's one slip in place. There's a third man. There's a sweeper on the offside, point, cover, and mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and the fine leg is right up on the circle as well. Obviously, only two allowed out for that first power play. Connell, and again, right arm over, and again, Wolfhard just forward defensive, back down the pitch, no run.
I think being reduced to only 41 overs a side does make a little bit of a difference in the sense of how many overs the bowlers can bowl and how quickly you want to change your bowlers, things like that, or how long you want to keep them on. But with 9 overs being missed out on, it's not too hectic.
No, it's not. And I think that South Africa won't be displeased with that, as a fuller ball outside the off stump, and Wolfhard just drops her bat on it really, and it goes out to the point, no run. She missed out on Friday night, scored 6 before getting a very, very good ball, which castled her. So I'm sure that she will be itching to get some runs on the board today.
Yeah, definitely. One of our informed batters averaging at a 43, which is brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, she's one of the most exciting batsmen in world cricket. Short outside the off stump, and this time she does have a bit of a slash at it, and it flies through a vacant gully region down to third man. They come through for a single. She's off the mark. South Africa are off the mark, one without loss.
Yeah, I think what's nice with Tasman getting an opportunity as well, she's been doing really well provincially. And with Lizelle Lee not being available for this series, it gives an opportunity for Brits to step up.
I'll be honest, I really like this opening partnership as Shamila Connell comes in for the final ball of her over. It's left alone outside the off stump, and no run, one without loss after 1 over. Yeah, Tasman Brits, we watched her a lot a few years ago in the Pakistan series, the first time that 1WSR did the women's game. And I was really impressed with her. She's a strong athlete. She's fit. She runs well between the wickets. She's a reliable opening bat as well. She's everything that I like to see in an opening batter. And then Laura Volfart, of course. I mean, just what a class player, what a class human being.
Yeah, definitely, especially over the covers. So it's hopefully she gets the opportunity to go through the covers today. It's one of her top shots that she does play. And like you mentioned with Tasman Brits also being opening partner with her, they'll be able to run hard between the wickets, get those quick singles going, and get this strike rotated.
Indeed, I'd really like to see a decent partnership between these two. It is a Shakira Salman to bowl from the quarter drive in. Her very, very first ball swings away in the air. And I think this is umpire Arno Jacobs at our end. Signals wide. And she's going to have to bowl that one again, 2 without loss. Yeah, I mean, the sun has come out. So despite all the rain, it's now looking like a pretty good day for batting. There's still some cloud about, but it's very much partly cloudy as opposed to the overcast we had this morning. Shakira in again, right arm over, and this is back of a length and well left by Laura, and it goes through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, the blue sky are picking through. There is still a lot of clouds in the air, so it does definitely still going to play a bit of a part with the ball swinging a little bit more than usual, those type of things.
Certainly, both of these first 2 balls by Shakira Salman have swung away very, very nicely and been left well alone. That one is straighter, but again, good shape away from the right-hander. It started on leg stump and straightened onto middle, and Laura just defended that back down the pitch. No run.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting how South Africa goes about it compared to West Indies on Friday. They started off slow, and then they picked up the pace, and then it was Dotton's show from there.
Yeah, she played one of those once in a career type innings, didn't she? Right arm over the wicket. It's just full, and that classic Laura Volfart cover drive with the high elbow. She didn't really have a full flow of the bat at it, just punched it into the offside, but it was fielded, no run, 2 without loss.
Yeah, hopefully one of South Africa batters can put up their hand and play innings like Dalton did on Friday, and get the Proteas on a good score.
Salman running away from us, and a shorter ball outside the off stump. Volfart looking to cut it, but hit it a bit early, I think, actually. Stunned it into the ground, collected by a point and no run. 10 balls gone, 2 without loss. It's been a modest start by South Africa, but still very, very early days.
Yeah, definitely. In the end, it doesn't matter really how you start, but more how you finish.
Very, very true. But the power in this batting lineup is up front for South Africa, I think, as this is where it drops into the onside, but they're not going to be able to get a single, and the score stays on 2.
Yeah, definitely. That's why it's going to be important for the top 4 or 5 to get the runs on the board and not play risky shots necessarily, but first get their eye in, make sure that they're comfortable before they take on the bowlers.
Now, mind you, this is a team where Mignon du Preez is coming in at 5. She would normally bat at 4 or 3. So it is a fairly deep middle order for South Africa. And Salman is in away from us. Fuller ball again and again driven. It does pierce the cover boundary and the cover field, and that is going to run away for 4. Poor fielding from the West Indies. In fact, it went straight through the hands of the cover fielder. I'm just having a look to see who it was. It was Stephanie Taylor, who's maybe still a little bit sore from her accident on Friday night, where she was clouted by her colleague Dotton. But 4 runs to Laura Volfart. She goes to 5. The score 6 without loss.
I think Stephanie Taylor might be a little bit uncomfortable still with that arm, badly bruised, because it was a hard hit from Dalton. So she might think twice before she puts in that dive or something like that, before she hurts the arm again.
1 slip in place. Otherwise, a ring field and a deep cover and deep third man. Backward of a length and dropped into the onside by Tasman Brits. But they aren't able to take a single. No run, 6 without loss.
It's interesting that they've got a deep cover for Tasman Brits, as she's very strong on the straight, so they may be trying to lure her out to put in silly silly shot there to the covers to get a single, as that's not a natural shot. It's more down the ground.
Outside the off stump, a bit of a flash and through to the keeper. That could have gone wrong for Tasman Brits there, but in the end, it's just straight through to the keeper. No run, 6 without loss there. She sort of played that away from her body a bit. Could have got into trouble.
Yeah, she's definitely aiming for that gap that deep cover is making. So maybe West Indies' plan is going according to what they want.
Right arm over the wicket, banged in and again left alone, or called wide by the umpire. That didn't look like it was terribly wide. But left alone and through to the keeper, no run.
It's definitely interesting that they start off with a deep cover, so they definitely have a plan here against Tasman Brits. We'll see if it plays out for them.
No, one hopes so. Connell in again and a straighter fuller ball defended off the back foot into the offside. No run. Brits playing herself in here, not taking any risks early on. I think this pair really realizing that so often South Africa's success is underpinned by a good, strong opening partnership. And I think they would far rather be 25 without loss after 10 than 1 or 2 down.
Yeah, definitely.
Bouncer, and she sways out the way and through to the keeper, no run.
I think Tasman played a good innings on Friday. She could have gone all the way out, I think, despite for the rain. She played a bit of a silly shot. But 32, good score, I think. So let's see if she can convert that 32 to a 50 today.
Yeah, I would really, really like that a lot. She's taking advantage of Lizelle Lee's absence from this 11 at the moment. And I think someone who would be a superstar in any 11 around the world and largely kept out of it by the current ICC Player of the Year. Defended into the offside, no run.
It's never easy being a batter in South Africa. It's always a bowler's platform. So it's good to see young batters stepping up. Not that Tasman Brits is very young, but it's good to see that the Proteas are picking informed batters.
And you were telling me she's had a fairly good time on the provincial circuit of late.
Definitely.
Connell in again and backward of a length. Brits tries to play this away into the offside, but it goes straight to point. That is the end of the 3rd over, 7 without loss. Wolfort's on 5. Brits has yet to get off the mark. Connell has gone for just 2 runs in her 2 overs. Selman 0 for 5. Her 1, thanks to that misfield in the covers, which resulted in the fall from Laura Wolfort.
Yeah, Tasman is definitely one of those wickets you really want to get early in provincial cricket. As you know, she's a hard hitter and she can score big, put up big scores in provincial games.
Does she still play for Northwest?
Yeah, she does. Yeah, she still plays for Northwest. She captains Northwest as well.
It's a very, very strong cricket setup as Northwest has. It's definitely one of the sort of 2 or 3 leading provinces in the country for women's cricket. 4th over to continue now. It is going to be Shakira Connell to continue. Nice rolling stop from Stephanie Taylor in the covers and no run. They certainly allowing Laura to hone her cover drive. I noticed this with the Pakistanis that they packed the covers and then challenged Laura to try and pierce them. Again, big stride forward and defended into the offside, no run.
Yeah, that's maybe a good option to go against Laura Wolfort with putting 2 covers or 2 extra covers type of field and bowl it full and see if she can maybe play one in the air.
Well, it was something that we noticed through that tour is that they forced her to start looking for other options, to start working the ball around the wicket. And it took her 2 or 3 games to get into that rhythm. Because the first couple of games she just spent all her time driving into the offside. This is a straighter one, a bit short, and she works her hips down to the fielder at fine leg, and they just jog through for a single. That will take the score to 8 and Wolfhard to 6.
Yeah, it's definitely a good thing to have different options. You would prefer as a batter to play to your strong shots, but if the bowlers do change it up, then you need to have plan B and other options and things like that. So it's always good to have more than just one strong shot.
Tasman Brits down that end for the first time and driven into the offside straight away. They are going to be able to come through for a single. It was just to the left of Stephanie Taylor, and that gets Brits off the mark. She's now on 1. Wolfhard's on 6. The score moves on to 9 after 3.4.
I think they rotating the strike nicely here. The first over or two was a little bit slow, but it seems like they're getting the hang of it, the pace of the ball, things like that. So definitely a lot more singles going around.
Away from us, but you can see the away swing even from all the way up here. She's getting it to hoop around quite nicely. Is Shakira Salman, and defended into the offside, no run. But certainly a backward point, and then 2 covers and a mid-off are the fielders on that offside. No sweeper. There is a third man there. As Salman comes in again, a fuller one. It's actually a full toss, and if anything, Wolfhard just hit that too well. She was trying to get forward, but hit it straight to mid-off. No runs. That's the end of the 4th over. 9 without loss. Wolfhard's on 6. Brits on 1. And at the moment, South Africa, I think, reasonably happy with the start and that they haven't lost a wicket.
Yeah, definitely. If they can bat like this for at least 15 overs, get the team to about 100, I think it's will set the team up nicely for the batters to come as well, allowing the other batters 25 overs to score as much as possible. I definitely still think the 200 to 220 is very doable.
Yeah, I would think so. There are some very, very decent bats in this. I mean, both lineups, to be honest. Another fuller ball by Connell, and it's just driven into the offside, fielded by mid-off, no run. Brits is facing. Both these batters right-handers, both bowlers right-handers as well.
I think with the batting lineup, we definitely, our bowlers there at the end, like Ibonga Kaka, Klaas, both of them can score some runs as well.
Right arm over. Oh, she has a bit of a play added outside the off stump. It goes past the outside edge. Wasn't a great shot. She was trying to run it down to third man, I think. But not a shot that was necessary to play right now, especially considering there's a third man there. So, the most she was going to get is 1 for what is quite risky when you're facing an opening bowler with the sort of gas that Connell has. She turns from the golf course end, comes right arm over the wicket, and fuller ball, driven again by Brits, but just doesn't get very much of it. Straight to cover, no run, 9 without loss.
Now they still have the cover sweeper out, which opens the gap for Brits there. She's definitely eyeing that gap, and Connell definitely have a set plan against her to pull back of a length, getting her to have a swing at the ball, and then the odd full one.
She comes in again towards us, and full ball sort of on the leg stump that is driven quite uncomfortably by Brits, really. I think she really just got the inside half of the bat, but it's through a gap, and they are able to come back for 2. So Brits goes on to 3 now, 11 without loss. I think she'll be happy. She's beginning to get bat on ball, which will make her feel a bit more comfortable.
Yeah, definitely. That's what batters want to feel. They want to feel bat on ball. And the more it happens, the more comfortable they start getting. They'll get their eye in, get used to the pace of the ball, and then understand where to hit the bowler as well.
Connell for the 5th ball of her over, straight ball on a good length and just defended back down the pitch by Brits. She remains on 3, the score 11 without loss. Yeah, it's been a slightly nervy start for her. She hasn't felt like she's really hitting it all that well. But the fact that she's been able to have a couple of scoring shots, have a bit of a run between the wickets, I think she will hopefully start feeling a bit better. Final ball of the over, right arm over, and defended into the offside, no run. That is the end of the 5th over, 11 without loss. Slow start by South Africa, but we'll be happy with that 0 in the wickets column.
Yeah, if Desmond Brits can get through this rocky start, start getting runs on the board, I think she'll feel a lot more comfortable and will be happy to start hitting the ball as well on the ground.
Yeah, I think so. She played a really good anchor innings on Friday night after having lost actually 4 wickets fairly early on from the South Africans. So she would have liked to have taken that a bit further. Start of the 6th over, straight ball just worked easily into the onside by Wolfhard. She runs the first one hard, but the third man there does get through quite quickly, and no run.
Oh, I think the bowler's been on par. They've been bowling their line and lengths, bowling to their field, and then just the odd ones that's a little bit too straight, but there's still protection on the boundary to make sure it doesn't go for a boundary and restrict it to a single.
Shakira Salman, right arm over, same sort of ball, just dropped into the onside this time by Tasman Brits. Again, they're only going to take a single. And the fielder, who is Karishma Ramarak, she does the fielding at fine leg, fires it back in. And 13 without loss now. Wolfhard's on 7, Brits is on 4.
I think the West Indies will be very happy with the start that they've got. Only 13 runs on the board, 5 overs done. Get through the power play as quickly as possible.
Bowler in again, right arm over, full ball, and that is just bread and butter for Laura Wolfhard. She leans into it. It's this gorgeous square drive away for 4. She goes through to 11 rather, and the score to 17. And you can't bowl there to Laura Wolfhard, I'm afraid.
Yeah, definitely too full from the bowler. Bowling to Wolfhard's strong side. So much needed, or the bowler definitely needs to pull it slightly back for Wolfhard and make it a little bit more uncomfortable for him.
Yeah, I think you're quite right. The second it's in her part of the pitch, she's going to drive you all day. But this time defended into the offside. No run, much better length there by Shakira Salman.
Definitely. If she can finish off the over like that, then she should definitely finish the over on a high point.
It is Dotton who's down there at point, the fielder that was beaten by Wolfhard. One slip in place. It's actually Salman herself who's slipped when they're down this end. We'll tell you in a moment who's slipping for her. Wider ball and actually driven slightly on the up, backward of point by Wolfhard. And they go through for a single, slightly sketchier shot from her. But she survives, no problem. She's through to 12, and that is a no ball called by the umpire. And free hit.
No, there's definitely something the West Indies can't afford at the moment. And then you've got Tasman Brits on strike now, who's known to be a strong hitter of the ball as well. So it will be interesting where Salman's going to bowl the ball now to Brits.
Where's Brits going to be eyeing? Is she a car corner kind of a girl?
A lot more straight, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
I see they're sending out their cow and their long one, bringing up fine leg and third man.
The batters, of course, crossed, which is why they're able to change the field.
Definitely. So it will be interesting where the bowler is going to bowl the ball, allowing her to hit to cow or long on, or if she's going to bowl completely different.
Well, here she comes. Re-bowl the 5th ball of the over, and indeed she goes to cow corner. It's going to pitch right between the two fielders and away for 4. Very, very good batting by Tasman Brits. I don't know whether she signalled her intent beforehand, but was willing to take on the fielders that have been put out there by the West Indies, and is turning into a very, very good over for the South Africans.
I think it was a good execution from the bowler, right fielding changes and everything. It's just a better execution from the batter side.
Yeah, she got right down on her knee actually as she played that shot, a proper slog sweep, and very, very good batting indeed. Now, free hits aren't as easy as they look, and not a lot of batters actually able to take full advantage. Final ball of the over, right arm over, defended into the offside, no run. That is the end of the... Oh, another no ball. Well spotted, Yolani. Thank you very much.
That's definitely not the way Salman wants to end over. And again, Tasman Brits on strike. And now this time they can't change the field, so it's going to be interesting what they're going to do.
Yeah,
or where the bowler is going to bowl, since you can't put a cow in a long on now.
Yeah, I think Tasman certainly is going to be looking to go over the inner ring here. I mean, of course, there's no risk attached to that either, but she will be eyeing that cow, I'm sure.
Definitely a bit of a freebie of an over, making sure they making use of this over.
Final ball of the over. She bowls a bouncer, and it is given as a no ball, a wide ball rather, by the square leg umpire, and so they'll have the second free hit, or third of the over, but second in a row now.
I think it's safe to say that Tasman Brits is on top here. Bowler not sure what to do, and when she's doing it, the execution isn't 100%.
It was the right idea. She just banged it in far too short, and it sailed over Tasman's head. And Tasman's not a short girl. Really got to bang it in to get it over her head. Back of a length, and it was a hoik of note, but one bounce into the boundary boards, and that is another good four out to the mid-wicket boundary by Tasman Brits. She goes on to 12. Wolfart's also on 12 in the score now, 29 without loss.
Oh, that was a beautiful shot, like you mentioned as well, with it's not always easy to put the free hits away, and Tasman just proved us wrong. 2 free hits, both went for boundary in this over.
Yeah, it was an expensive over in the end. I'll tell you in a moment how much it went for, but I think it was in the region of 20 odd runs, I think.
I think it went for 10 in this over, that pass.
Was there? Well, no, there was at least 2 fours. It's not quite up to date yet. Is the cricket first scorecard that we use? We're a little bit ahead of them, but we'll tell you exactly how many that went for at the moment. Back of a length, the first ball of the new over from Canal, and just punched into the offside, no run. Yeah, there was 3 fours, 2 singles, and 2 no balls, 3 no balls, wasn't it? Two no balls and a wide, yeah.
2 no balls and a wide, so it was a very expensive over. Something the West Indies definitely didn't want, especially with the pressure that they've been bowled in.
Yeah, it's a huge pressure relief that over, but Canal certainly beginning to just exert it again. 2 good balls to start this over. That final one just defended off the back foot by Laura Wolfart, no run.
Yeah, Canal's been bowling really well, and he's been going for 4, 3.2 overs. So it's been good bowling from Canal. It's just a pity that Salman went for so many runs on the other side.
Middle ball of the over, right arm over, again back of a length. And this is maybe quite a good way to bowl to Laura Wolfart, actually, to just keep her on that back foot and not allow her to free her arms and get that drive going.
Definitely. I think the same with Tasman Brits as well, is if you hit it slightly back of a length, it doesn't allow the batters to get under the ball, and they have to play according to their plan B. And so it will be interesting how long it takes the batters to figure out how to play those balls.
Canal full and square driven by Laura Wolfart. Good tumbling stop there by Deandra Dotton at slip, and no run. That's 6th over, by the way, 19 runs. I've had a look now. 2 singles, a 4, then 2 no balls, a 4, another no ball, a wide, and another 4.
The Wolfart is definitely a lot more comfortable with a full ball, happy to drive it.
Canal for the 4th ball of her over is full, but just defended into the offside by Laura Wolfart, and no run. 29 without loss after 6.5.
Looks like we can have a maiden over here. 1 ball to go. Definitely after the previous over, having a maiden over will do the West Indies really good.
It will indeed. I think it's quite an important ball here, actually, just to reassert some some authority on South Africa, but she strays down the leg side. It was not a good ball at all, and just worked off her hips by Wolfart down to the fine leg boundary. That goes for 4. She goes to 16. South Africa to 33 without loss after 7.
I think just missing the line there. Length was still back of length, still good. Just a bit, it was too straight because they're not playing with a fine leg. They're rather playing with a cover sweeper. So it was a proper freebie for Wolfart.
A couple of tweets in. Verdena says Laura Wolfart still has the most technically correct cover drives in the game, in my opinion. Not just your opinion, Verdena, certainly in mine as well. And Mike also actually has a poster of cover drive. Always picture perfect. She has really developed in the T20 format as well to up her strike rate as well. Women's cricket in general deserves more games. Yeah, Verdena absolutely couldn't agree more.
Now, it looks like they're changing the bowler here. It looks like Matthews is going to come on with some spin. We're probably still in the power play, so it will be interesting what the batters are going to do now. Batters are both, or Wolfart is on 16, Brits is on 12. And after that big over that they had, I'm sure they're starting to feel a little bit more comfortable at the crease.
Yeah, so it is going to be Matthews to Boltzmann. She batted quite well in the practice match. Got into the 30s, I think. Hayley Matthews, she's played 59 ODIs and has an average of 24, an economy of 4, which is very, very good for white ball cricket at any level.
Yeah, she started off as a bowler, as a batter, and then ended up becoming a little bit more of a spinner than a batter. She used to open the batting as well, but it looks like they've moved it down the order now to number 4, and they're happy to let her bowl at 10 overs. She
comes right arm over, quite a prancing runner, and full driven by Brits to the fielder at this rather deep mid-off, who I think is one of the Knight sisters. It is the KC Knight.
Matthews is actually ranked 14th with the ball and 8th as an all-rounder.
Oh, that's phenomenal to have someone like that in your team. It's slightly shorter, just back of a length. They're able to punch it into the offside and jog through for a single. Takes the score to 34. Brits is on 13. Wolfart, who's going to be facing now, on 60.
Matthews is allowed to have 2 out. Only had 1 out against Brits with the cow out. Looks like they're putting cover sweeper out now for Wolfart as well.
Yeah, sensible. I think that's where you need to plug the gaps with Laura.
And a slip. Interesting.
Still got the slip in place, indeed. Yeah, I think that we're still early enough in this partnership that they could find the outside edge. Fuller ball, and Wolfart just leans it into that offside gap, and it is the sweeper who collects it and immediately jogs back up into the single, into the circle. They've taken the single, and so only 1 out for Tasman Brits. I see mid-off is walking backwards. No, she's going to walk in from the circle. Fuller ball, and maybe just didn't quite read the turn in, did Brits very much, and she gets an inside edge.
It could have been,
or an inside half of the bat, rather.
Could have turned a little bit more than what she expected.
Knight for the 5th ball of her over. She gets plenty of turn that time, but it's a bit shorter, and Brits is able to rock onto the back foot and play it on the ground out to that deep mid-wicket, and they go through for a single, and 36 without loss.
That's going to be important for Matthews now to finish the over off with another dot to a single maximum.
Final ball of the over. It has been a decent over. Outside the off stump, Brits has a bit of Wolfart actually has a bit of a swipe at it, but it goes straight through to the keeper. No run. That is, I think, will be the end of the power play. After 8 overs, remember we're only playing 41 overs aside today, so it should be 8, possibly 9 for the power play. I'll have to have a look at my tables to see what it would be. No signal from the umpire. Karen?
No, it looks like we've got another bowling change. It looks like I was thinking it was maybe Taylor taking the ball.
It is indeed Stephanie Taylor. Well, certainly according.
Someone else.
Is it somebody else?
It's
Henry actually is going to be.
Is it Henry?
Yeah. So Henry played a fantastic innings in that practice match. Really smashed the South African bowlers all over the place. She was only in for about 18 or 19 runs, but looked fantastic while she was batting. Very tall woman who's able to hit the ball at the top of the bounce. So Chanel Henry's 22 matches in her career. Her average is 53, and that is the end of the power play as well. Only 9 wickets in those 22 matches, so not a prime wicket taker for the West Indies.
Oh, she's got, I almost want to say, big shoes to fill now with the change of bowlers, with Connor only going for 1804 overs, which was a brilliant first spell.
I would have left Connor in possibly for at least another over. She's still got the slip in Selman, so 1 slip in place, and decent ball outside the off stump, left alone, no run. Brits immediately signals to Wolfhard. That's swung away a bit.
I think well played by Brits by just leaving it and first having a look at what the ball's doing and things like that, so that she can be 100% sure about what shot she wants to play as well.
As Henry comes in again from the golf course end and played slightly away from her body, does Brits into the offside and no run. There are 4 fielders out, a fine leg, a third man, sweeper on the offside, and then mid-on is down on the boundary as well. So straight away, quite a conservative field setting by the captain Stephanie Taylor for her bowler Henry, but still a slip in place, which is interesting. She comes with a third ball of her over, right arm over, and that is a fuller one. I thought there was almost half a shout for LBW there, but she gets the outside half of the bat through to fine leg. To third man rather. No signal from the umpire, so that is bat, and they go through for a single, 37 without loss.
Well, it's definitely interesting field against Brits. They're happy to put out their 4 fielders, but still have to slip for the ball that's moving away.
Yeah, you would think if you're going to have 4 out, you won't have a slip as well, but they are backing her to maybe get it to nibble a little bit, defend it into the offside, no run.
Definitely. So they've got a bit of both. They still attacking, but at the same time, a little bit more defensive against Brits, as they probably know what Brits is capable of doing, and they're happy to bring up long on for Wolfhard.
Well, Brits, of course, has a history as a javelin thrower in her junior days, so she can hit a long ball for sure. Wolfhard just drives this into the offside, but picks out the lady at cover and no run.
Wolfhard is struggling to get through the covers today. I know it's still early days, but it would be nice to see one just slightly left or right of the fielder.
I mean, she looks great while she does it.
Definitely.
Greatest cover drive in the game. I mean, I can watch it all day. Henry in again, and straighter ball driven again by Wolfhard. Maybe didn't get nearly as much of this. That is the end of a decent opening over by Henry, just the 1 run off it. And certainly after that quite disastrous over from Selman, the West Indies have brought this back a bit in the last 2 overs.
Yeah, definitely. It's good from the West Indies. The change of bowlers putting their hands up and willing to take the batters on after, especially over that went for quite a couple of runs. It puts the batting team in momentum, and for the West Indian bowlers to just pull it back a little bit more is very well done.
It's going to be Hayley Matthews to continue from the quarter drive end, which is the end that we are standing at. So she's going to be running away from us. There's only the 1 fielder out again. The off spinner prancing up, right arm over. Got this one to drift in a little bit to Brits, I think, and defended no run.
Yeah, very well bowled, making the batter think a little bit about what to do. Definitely drifting in a little bit and turning there at the end. And that's a spinner's dream. A little bit of dip and turn and drift and everything.
Sort of hopping type of runner. And Brits lunges forward, gets the inside shoulder of the bat, and it just trickles away to square leg. And they jog through for a single, 38 without loss.
I think the sweep shot is definitely a good option, yeah, but I know both batters are not always 100% comfortable playing the sweep shot.
Yeah, she hasn't been bowling full enough for it, I think, quite. I don't think of either of these as particular sweepers of the ball. Mignon de Pree, she would have had it out pretty much the first ball she faced of the spinner.
Definitely.
But I think both of these two like to use their height and stand up tall and hit the ball straight down the ground. Comes into the fourth ball of the over, right arm over, and defended into the offside, no run.
Yeah, definitely. That's the beauty of having different batters in your team. Everyone will play bowlers slightly differently. So for some batters, it might be easy to sweep Matthews, where others are happy to play straight.
Fifth ball of the over, worked into the onside, but straight to mid-on, hit it slightly too well, so they're not able to take a single. And suddenly they've faced now, I think, coming up for 4 overs without really scoring too many runs at all. 38 without loss, rather, with 1 ball remaining in the 10th over. Rocks back and just works this into the onside. Could have actually slightly risky shot there, right back on her stumps, but got the bat down on it. And they go through for a single. Wolfhard is on 18, Brits is on 16. And I'm going to ask Sean to come in and replace me on ball by ball, so that I can go and do a bit of whatever it is that I do when I'm off it.
Yeah, I think the West Indies have pulled it back really nicely after that big over that Salmon went for. And with Matthews coming on, pulling it back, Henry bowling a beautiful first over, it's been brilliant so far. We welcome Shah Mayers to the mic, and she's going to do our ball by ball.
Good afternoon, Yolani, and what a great day this has turned out to be. We have Henry coming back into the attack. Laura Wolfhard just defending that to the field at point for no run. And what a beautiful day it is.
Definitely. It was starting the morning off with some rain, and now the sun is shining, definitely baking on the field, making the pitch a little bit quicker.
Yeah, we will see that it will get a lot easier to bat on now that the sun is out. So maybe, a great decision there by the West Indians to want to bowl first, put them under pressure, especially use the conditions that were there. Henry in past the umpire. It's a quick ball, short, wide, and Laura Wolfhard cuts that to the fielder on the cover boundary for 1 run. Score is 40 for no loss.
Yeah, I think very good toss to win. And like we should know, the Wanderers got the history of the team batting second to easily catch up or score the runs that they need. So very good toss to win.
Yes, we see a fielding change. Gully from slip to gully. Henry past the umpire. It's full but very wide, and that is called a wide. And the score now is 41 for no loss. Brits, that brings total extras to 6 after just 10.2 overs. Brits is a power player, which you've seen, so if she had got hold of that, I do expect it to be fielding on the boundary. I think she was targeting that extra cover boundary there. Henry coming in, full and very wide. Umpire late call for another wide. I don't think Henry or Captain Taylor would be too impressed by that.
Yeah, I think that was a very tight call. It's always difficult for the umpires to judge those ones that move slightly late and things like that. And especially if the batter leaves the ball, it makes it so much easier actually to call it a wide.
But as they say, the umpire owns the line. As Henry runs past the umpire, it's back of a length, but well outside the off stump. Looking at the field set and the plan, or the field set and where Henry is bowling, what is the plan?
I think they're definitely hitting that back of a length. They don't want to give anything or as little as possible full to both batters actually, especially from the pace bowlers, and it's been working so far for the West Indies.
Yes, she's got a long on the boundary, sweeper on the boundary, on the offside, fine leg and third man as well, also on the boundaries. So, that back of a length definitely want to work. Henry comes in. It's a fuller length delivery, which Brits plays and misses. And it's another dot ball, which is prompting a discussion with the captain and fielder Shakira Salman to potentially ask for a fielding change.
It's very possible. I think they're going a little bit more attacking now as well. It looks like they're adding extra slips. Well, they're adding an extra slip, first slip, and then Gully with third man going into the extra cover position. And finally moving around to third man. So I think they're definitely sensing something here. Something's going to happen.
Very exciting things. The plan is get Tasman Brits playing hard at it. Henry, it's a full length delivery on the off stump. Brits doesn't get all of it, doesn't get a timing right, and just manages to push it to extra cover for no run. And that's one ball left in this over. The score is 42 for no loss. Brits is on 16 with Wolfhard on 19.
I think they're definitely happy to put in an extra slip, especially with the ball moving slightly out.
Henry comes in for a last ball of the over. It's a full length delivery on fifth stump. Brits times it well, but straight to the fielder for no run. Fielder at point for no run. The score is 42 for no loss after 11 overs.
I think very well bowled. The two bowlers that's on now pulled it back very nicely with a run rate that went up to about 4.5 and they pulled it down to 3.8 now. So very, very good bowling change from Stefanie Taylor. And good captaincy all around, being attacking but defensive, or a little bit defensive at the same time, protecting the boundaries, but still willing to give up a position or two for his slips.
Would you say that is the plan? Have forced Tasman Brits to play hard outside the off stump? Are they hoping for the mishit or the nick? With Matthews continuing from the corner drive end, it's back of a length and Wolfhard just goes onto a back foot, punches it to the cover sweeper boundary for one run, scores 43 for no loss.
Yeah, they definitely have a clear plan against Brits as well as Wolfhard. They know where their strong points are and they're willing to defend that strong areas of the batters. But at the same time, they also know the weaknesses or where they are most likely to pick up the wicket from the batters. And we've seen it a couple of times with going back of a length, and then throwing in the fuller ball, hoping she would go for it and maybe get that nick.
Yes, we see a fielding change with only one field on the boundary for Tasman Brits, which is field at deep mid-wicket. Matthews continues back of a length on off stump, and Tasman Brits defends it with Matthews doing her own fielding. Yes, there are two mid-wickets, from what we can see, a short fine leg of 45, short third man, extra cover, mid on, mid off. Matthews continues. It's a fuller length delivery on the off stump. Tasman Brits times it well, doesn't hit it too hard to the fielder at mid off and manages to steal that quick single. Great running from these two. The score is 44 for no loss.
I think it's important to still rotate the strike and get those singles in, especially if they're not getting the boundaries. And they've been lacking a little bit of runs in the last couple of overs. So it's important for the batters to keep rotating the strike.
Matthews continues from the corner drive end. It's back of a length. Laura Wolfhard goes onto a back foot, works it into the leg side, but the fielder at 45 manages to keep them honest with not giving them the easy single.
Yeah, they're happy to send out cover sweeper for Wolfhard, especially with a strong drive.
Matthews in. It's wide outside, full delivery. Laura Wolfhard just goes there to defend it, and the field at mid-wicket does the fielding. No run there. They do know that is a strength. So, let her play at it, give her the easy single. Matthews continues from the corner drive in. This is her last ball. It's a fuller length delivery outside the off stump. Wolfhard defends it for no run. The score is 44 for no loss. Wolfhard on 20, Brits on 17.
Yeah, Wolford is definitely respecting the good balls. But if the ball is slightly fuller or slightly shorter, she makes sure she get at least a run from it, if not a 4. And it's interesting how the West Indies is bowling to both batters as well, with both of them from pace bowling hitting back of length, making sure it's not too full for them to drive, and then at the same time throwing in the slightly fuller one, pulling them out to drive the ball and hoping they get that nick with the ball that's swinging away.
Yeah, we have Chanel Henry continuing from the golf course end, and Tasman Brits is facing. It's a fuller length delivery, but well outside the off stump, and Brits leaves that for no run.
Yeah, definitely. As you can see, as soon as it's slightly back of a length or wide, Brits is definitely happy to leave it and making sure that she still protects her wicket and no silly shots.
Yes, from the South African setup, we're looking at, they seem to have learned from the first ODI. Yes, there was no result, but they gave away many wickets as Henry continues. It's back of a length on fourth stump. Tasman Brits just shifts her weight back and defends that into the covers. The fielder at point running round and keeping both batters in their crease, saving that single. No run there, 44 for no loss. Yes, the South Africans have learned and they are keeping their wicket. They know that it's going to be easier if you bat long.
Definitely.
Henry continuing from the golf course end. It's a fuller length delivery on middle and off, and Tasman Brits just pushes that towards long on, but gets the easy single with mid wicket having to run round and cover it. Great batting there by Tasman Brits.
Definitely. I think with Wolfhard on the leg side and the ball being played on the leg side, it made it a little bit more difficult for the bowler to get to the ball. They had almost a little bit of a stumble there into each other. So that definitely prevented the bowler from getting to the ball and allowing for that single to come through.
Yes, Henry continuing from the golf course end. It's a fuller length delivery on off stump, and Laura Wolfhard just defends that. And Chanel Henry does the fielding. Score is 45 for no loss. Wolfhard on 20, Brits on 18.
Yeah, I think the batters are definitely valuing their wickets a lot more than in the first ODI. Obviously, with the first ODI and rain being at play, it did make the scenarios different.
Henry past the umpire. It's a full length delivery, well outside the off stump, and Laura Wolfhard slashes at it. It goes behind point, but Deandra Dotton dives and saves it. It is no run there. Fantastic fielding from Deandra Dotton, keeping the score at 45 for no loss.
Dotton's been really good at point today, stopping basically everything that came to her. Just that one earlier from Matthews, I think it was from Matthews, that went past her for 4. But other than that, she's doing great at point.
Henry continues. It's a fuller length delivery, and it's outside the off stump. Laura Wolfhard slashes at it and goes wide, well wide of third. The fielder at third, and Laura Wolfhard manages to get 2 runs. The score is 47 for no loss after 13 overs, and Laura Wolfhard is on 22, Tasman Brits on 18, and that brings us to drinks.
Yeah, I think South Africa would be very happy to be on 47 without loss after 13 overs with a run rate of 3.6. I think if they can up that run rate now to about 4, they will be ecstatic. And I think if these 2 batters can get to a partnership of 100, it will put the team in a very, very good position.
Yes, they are 2 batters that can both accumulate runs, bat long, bat deep, but they also can score very quickly. They're both very fit, very athletic, so they're able to manipulate the field and get the most important runs that are needed. I do I do believe that the run rate is a little bit low. They would have wanted to go a lot faster, but they do have wickets in hand, which is extremely important, especially here at the Wanderers.
Yeah, definitely. And especially batting first, you want to get as many runs as possible on the board. And I think without having lost any wickets and only 28 overs to go, it would be interesting how the two batters will go about it now, if they're going to be a little bit more attacking or play a little bit more risky shots. And it will be interesting as well how the West Indies will react to that. If they're going to be a lot more defensive, or if they're just going to carry on the way that they are, if they're happy with the two bowlers with Henry and Matthews carrying on. They've been bowling really well, both bowlers 3 over 7 runs. So if I was the captain, I would keep them on for as long as possible.
So you have played in the Proteas setup before. You are captaining the Central Gauteng women's team, the Lions women. What would the message you would send out to your opening batters that have managed to get the team in this into this situation?
I think I would tell them to carry on and maybe pick to keep rotating strike, maybe add a little bit more runs in the sense of singles. So a little bit more quick singles, those type of things. And then look at a certain point, maybe 18 overs, so give them another 5 overs just to rotate strike. And then from 18 overs or so, be a little bit more attacking, or at least one of them to be more attacking, whichever one feels more comfortable.
So just looking at the two, Tasman Brits definitely is hitting the ball a lot harder. She, even when she mistimes it, she still manages to get the boundary. So the logical, I would say the logical decision or thought pattern would be Tasman go after the ball. Not so soon, as you say. You would say wait for another 5 overs, keep rotating the strike, keep the scoreboard ticking. So Tasman Brits, do you think we'll see a change in her game plan now?
It would be interesting because, like you mentioned, she looks comfortable, but as soon as the ball is back of her lane, she's struggling to get it away or get singles from it. So I think it all depends on where the bowlers are bowling as well. If the pace bowlers are going to continue with that back of a lane, the batters are definitely going to have to think of a plan B, how they're going to get the ball away and instead of just waiting for the full ball. And against the spinners, maybe I don't think they're really big sweepers, these two batters, so they are definitely going to need to figure out where else they can score against, especially Matthews, because she's been bowling really well, good line, good length.
Matthews continues, that's the end of drinks. She continues from the corner drive in. It's back of a length, outside the off stump, and Tasman Brits just defends that for no runs, scores 47 for no loss. Tasman Brits and Laura Wolfhard still at the crease and, putting South Africa, getting a good platform for South Africa. Matthews past the umpire, and it is a full length delivery, but well outside the off stump. Tasman Brits goes for the reverse sweep and doesn't manage to connect it, and there is no run there. Score still is 47 for no loss.
Yeah, it looks like the physio is running on. I think the ball might have hit Tasman on the forearm or on the hand. She seems a little bit uncomfortable there. So maybe the ball didn't quite, with that reverse sweep, didn't quite get to... Oh, it looks like actually it hit the chin and not the forearm. So that is definitely why the ball didn't go as far as we were hoping it would go. So physio is checking the helmet as well. So hopefully she's fine. She looks pretty fine, but it's just the rules of the game these days. If the ball hits the helmet, physio needs to check it, make sure the batter is fine as well.
Yes, safety does come first, and we have seen all the bowlers, both the South Africans and the West Indian bowlers, are bowling rapid. They can get the ball to move, so safety first for the players. But we have a return to play. Matthews is standing at the top of her run-up. Brits looking comfortable, getting ready to play at this one. The field set for Tasman Brits, there is a backward point, cover point, an extra cover mid-on, mid-off. There are 2 mid-wickets, a backward square leg and a deep mid-wicket. This one is a fuller length delivery. Tasman Brits advances and just works it into the leg side wide of mid-on and manages to sneak a single. The score is 48 for no loss. Brits is on 19, Wolfhard on 22.
Matthews definitely have a clear plan against Brits, bowling it slightly straighter against her.
Matthews continues. She tosses it up. It's a full-length delivery outside the off stump, and Laura Wolfhard just pushes that to the fielder at mid-off, no run.
And Matthews is definitely happy bowling it a little bit more outside off for Wolfhard, getting her to drive against the spin.
Matthews continues, tosses it up again, wide outside the off stump, and there seems to be some confusion. Extra cover does the fielding. Tasman Brits stayed at her side for a long time with Laura Wolfhard running. Extra cover throws it at the wrong end. Laura Wolfhard makes it comfortably with Tasman Brits also scampering through, and they steal that single. Some bad miscommunication there between the two batters. Matthews continues, back of a length, wide outside the off stump. Brits rocks onto the back foot and punches that past the fielder at extra cover for 1 run. That brings up the 50-run partnership at the end of the 14th over. Wolfhard on 23, Tasman Brits on 20.
It definitely looks like the batters are a little bit more comfortable and happy to take the quick singles. So they definitely had that chat, or the coaches had that chat with them, or sent the message on to get the run rate up a little bit, look for a little bit more singles, as there's not a lot of boundaries around here, and the West Indies are making sure they're protecting the high scoring areas on the boundary.
Yes, they are not giving Tasman Brits any room to free her arms. So Tasman, they're not giving her any pace on the ball to free her arms, which is fantastic. Chanel Henry continues from the golf course end. It's a fuller length delivery, and Tasman Brits just pushes that to the fielder at mid-off for no run. The score still is 50 for no loss.
That's definitely what the batters are looking for the fuller ball, so they can get on the front foot, drive the ball. They just need to get it through the gap, basically.
Yes, with the ball moving away, shaping away from Tasman Brits, they will want her to play hard. She does play hard at the ball, and Henry will continue. It's back of a length on off stump. Brits just getting on top of it and defending it, and Henry doing the fielding herself. The West Indians seem to understand that they want to get some quick singles, and they are showing their athleticism and throwing themselves around, getting to the ball quickly.
Yeah, definitely. We've got Stefanie Taylor there at mid-wicket, and there's a big gap between her and the bowler, so she needs to move very quickly to protect that area, so there's not a quick single there between her and the bowler.
Henry comes in, it's back of a length, it's well out, it's over the off stump. Brits rocking onto a back foot and just defending that into the covers for no run. That's 50 for no loss. Yes, the West Indians are looking at a different setup compared to the last times these two teams met in September. They are fitter, they are showing their athleticism. This is their preparation for the World Cup. Henry continues, it's short. Tasman Brits cramped up for room, doesn't manage to get that away, and just knocks it over to the leg side, straight to Stefanie Taylor at mid-wicket for no run.
Yeah, it definitely shows in the field placements and where the bowlers are bowling that they definitely did their homework on the South African team and making sure that their plans are going according to plan.
Yes, Tasman Brits a very strong front foot player. Will Henry bowl it fuller as she comes in? It's a fuller length delivery, but on off stump where Brits just defends that, and the fielder at extra cover does the cleaning up for no run.
Now we've got the run rate dropping a little bit down to 3.4. So like we actually want the run rate to go up. So it's going to be interesting. West Indies are definitely putting some pressure here on the Proteas. Still 50 on the board after almost 15 overs. So the batters are definitely going to feel a little bit pressured there.
Henry continues. And her last ball, it's a full-length delivery on the off stump. Tasman Brits just pushes that to mid-off. Gets there a little bit too quickly and no run. That's the end of the 15th over. Score is 50 runs for no loss. Laura Wolfhard on 23, Tasman Brits on 20, with 26 overs remaining. Yeah, not the start that's, I would say, the start after drinks that South Africa would have wanted, but they still have wickets in hand, and we know Tasman Brits can hit a long ball. We know Laura Wolfhard, when called upon and when needed, she will pitch up for her team. So not a train smash for the South Africans, but there is some pressure knowing what these West Indian batters can do.
Looks like Laura Wolfhard taking guard again. Looks like she's maybe shifting to off stump, trying to work Matthews through the leg side.
Matthews continues from the corner drive in. It's back of a length and well wide. Laura Wolfhard rocks onto her back foot and punches that to the fielder on the cover boundary for one run. The score is 51 for no loss.
Yeah, Matthews, I think, took note of that change of guard and definitely pulled it more outside off, and making sure Wolfhard doesn't get the opportunity to play to the leg side.
Matthews comes in. It's a fuller delivery on off stump, and Tasman Brits goes to defend that, but it manages to get the inside half of a bat, working it to the fielder at mid-wicket for no run.
Also, Matthews knows exactly what she's doing, bowling straight to two Brits.
Matthews continues past the umpire. It's a fuller length delivery, and Tasman Brits uses her feet, but only manages to hit the ball very hard back to the bowler for no run.
That's definitely pressure starting to show now. Batter wants to make something out of the ball. Luckily, she kept it on the ground. It would be interesting what she's going to do now, what her options is, only with the cow still out, so going over the top straight is definitely still an option.
We know how strong a player Tasman Brits is, so as you say, it will be very interesting. Matthews continues over the wicket. It is short and well wide. Tasman Brits rocks onto her back foot and pulls that, but it goes straight through the fielder at mid-wicket, and the fielder at deep mid-wicket does the cleaning up, and she gets a pressure release a little bit and gets a one run. Scores 52 for no loss.
I think very well bowled by Matthews so far.
Matthews continues, tosses it up. It's a full toss on middle and off, and Laura Wolfhard just pushes that between the gap between mid on and mid wicket and manages to get the single. The fielder Chanel Henry manages to keep it down to one run, and the score is 53 for no loss. Matthews continues past the umpire. It's a short ball again to Tasman Brits, but she's cramped up for room and only manages to push it to mid-wicket for no run. That's the end of the 16th over. The score is 53 for no loss. Wolfhard on 25, Brits on 21.
Yeah, the batters are definitely waiting for that full ball and trying to make something out of the full ball. They've been struggling against the slightly short or back of a length ball. So they're definitely going to need a plan against that ball. And if it's not now, definitely for the next ODI.
At the moment, it's not encouraging signs when you look at how many balls both these batters have faced. Both of them have faced 47 balls. So they will need to. So the South African camp will need them to continue working the ball around and getting the singles. But all fairness to the West Indians by limiting their runs. There's a bowling change from the golf course end, and it is Chanel Henry. It is back of a length. Laura Wolfhard plays it hard at it. It's well outside the off stump, and she gets the outside edge, and the ball goes straight to gully.
Yeah, it's definitely what the West Indies were hoping for and bowling for. Still hitting that hard back of a length, giving a little bit of room for Wolfhard just to think of hitting it and getting the outside edge this time. And after 16 overs with Stephanie Taylor still keeping a slip and a gully in is very well captained, I would say.
Yes, very well captained, very uncharacteristic of Laura Wolfhard. playing hard at it, very little foot movement as well. So quite disappointing for her given the start that she has had. The new batter in, Laura Goodall, 33 matches. She has 2 50s under her belt, with her highest score, again, 59 against India in 2019. She is also someone who's very good at playing the full ball, the left-hander, the southpaw, and can play a straight drive, as we saw some really good ones in the last in the first ODI between these two teams on Friday night. So we are hoping for a good display here.
Yeah, that's the only pity of it. Wolford was looking really good, only managing to score 25. And now with Laura coming in, there's a little bit of pressure on the batters. So hopefully she'll be able to cope with that pressure and get off strike and get the ball going.
Yes. So we see a fielding change for Laura Goodall. 1 slip, third man, point cover, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Chanel Henry coming over the wicket to left-handed Laura Goodall. It is back of a length, but well wide outside the off stump. And Laura Goodall just leaves it for no run.
I think that's the right way, fresh to the crease. Just having a look at what the bowler is doing, obviously with Henry bringing the ball into Laura Goodall being a left-hander. So it will be interesting what line and length she's going to bowl to her.
Yes, so Henry continues. It's a full-length delivery on middle and off stump. Laura Goodall just pushing that to just wide of the fielder at mid-on, manages to sneak in a quick single, getting off the mark, getting the score to 54 for 1. And Brits is now on strike on 21 runs.
Yeah, that's definitely what you want to see from the new batter, getting off strike as quickly as possible with a good shot, getting that confidence going, and then getting her to keep rotating strike and adding some runs on the ball.
Henry past the umpire. It's a short ball, and Tasman Brits rocks onto the back foot and pulls it to the mid-wicket boundary and gets a well-deserved and well-needed fall for the South Africans, bringing the score to 58 for 1.
Definitely, it's probably the first boundary in quite a few overs, I would say, after that big over from Salman. So it's definitely, I think that's what Brits have been waiting for as well. Henry just slightly missing a back of a length, or maybe purposefully bowling that short ball, but she's definitely not going to bowl it again.
Henry comes in. It's a fuller length delivery on off stump, and Brits comfortably defends that to the field at extra cover. Good comeback from Henry and a good awareness from Tasman Brits, understanding that the pressure is still on. You don't want to lose another set batter.
So. Yeah, definitely. They need to start building a partnership again. Already 5 from about 4 balls or so it's definitely good. So maybe a change of batting partners is maybe going to get the ball rolling.
Henry comes in his back of a leg. Tasman Brits just defends that ball that is on off-stump line, tries to angle it into the gap between point and extra cover. Doesn't manage to get the timing right, and there is no run. That brings the score after the 17th over is 58 for 1, with Laura Wolfhardt's wicket was taken in this over. She went out for 25. Brits is also on 25, with Laura Goodall on 1. Laura Goodall will face Hayley Matthews. Right, as we see her field is some many changes happening here. Matthews took Laura Goodall's wicket in the first ODI, but we see another change. We have
Ramarak.
Yes, we have Karishma Ramarak is coming in, taking over from Hayley Matthews. She is coming right arm over the wicket to left-handed Laura Goodall. There's a slip, a third man, a backward point cover, deep cover, sweeping the boundary on the offside, extra cover in the ring, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket. She comes in, it's over the wicket on the off stump, and Laura Goodall just pushes that to the fielder at middle for no run.
Yeah, I definitely would have liked to see the West Indies putting a little bit more pressure on the new batter with keeping cover sweeper in the ring. But again, they're very attacking, but at the same time very defensive as well.
And this is tossed up well outside the off stump. Laura Goodall advances towards the ball, but runs straight past it as it turns away from her. And the fielder, Shemaine Campbell, does the cleaning up and whips off the bails. And that is the second wicket lost for South Africa.
There was definitely a clear intention from Laura, being a lot more attacking. But I think it was the wrong ball to go down the track. Only your second ball from a new bowler, as well as only your fourth ball that you're facing. So I think that was a bit silly from Laura Goodall. She should have first gotten her eye in, and that brings Sune Lees to the crease.
Sune has 90 matches under her belt. This is the captain. She has 8 50s, and her highest score is 83 against Ireland. She is an experienced campaigner, a calm head on her shoulders, but has some work to do. But she is joining Tasman Brits, the set batter, at the crease. So these two will be key in rebuilding this innings.
Yeah, it's amazing what pressure can do. After drinks break, 47 without loss, all of a sudden 58 for 2.
Ramarak continues from the corner drive end, comes over the wicket, tosses it up on off stump, and Sune Lees just drives that right back to the bowler.
It's definitely important for the bowlers to be on point from ball one, especially if there's bowling change, to keep that pressure going from both ends and making sure the captain can depend on you when she needs you.
Right, we see a fielding change. Cover has now moved down to deep cover and is sweeping along the boundary. Ramarak comes in over the wicket. It turns big time on off stump, but it bounces as well. Hits Sune Lees on the thigh pad. There is shouts from the West Indians, but they are turned down. Oh, that was probably going to miss leg stump and probably go over it as well. No run, score still is 58 for 2. Ramarak comes in over the wicket, tosses it up outside the off stump, and Sune Lees goes well onto the front foot to defend that.
Yeah, I think Ramarak is definitely a good change in bowling, following up nicely from Matthews. Matthews only going for 13 in a 5 overs.
Ramarak, her last ball, drops it back of a leg, but very straight. Sune Lees works it to the leg side and takes off for the single, but the fielder, Hayley Matthews, at mid-wicket, very quick on her feet, gets the ball in and throws it to the keeper for no run. That's the end of the 18th over. The score is 58 for 2. Lees yet to get off the mark, and Brits on 25.
I think that quick fielding there at mid-wicket definitely helped bringing that maiden wicket over for Ramarak. Very well bowled. Good follow-up from Matthews as well, making sure to keep that pressure from Ramarak. So it's, like I said, very well bowled and just hitting that line and length and allowing the ball to do the rest. And it seems like it's spinning and bouncing quite a little bit.
There's lots of assistance here at the Wanderers for the bowlers. Chanel Henry continues from the golf course end, bowls back of the length. Tasman Brits just defending that ball, which was on fourth stump line, to the fielder at point. Score still is 58 for 2. Very good captaincy here from Stefanie Taylor. She's utilizing her bowlers well, realizing that the turn that Ramarak was getting compared to the skiddy nature that Matthews was getting will probably work for these two. Chanel Henry comes in. It's well wide outside the off stump. It's a fuller length delivery. Tasman Brits gives it a mighty swing, but only manages to get the outside edge and is caught behind by Campbell. That is the end of Tasman Brits' innings. She scores 25 runs off 55 balls.
Yeah, I think West Indies' plans are definitely coming together now. Again, back of a length, outside the off. hitting the ball hard with that ball swinging out or seaming out more, is definitely playing in their favour and getting that outside edge from Tasman Brits. And they've been bowling that way the whole innings this far, and finally one goes according to plan for them and they get the edge.
Very disappointing there for Tasman Brits, looking good again, and just one stroke and her innings is done. Right, we have two new, that brings Mignon du Preez to the crease. Mignon is a very experienced campaigner. She has 142 matches to her name. Her highest score is 116. Her average is a 33, 17 50s and 200s. She will be key to keeping South Africa in this fight. Henry comes in to Mignon du Preez. It's well outside, back of a length and well outside the off stump. du Preez just defending that, playing with soft hands, letting the ball hit the bat.
Yeah, Mignon is definitely one of or the most experienced player in the squad with 142 matches, and the way she has changed her game over the last couple of years as well has allowed her to be a lot more aggressive, rotating strike a lot more, and she's definitely very quick to the wickets for those singles as well.
Henry comes into du Preez, drops it short and wide, and du Preez just crunches that through to the fielder on the cover sweeper boundary for one run. That ensures she is off the mark. That brings the score to 59 for 3. It is very disappointing to see Lara Goodall go out in that fashion. There was no need for that shot, and then one wicket brought another wicket where Tasman Brits played a very rash shot and lost her wicket too. Chanel Henry coming in, it's a fuller length delivery well outside the off stump. Sunay pushing at that ball very far away from her body, and it goes between the gap between backward point and gully, and Sunay is now off the mark. That brings the score to 60 for 3.
It doesn't seem like the batters are very comfortable against Henry. There hasn't really been very good shots or solid shots against her, except that one short ball from Tasman that she pulled for 4. Other than that, it seemed like the batters were a little bit uncomfortable against her today.
Henry's pushing the ball out wide. Right, this ball is a fuller length delivery just outside the off stump, forces Mignon du Preez to play at it, but she misses, and luckily for her, that's the end of the 19th over. The score is 60 for 3, with Sunay and Mignon du Preez at the crease and both on 1.
Yeah, it's definitely happening here for Henry. She's bowling a beautiful line and length at the moment, with the ball just seaming away a little bit, making it a touch more difficult for the batters.
Yes, we will see Karishma Ramarak continue from the corner drive end. This we do see the cover sweeper fielder coming into a regulation cover position. Right, we also see that Spoileg is now on the boundary. She comes over the wicket. It's a full length delivery outside the off stump, and Sunay just defends that for no run.
I think the West Indies know their opposition very well. They know exactly that Sunay and Mignon du Preez are sweepers of the ball, and they're happy to put out deep square for them.
Ramarak continues. It's another full length delivery outside the off stump and defended for no run. Yes, they are expecting the sweep shot to happen, and they don't mind. Give them the single rather than the boundary. Keep things tight. Ramarak continues. It's back of a length on off stump, and Elise just defends that on the back foot, pushing it a little bit to the fielder at mid wicket for no run.
Now the West Indies is definitely happy to give them the singles. Make sure they protect the boundaries.
Ramarak continues. It's back of a length, and Sunay just works it to the onside. And the fielder, Campbell, doing the fielding there, and the two batters scamper through for 1 run. That's the score, 61 for 3.
These are very experienced batters. They've played between the two of them a good 230 games already, so definitely a lot of experience in the middle there. And we're going to need a lot more rotating of strike from the two of them.
Yes, they are good runners between the wickets. So we'll hopefully see that. They play spin well as Ramarak continues from the corner drive in. It's a fuller length delivery on off stump. Mignon du Preez not getting her timing right, but just defends that and only manages to get the ball back to Ramarak. Score still remains 61 for 3. Ramarak comes in for her final ball. It's back of a length. Mignon du Preez rocks onto the back foot and pulls it to the fielder at deep mid-wicket and gets 1 run. That's the end of the 20th over. The score is 62 for 3. The wickets lost Laura Wolfhard, Tasman Britt, and Lara Goodall.
Yeah, I think very well batted so far in the sense of just getting runs on the board. And big job ahead for these two.
Yolani, the end of the 20th over means we have to say goodbye for now, and we will see you much later. But that does mean I will be joined by Simon Gia, right, as we continue to talk about the business end of this exciting second ODI between the West Indies and South Africa. Chanel Henry continues from the golf course end. It's well wide, short, outside the off stump. And Mignon du Preez just cuts that to the fielder on the cover sweeper boundary and gets 1 run. Good afternoon, Simon.
Yeah, very good afternoon to you, Sean. It's been lovely to hear you and Yolani calling the game through a very, very, very disruptive period from a South African point of view. 3 wickets down.
Henry continues from the golf course end. It's a fuller length delivery, well outside the off stump. Sunaylis just pushes that to the fielder at extra cover for no run.
I mean, we do have 2 of South Africa's most experienced batters at the crease now in Sunay and Mignon, but on 2 and 3 respectively. This has definitely brought the West Indies roaring back into the game after that 50-run opening partnership.
Yes, Henry continues past the umpire. It's a full length delivery. And Sunaylis slashes at it, but manages to get in front of point. And they scamper in for a quick 2 runs as the fielder on the cover boundary, Shadeen Nation, had to make some serious ground to get it in. Yeah, very disruptive period.
Two of the fastest runners in the South African team here as well. So I know Mignon du Preez loves to run between the wickets. And anyone who's down the other end is going to be puffed by the end of the partnership.
Right, that is another full ball from Chanel Henry. It's on off stump, and Sunaylis just pushes that through to the fielder on the cover boundary.
66 for 3 now after 20.4 overs. Sunay is on 5, du Preez is on 3. The bowler at the moment, Henry, who's bowled well, taken 2 wickets. For just the 18 runs, and having nearly bowled 7 overs.
Henry continues. It's a full ball just outside the off stump, and Mignon du Preez just defends that, and the fielder at gully does the fielding. 66 for 3.
Yeah, there's a slip and a gully in place. In fact, it's DeAndre Dotton. That's a backward point as well. But it was very, very interesting having. Towards the end of my previous commentary stint, sort of after 10 overs, South Africa felt like they were on top, and yet West Indies was able to put the pressure back on.
Now Henry comes in. It's a full-length delivery, wide outside the off stump, and Sunaylis throws her hands at it and manages to get it through to the fielder at the cover sweeper boundary. That's the end of the 21st over. The score is 67 for 3 with Sunaylis and Mignon du Preez at the crease, Lees on 5, du Preez on 4.
And critically, it was Stephanie Taylor who as captain, put in that gully, which turned out to be the end of Laura Wolfhard, and that was the big breakthrough that the West Indies needed. And from there, 2 very quick wickets followed with Brits and Goodall, both getting out without really adding too much more to the score. And from around about 51-52 without loss to 67 for 3. This is now a critical period for South Africa.
Yes, Stephanie Taylor has been captaining, has given a masterclass in captaining here. Solid partnership at the top. and making things work. Ramarak comes in. It's over the wicket to Proteas, very full on the off stump, where Proteas just drives it to fielder at mid-on for no run.
Getting good turn is Ramarak as well. She spins it into the right-hander.
And this one is back of a length, but on the leg stump, as Proteas just pushes it and tries to get it past the fielder at short fine leg, but doesn't manage to, and no run given there.
And it's spelt the end of Laura Goodall, who ran up the pitch, and the one spinning away from the left-hander beat her, and she was stumped easily.
Yes, this ball, Ramarak comes in. It's back of a length outside the off stump, not very far, but a great foot movement from Mignon to Proteas, who rocks back and just cuts it to the fielder on the cover sweeper boundary for one run.
During this, the over break, I'll read you some of the messages that are coming in on Facebook and on YouTube, and we'll even check the Twitter feed as well. Remember, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR. That's at OneWorldSR, and we'll happily read your comments out on it.
Ramarak comes in. It's a fuller length delivery well outside the off stump, and Sune Lees takes it from outside the off stump and hoiks it over the fielder at deep mid wicket, and we will have to check and wait to see if it's a 4 or a 6.
Yeah, it's hit the Toblerones on the full. I'm pretty sure this would have to be a 6, because if it had pitched first and then hit them, it would have bounced up, whereas it bounced back into the field of play. Could be a case for not great fielding on the boundary there, that the ball was able to get over the fielder's head and yet still hit the boundary line.
Yes, not the best display of fielding, and the West Indians have shown some serious athleticism in the field. This is not the same setup that played South Africa in September last year.
Absolutely. I mean, I thought we'd be all over this team like a rash in home conditions, and in fact, they've really come out looking very, very strong indeed. And they even hid their light under a bushel during the practice match that we did. That we commented on, commentated on. They didn't look great there either. You see, it has been given 4 after the third umpires had a look at it, and so the score goes on to 72 for 3.
Ramarak will not be impressed with that display of fielding there, as no bowler is to go for runs, but will be excited to see that they want to hit her, as any spinner would be, as she comes in. It's a back of a length delivery outside the off stump. Sune Lees just rocking back onto the back foot and defending it. Score still remains 72 for 3.
Yeah, and not great batting from Sune Lees. So there is a woman out there at Carl, and it was pretty fortuitous that she didn't go straight down her throat.
Ramarak continues, but gets it a little bit too straight, and Sune Lees works this onto the leg side. Very fine, as deep square leg has to make some serious ground, and they manage to scamper in for 3 runs. Great running, but very close. A better throw, and this would be a very different situation for the South Africans.
The throw came into the striker's end. Wasn't the greatest of throws. Deandra Dotton collected it, having run in from point and from a square leg, and then immediately turned and shied at the non-striker's end, where I think it was Sune who was running hard to get in. And a direct hit could have been interesting there, Sean.
Yes, a direct on both ends could have been very interesting. But, they have to take risks and calculated risks. They know they're very quick between the wickets, but not necessarily needed at this time. They can always catch up.
Let me give you some of those comments. Rhea Weideman says hi to us on Facebook. Says, hello, guys and girls. Thanks so much for the commentary. It's appreciated. We love giving it to you, Rhea. Jess James says, thank you, guys, for the broadcast on YouTube.
Chanel Henry comes in from the golf course end. It's a very full delivery wide outside the off stump. Sune Lees just punching it to the fielder on the cover sweeper boundary for 1 run. Score is 76 for 3.
Yanni Hendrick on our YouTube feed as well says, good commentary, ladies, and then pauses for thought for a minute and a half and says, hi, Simon.
Simon, at least you know somebody's always thinking of you.
I know, isn't it lovely?
Chanel Henry continues from the golf course in past the umpire It's a fuller length delivery. Mignon du Preez driving it very hard to the fielder at mid-off, and there is a misfield, and they manage to get the single. Not the greatest display of fielding at all right now.
No, it's not. But the West Indies certainly have their tails up. They've got a slip in place. They've still got that catching gully that's dispensed with Laura Volpart. And if you look at Deandra Dotton, that's backward square, at backward point rather. Also, really coming in, looking like she wants the ball.
Chanel Henry comes in. It's a full leg delivery on off stump, and Sunelise just defends it for no run.
So the score now is 77 for 3 after 22.3 overs. In fact, the two batters in Sunelise, she's on 13. Mignon du Preez is on 6. And Henry is bowling, I think, just about the spell of her career, 7.3 overs. 2 for 21. I stand corrected, but I think she had only taken 9 wickets in her career before now, in 55 matches or thereabouts.
Henry comes in. It's a fuller length delivery, and Sunelise doesn't get her timing right, but it falls short just before Stefanie Taylor at extra cover for no run. 77 for 3. Henry, before today, has only taken 9 wickets.
So she's added more than 10% to her total, her career total. And I think her average was well north of 50 before she started batting today.
Yes, 52.55 was her average. She comes in, it's a wide delivery, and Sunelise just plays that past Deandra Dotton at backward point, where the fielder cover sweeper has to make some serious ground, but she manages to keep the runs down to 2. That brings the score 79 for 3. Sunelise on 15, Mignon du Preez on 6.
Both these players are very busy batters. They both remind me actually of Jonty Rhodes, who I watched a lot as a kid. Both quite short, but powerful hitters of the ball where they choose to, but run hard between the wickets, work the ball around very, very well.
And this is the women's cricket diehard fan I am, and I must say I think they bat a little bit better than John T did.
Yeah, absolutely. Jonty's the first to admit that he was very, very lucky to have his career at the time that he did, when competition wasn't great for his spot.
Henry comes in. It's a short delivery. Sunelise looking very uncomfortable, as that just comes off her glove and goes down to the fine leg boundary for 4.
Almost ducked into it, didn't she? And was sort of hunched, waiting for the impact. Hit her glove and ballooned a little bit onto the leg side. Actually bounced well short of umpire Campbell. No, not umpire. We can keep it Campbell. My apologies. And it ran away for 4. But that could so easily have floated up for a catch behind the wicket.
She almost looked like she was stuck in 2 minds, whether to pull or leave, and was kind of stuck in between. So just got the glove out there to get the ball away.
Shemaine Campbell's been pretty good behind the stumps. She took a very smart stumping to get rid of Laura Goodall, and is back under the helmet now, as Ramarak is going to continue from the corner drive end, running away from us.
Ramarak comes in. It's a fuller length delivery on middle stump, as du Preez just pushes that to the fielder at mid wicket. You can't exactly take on Hayley Matthews, one of the best players in the world, never mind her team. So not the player you want to take on at that position. Ramarak continues from the corner drive in. It's a shorter length delivery, and Mignon du Preez just going down on one knee and pulling that to the deep square leg boundary for 1 run.
A very, very strong square of the wicket is Mignon. Not afraid to use her feet around the crease as well. Is often towards the end of an innings where she's trying to manufacture runs. You'll see her walk across onto off stump and then flick that ball onto the onside, where she's very, very powerful.
Ramarak continues to Sunelise. It's a full length delivery, as Lise just defends that for no run. They are very square between the wickets, and they are great sweepers of the ball. Mm-hmm. They will sweep all day if given the option. Ramarak continues over the wicket. It is on middle and leg, and Sunelise just Whips it to the fielder at mid-wicket. Score still is 84 for 3.
Yeah, so unlike the opening pair of Laura Wolfhard and Tasman Brits, both of whom, big tall girls who like to play the ball down the ground.
That is a full-length delivery on leg stump, and Suneli sweeps that to the square leg boundary, and the fielder there does some great fielding, making some serious ground to keep it down to 1 run. Scores 85 for 3. Lease on 20, Dupree on 7.
Actually, both these batters remind me a lot of your club nemesis, Kirsty Thompson, who also has a very similar sort of style of batting, runs hard, plays a lot square of the wicket. You, on the other hand, very much the Tasman Brits of Central Gauteng club cricket.
Ramarak comes in, it's a full-length delivery, and Dupree just manages to push that back to Ramarak for no run. That's the end of the 24th over. The score is 85 for 3. Yes, Kirsty Thompson, also known as my opening batting partner at
of course,
Provincial.
I tend to only see you guys at club level where you're trying to knock each other's heads off. I forget, of course, that you actually probably play more cricket with each other than against each other.
So we complement each other very well. She sweeps the balls, a very good stroke player, and I know I can do it in the net, but in a game situation, why sweep a ball for 4 when you could hit it straight for 6?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen you sweep the ball in your life, but I have had you hit balls straight past my ears a couple of times. So it is going to be Chanel Henry to continue. I've been very, very impressed with her today. 2 for 27 so far off her 8 overs. And she'll be continuing from the golf course end. Partly cloudy skies here in Johannesburg. It's a Simpsons sky, if you can imagine. Probably a good impression of what it looks like. Still plenty of cloud about, but plenty of sun as well.
Chanel Henry, it's back of a length on the off stump. Sinead Lees not convincing with her foot movement, now they're going forward or back, but manages to keep her bat from making contact with the ball.
Yeah, Sinead looking a lot more confident against the spin of Ramarak than she is against the pace of Henry. Henry's bowling quickly today. Tall girl, and she's banging it into the pitch, and has been causing some problems for the Momentum Proteas ladies.
Yes, she has bowled to a specific plan, wanting them to play hard at her. As she comes in, it's well outside the off stump, and it's short. Sinead Lees just slashing at that and gets it over the fielders with 2 points, and the fielder at the deep cover boundary manages to do the fielding, keeping it down to 2 runs.
Yeah, it wasn't the world's most convincing shot, that was it? But probably for the best, because she got underneath it a little bit. Had a hard slash, and it ballooned up over the head of Deandra Dotton, but wasn't hit nearly hard enough to reach that fielder on the offside boundary.
Henry comes in, it's a ball's back of a length. Sinead Lees just defending it, letting the ball hit the bat and guiding it, or trying to guide it between to third man, and only manages to find Stefanie Taylor at backward point.
Yeah, Stefanie Taylor has got a conundrum here for herself, because the batter's clearly struggling more against Henry than they are against spin, and she's only got 9 balls left in her spell. In fact, this will be her last over, of course, because we're only playing 41 overs.
Yes.
So this is 3 balls remaining in her spell. Does she bring pace back on from that side, or is she going to use the spin that she probably would have normally used at this point in the game?
Henry comes in. It's a back of a length, and Sinead Lees just guides it to third man for 1 run. The score is 88 for 3. I would expect that at least they will continue with pace. They do have the bowlers in there to put them under pressure. They have Shadi Nation. There's enough bowlers here to rein them in.
Yeah, in fact, I think Salman had the one shocking over, but the rest of it actually was pretty good.
Henry, this is full and well wide of the off stump. Dupree drives this very wide of the fielder at the cover sweeper boundary and manages to get 2 runs there.
Yeah, lovely shot there. Just much more of a slap drive than you would get from Laura Wolfhard, but I'm assuming she's a hockey player. Is Mignon? She plays like a hockey player. Lots of wrist, bending her knees, getting low to the ground as she played that off drive.
Henry comes in, right? It's a full length delivery, and Dupree just defends that, and Henry doing her own fielding. It's not too often that I would say it's very common to see your batters being hockey players as well. I myself know the same ball I can play in the covers, I can hit over deep mid wickets for a 6. And that's the end of the 25th over, and that brings on drinks. The score is 90 for no loss, and that's the end of Chanel Henry's spell. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 wides, 32 runs, and 2 wickets.
2 very, very important wickets indeed in the 2 opening batters of Laura Wolfhard and Tasman Brits, both of them going for 25. I would imagine that's probably the best she's bowled at international cricket. Just really showing proper pace, getting decent bounce as well, and I think she'll be very, very happy indeed with that. The 2 batters at the crease at the moment, Sine Elise, she's on 23, Mignon de Preur is on 9. The partnership 32, so very, very important partnership for South Africa, just to right the ship again. And so after 25 overs, the score 90 for 3. We're at drinks. There'll just be the 1 drinks break, I think, through this innings if they're having it now. And remember, it's the second one that we've had already. Okay, and so 16 overs remaining in the innings. 90 for 3 and a run rate of just not 3.6. I would say it's very much points to the West Indies at the moment.
Yes, the West Indies are in control, and they will want to continue being in control. They managed to keep the openers quiet. Yes, they stayed in, created the foundation, laid the foundation, but once they were gone, it has been. It has fallen apart a little. We have seen some good fight back from Sine Elise and Mignon de Preur, but they are key to the South Africans posting a decent total to defend and to make the West Indians work. But right now, the plan would be, in my opinion, get through the next 5 overs, try and get the run rate up to at least 4.5, and then from there, it does allow a little bit more freedom for Chloe Tryon, Sinalo Jafta, Shibnam Ismail, and Aiwa Kaka, as well as Masadot Butterclass, who they all can hit a long ball. So it gives them the freedom to have the overs to hit the ball instead of trying to manipulate and manage building an innings.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the process before when they lose wickets where someone like Sinala Jafta comes in with a substantial number of overs left. Things can grind to a halt. The South African talent is much better coming in late in the piece and really just having a bit of a go. I mean, even Chloe Tryon is a muscular hitter of the ball rather than someone who's going to work it around. And I would think these 2 would want to be in for I would say another 8 overs before they would feel comfortable losing a wicket and allowing the big guns in the tail to come and swing the willow.
Ramarat comes in, it's on middle stump, and Sine Elise just works it to the fielder at 45 for no run.
Right, so you've probably used up all your words in the last 15 overs. I'll take over some ball for you. And I did tell the others that they're welcome to come across once they're ready, as a straighter ball from Ramarat and just swept in the air for a while by Sine, but it goes on the bounce down to the fielder out at square leg, and 1 run, 91 for 3.
Yes. I have used a lot of words, and, I want to give you a chance, Simon.
Oh, thank you very much.
have to give you a chance.
Ramarat coming away from us, 77 on her back, and Mignon tries to muscle it into the onside, but immediately catches the catching mid wicket there, and they don't get a run. That is it's Matthews there, fielding at that close mid wicket. 3rd ball of the over, right arm over, floating it up to Mignon, who just defends it into the offside, and no run.
One thing that is deceiving, that these 2 batters, yes, they may be short, but they can hit a long ball. They are brilliant brilliant timers of the ball, and they play a lot of T20 cricket, so they know how to hit and score runs quickly.
Fuller ball, and it's hit straight at Matthews there at mid-wicket. Picked her out absolutely perfectly. Would have hit her in the sternum if she hadn't raised her hands. And that is the end of Mignon du Preez, gone for 9 runs. A critical moment there, and good pressure was built up by Ramarak to get rid of these the talismanic South African middle order bats.
Yes, Mignon du Preez will be very disappointed with herself if to only get 9 runs off 20 balls. She would have wanted to go a lot quicker, score a lot faster, but that there is not to be today.
That brings an interesting moment now for Chloe Tryon, who now has to support her captain. Yes. And to really try and get South Africa deep into the innings now.
Chloe Tryon, we know she can hit a long ball, and in the recently concluded provincial week, she did show her class, playing a stroke play, but as well as showing how long she can hit the ball. So we know that she has it within her game to work the singles. She is looking a lot fitter, a lot stronger, and will have something to prove coming back from injury to solidify her position.
Ramarak, and again floats this one up, and it's driven beautifully by Chloe out a square of on the offside, and it runs away for 4. Fantastic opening ball by Chloe Tryon. It was full, and just she laid a heavy bat in it, and she gets off the mark. She goes to 4. The score goes to 95 for 4. Sidney Luce is still there on 24, and Ramarak has now taken her second wicket. She has figures of 5 overs, 2 for 17.
Yes, Chloe Tryon not want to waste time. She wants to get her innings going. She won't waste too many balls. I think she's a lot more comfortable with the faster bowlers. So maybe, Chloe Tryon coming in right now is not the worst idea, but she is just as good when it comes to the spinners, as we've seen her, work her first ball for 4.
Yeah, and I did call it. They are bringing Shakira Salman back on. So she had that one expensive over of 19, but otherwise has only gone for 25 in her 3 overs. And I think we'll aim for a commentary change at the end of this over, and we'll be joined by Jenna and Lorato. So it'll be great to have some fresh voices on. Salman is going to bowl from the same end that she bowled her previous spell, from the golf course end, coming right arm over past the umpire, and straight away just defended back down the pitch by Sine, and no run.
Yes, Salman, the right person to come in, especially with Sune showing that she's a little bit uncomfortable with the shorter pitch delivery. You wouldn't want her to free her arms if you are the West Indian supporters. So not a bad decision by Stefanie Taylor.
She has shown herself to be more comfortable against the spinners. I'm also very, very pleased that Stefanie brought Salman back and not Connell. I think it was important after that expensive over where she went for 19 for Taylor to back her opening bowler and to show some faith in her. And so far, first 2 balls have been on the money.
Yes, Stefanie Taylor also seeing the importance of this series in working out which bowler to bowl in which situation, matching up, ensuring that all her bowlers have all-important game time before the World Cup.
Salman, and again, full ball, but driven innocuously into the offside, and no run.
Yes, she's ensuring that no bowler is going into the next phase without the necessary overs, without making sure that they've done the best preparation for the World Cup. So, some great decision making there by Stefanie Taylor, consulting with her senior players.
Next ball is straight and banged in a bit. Sine is able to just work this off her hips into the onside. They jog through for a single, and that will bring Chloe Tryon on strike. Score 96 for 4 now. Luce is on 25. Tryon has literally just come to the crease. She's just got that 1-4. And South Africa going along at well under 4 runs and over. 96 for 4 after 26. they're going to have to swing the winner. Someone is going to have to score a quick fire 40 or 50 for South Africa to have a decent total to defend.
And we know Chloe Tryon can do that.
Yeah, she has. I think they were showing up as this is sorry, just popped onto the offside and no run. They were showing up various records while the rain was falling, and I think she has the fastest 50 of a South African player in ODIs.
I wouldn't be surprised. Chloe Tryon is an incredible player. She has the power game. She can work it, and she's quick between the wickets.
Final ball of the over, or just about, yes, final ball of the over, driven into the offside. Right, so that will be the end of our stint. I'll let you get up and go first, and we'll welcome Jenna into the chair, where she will take over ball by ball. But thank you very, very much, Sean. Always a pleasure to be behind the mic with you. The score now 96 for 4 are South Africa. Wolfert and Brits batted very, very well up front. They got to 50 of an opening partnership before Wolfert was out caught at gully. Goodall didn't last long. She was stumped for 1. Proteas drove straight into mid-wicket. She was gone for 9. And the 2 batters at the crease, Sine Loose, she's on 25. Chloe Tryon is on 4. Welcome, Jenna.
Good afternoon, everyone. A wonderful day here at the Imperial Wanderers Stadium. We have Ram Harak here into Sune Lise, and she drives this straight down the ground for a boundary. A lovely straight drive she played there, over pitched there by the bowler, and well played for a well-deserved boundary there, straight past the bowler.
Good afternoon, Jenna.
Good afternoon, Loretta. In once again from the caller drive end, we have Ramarak into Sune Lise. This ball back of a length, turning into the South African batter, and she punts that out to the leg side to the fielder at mid-wicket, Hayley Matthews, and they do not go through for a single. The score is 100 for 4 after 27.2 overs. In once again, a similar length delivery, back of a length, turning into the South African batter. This time punted out into the offside. The field had extra cover, does the work. Still no run. Right arm over to Sune Lise. She drives this hard down the ground, a little bit airborne, but it beats the fielder at mid on to her left. And once again, Sune Lise finds the boundary straight down the wicket. A wonderful shot. She really just came down the wicket a little bit and pounced on that delivery. A very, very good cricket shot here by the South African captain. Wonderful to see. She has raced to 33 runs and her partner Chloe Tryon on 4. The score is 104 for 4 after 27.4 overs. In once again here to Sune Lise. This ball a little bit fuller. Sune jumps onto that front foot and defends that out to the extra cover fielder for no run.
Sune is really coming into her own here. She's played some really powerful shots throughout all the areas of the ground today.
In again here to Sune Lise, a full delivery outside the off stump, and she defends that out. Ram Harak does her own fielding there. That is the end of the 28th over. The score 104 for 4. Sune Lise is on 33 and Chloe Tryon on 4. They have a partnership of 13. There are 13 overs left, and currently the South Africans are going at a rate of 3.7.
Sune and Chloe there out in the middle, really having that quick chat between overs, and I think really plotting the way forward for the last few overs. It's really important for them to power on to get that big total, but also this is an important partnership. They are the 2 last recognized batters in this lineup.
Yes, definitely. Both senior batters. Here we have from the golf course end, Salman into Chloe Tryon, a back of a length delivery on the off stump. Chloe just plays that off the back foot into the offside for no run.
I think the Proteas will have seen the power from the West Indies batters in that first ODI and will really want to put in a total that can give their bowlers a good chance of defending, especially looking at that power of Dotton at the top there. We saw what she can do.
Yeah, definitely. Shakira Salman here once again into Chloe Tryon. Back of a length on the off stump, and Chloe defends that out of the back foot to the fielder at mid-off for no run. I agree with you there, with this being a very influential partnership at this stage of the game. Senior batters, the captain and the vice captain at the crease. They definitely need to play a very controlled innings here, but at the same time get a maximum amount of runs. This ball flew outside the off stump, and Chloe gets onto the front foot this time and drives that out into the fielder at mid-off, still for no run.
Very interested to see how Chloe Tryon goes about her innings. We know she loves to play her shots, but she's also really coming back into this team of following injury and also trying to really, cement her spot there in that lineup.
Yeah, definitely. This is the fourth ball of the over. Salmon into Chloe Tryon. Back over length. This one straighter on middle stump, and Chloe just dots that down. Salmon doing the fielding of her own ball there for no run. The score is 104 for 4 after 28.4 overs. Chloe Tryon still on 4 runs.
I think the West Indies bowlers have really done a great job in trying to restrict South Africa here. And it's been a mixture of the pace and the spinners, both coming in with the wickets.
In here for the fifth ball of the over. This one full outside the off stump, and Chloe plays that out once again to that fielder who's had a lot of action this over at mid-off, and they scamper through for a quick single. There is a throw at the non-strikers end stumps, but Chloe was well in and had missed the wickets. Backed up there well by the fielder at mid-wicket. The score now 105 for 4 as we go into the last ball of this over. In from the golf course end, Salmon to Sunelis. This ball short outside the off stump, and Sunelis does very well to get across there and pull that past the mid-wicket fielder and the mid-on fielder. That goes for a boundary, and that brings us to the end of the 29th over. Sunelis races to 37. She really did pounce on that short pitch delivery and did very good work to make sure that went for a boundary. The score is now 109 for 4 after 29 overs. Sunelis on 37 and Chloe Tryon on 5. They have a partnership of 18.
Brilliant timing there by Sunelis. She's just rocked back and just pulled that. It was sweet. You could hear it reverberating around the stadium. It's been great to watch, and she's really shown her all-round capabilities, as you can say, in this innings of hers. Very controlled. She's known when to take the shots to the bowlers, but also known when to hold back and to go for those singles.
Yeah, definitely. And just to come back, the way that that Henry bowled, she bowled 9 overs on the trot this morning. Just to come back to that, the combination of the pace and the spin that has worked really well for the West Indian team. And we do have a bowling change here once again. We have pace on again from the caller drive end in the form of Shamila Connell. She's bowled 4 overs today. She's only gone for 8 runs. It's very exciting to see what she's going to bring to the table here.
Another experienced bowler for the West Indies, and really showing the depth that they've got in their bowlers. Stephanie Taylor, the captain, can really look to everybody, and everybody who she's looked to has come in and contributed and performed.
Yeah, 100%. Here we have a bit of a fielding change from the previous over from this end. We have a third man on the boundary point. We have cover sweeper, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg on the boundary. We also have a slip in place. Connell comes in and she pulls out of her run-up there for a dead ball. I'm not really sure what happened there, but she is taking her run-up once again, completing her steps. Maybe she was just a little bit off the wrong foot there for that ball that she didn't let go of.
Connell's actually got a very interesting nickname. They call her the Big Bird after the legendary Joel Gardner. She's from Barbados, and so is he, and you can see that in her height.
Definitely in here from the call it drive end. This ball back over length outside the off stump, and Chloe Tryon rocks onto the back foot, but no connection with the bat as it goes through to the keeper Campbell for no run.
I think Stephanie Taylor here, her team have really tried to come back from Friday's disappointing, without no result, to really start again and push on with the same momentum they had there.
Into Chloe Tryon, this ball straight on middle stump, back over length, and Chloe just defends that straight back to the bowler. Yeah, they've been very clinical, the West Indian team have today. I could see that they were bowling to plans. They had plans, and their plans worked. to get the 4 wickets of the South African batters, which has been really wonderful to see. In here, once again, to Chloe Chan, back of a length, straight down the wicket. Chloe Chan just punches that straight back to the bowler. It goes past her, and the mid-on fielder does the work for no run. The score is 109 for 4 after 29.3 overs.
It would have taken some readjustment with the reduced overs to 41, but I think, despite all of that, everybody, has come in and played really well today.
Yes, they have. This ball back of a length down on middle stump. Chloe Chan does very well to dot that down into the leg side. They come through for a quick single. A little bit risky there, but the fielder at mid-wicket was hanging back on the ring and she didn't look too quick off the mark there. So very good running there from Chloe Chan and Sunelis. There's obviously a lot of communication going on out there in the middle, which is nice to see. Chloe looking to rotate and get the in-batter of Sune on strike as much as possible. In here, once again, Connell in to Sunelis. This one a little bit fuller outside the off stump, and Sune takes a big swipe at that, but makes no connection, and the ball goes through to keeper Campbell for no run.
You've got about 11 overs left in this innings, Jenna. The Proteas are at 110 for 4. What would you say is a good target here for the bowlers to defend?
I think if they can get to 180, that would be decent to defend. It hasn't looked particularly comfortable out here for the South Africans. This ball short, and Sunelis pulls this, but the fielder at mid-wicket does excellent work. There was a little bit of miscommunication out there as Sunelis came halfway down the crease and Chloe was doing a little bit of ball watching, but they did come through for the single in the end without any damage to the South African batting lineup. That is the end of the 30th over. The score is 111 for 4. Sunelis is on 38 and Chloe Chan is on 6. That brings their partnership up to 20 runs. We have 11 overs left, which is exciting. Yes, just to get back to that total that I might find defendable. I don't know about defendable, but I think that obviously we want the South Africans to get as high a total as possible. And I think definitely with these two batters at the crease, they could work hard to try and go at a rate of at least 6 or 7 and over, which would be very exciting to watch.
Absolutely. And even if we go back to that series between West Indies and South Africa last year, it was a very low scoring series. There were like high 180s, early 210s, 220s, and you'd think South Africa would be comfortable getting that and, that scoreboard pressure that everybody talks about.
Yeah, Shakira Salman in here from the golf course end. This ball full outside the off stump and Sune lobs that out to the fielder at mid-off for a low chance there. And it's put down. That's a very disappointing there for the West Indian team. Sune looks up to the sky. She's shocked that catch was dropped because it was quite a lolly there to the fielder at mid-off. It is put down. It was quite low to the ground, but she did do terrible work there with that. In once again to Sunelis, this ball straighter and fuller. She knocks that out to the fielder at mid-wicket for no run.
Yeah, just on that chance. Connell was just stuck. It was as if her feet were cement, and I don't know if she expected the ball to come a bit quicker or a bit higher, but it just, really dipped, and it was very peculiar that. Another chance for Sunelis.
As long as she can use them.
Absolutely.
In here, once again, Salman is from the golf course into Sunelis. This ball back of a length straight at Sune on middle stump, and she kind of works that out to the offside, to the point fielder, but they do not manage to get a single. The score is still 111 after 30.3 overs.
I must say, Salman and Connell are really getting that ball to really bounce. We saw a few hitting, trying up high on the bats, the similar one with Lees now in the last ball.
In here to Sunelis, this 2 straight on off stump, a little bit short, and Sunelis whips that off her pad and she gets a maximum here over the square leg boundary for 6. A wonderful shot. She really has been very good at pouncing on the bad delivery that has been rare from the West Indian bowlers, but she's taken full advantage of that bad short ball on the leg stump, and she's really played an excellent cricket shot.
Brilliant shot by Sunelise. We know the leg side is her release area.
In here again to Sunelise, a good recovery delivery, back of a length, outside the off stump, and Sune just plays a nice straight drive to the fielder at mid-off for no run. The score is 117 for 4 as we go to the last ball of Shakira Salmon's over from the golf course end.
I think Salman will be thinking, what did I do there? I nearly got a wicket. Next ball 4. What does she come up with here?
This ball, back of a length outside the off stump, on the money there, and Sune just rocks back onto the back foot and plays that out. Someone doing the fielding of her own bowling there for no run. The score is 117 for 4 after 31 overs. Sunelise has raced to 44 runs, and Chloe Tryon is still on 6. Their partnership on 26. Very valuable partnership here by the vice captain and the captain of the Proteas team.
Yes, Stephanie Taylor has used her bowling options well today. You know, we saw Chanel Henry, who's bowled out her 9 overs. Of course, only one bowler can bowl 9 overs and the rest can bowl 8, a maximum of 8. She bowled really well, but she still does have the firepower from Connell and Salman, who are doing a really great job here in really trying to contain the fight back from the Proteas batters.
Yes, indeed. From the corner drive in, Shamilia Connell, a short ball to Chloe Tryon, and she takes a swipe at this, but misses completely and has to pull out of the shot to avoid being hit, and it goes through to the keeper Campbell. A very good use of the short delivery there from Connell. Chloe not really anywhere.
Great aggression there by Connell. You know, she's the opening bowler, so you know the bowlers love to give the batters a bit of chin music, and she's definitely not giving Chloe any opportunity to settle here.
Yeah, definitely. We have a field change here. The fielder at slip goes out to the mid-wicket boundary. We have third man on the boundary, point, cover sweeper, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, cow corner, could say that, and a fine leg on the boundary. As Connell comes in here to Chloe Tryon for the second ball of this over. This ball short outside the off stump. Chloe swipes at this and skies it. There's a chance for a catch as keeper Campbell runs to get that delivery. She puts in a dive, but she really does drop that one. Once again, the West Indies have dropped the second chance that they've had in 2 overs. Very disappointing for that, as we saw the setup happen there from Connell. She wanted to bowl that short ball. It happened. They got the chance, and unfortunately, they just couldn't hold on to that. In here, this time to Sunelise, back of a length outside the off stump. Sunelise does very well to rock onto the back foot there and punch that down to the fielder at third man on the boundary. They come through for a very well run 2 there. That's lovely work of the feet there by Sune to get into the inside of that delivery and just get that out to the field on the boundary at third man.
Yeah, Campbell did all the hard work. The ball did go high. She ran, but she just couldn't get her gloves to it. Unfortunate for her.
In here to Sunelise, this ball straight on off stump, and Sune leans into that and plays it straight down the ground. But Connell, a brick wall there of her own bowling, gets a hand to that. Very good fielding of her own bowling, and they do not manage to get through for a single. The score is 120 for 4 after 31.4. Sunelise is on 46. She is on strike here to Connell. This ball short on middle stump, and Sune ducks underneath that and lets it go through to Campbell. Once again, lovely aggression here from Connell. This has been a fiery over.
Absolutely. Do you get the sense that Tryon is a little bit frustrated? You know, she's 7 not out. She's faced quite a few balls now. She really just wants to connect and get the runs flowing like she likes to.
Yeah, definitely. Connell in here once again to Sunelise. This one full outside the off stump, and looks to play a lofted drive over extra cover, but she's unsuccessful. A very good catch there in the end by Stephanie Taylor. She dives to her left. She was fielding at mid-off, and a very good catch there just over the head of Hayley Matthews, who was at extra cover. And that we see the back of Sunelise. She was doing incredibly well. It's quite disappointing. She got 46 runs there in the end. She was looking to attack there as her partner, who would normally be the striker of the ball. She took on that role, did Sunelis, and did come short there, but a lovely innings there that we saw from her.
Brilliant innings. She displayed shots all around the field and really anchored that role after all those quick wickets fell. But I think she'll be disappointed, as captain. She needed to have that not out at the end, just to give the team, that platform to get you a bigger total as possible.
Yeah, and at the crease now we see Sinolo Jafta. She's 27 years old. She plays for Western Province Women. This is her 15th ODI. She's has a high score of 28 with an average of 13.4. That was against the West Indies in September in 2021. It's going to be interesting to see what she can bring here. That brings up the end of the over, does that wicket. And Sinolo Jafta is facing Ramharak, who is coming in from the golf course end. And into the pads here of Sinolo Jafta, they go up for a half-hearted shot and don't look too disappointed when they turned down there by the umpire. Ramharak here into Sinolo Jafta. Turning into her, pitching outside the off stump, but turning into middle, and Jafta plays that out to the leg side to mid-wicket for no run. The score is 120 for 5 after 32.2 overs. The new batter at the crease, Sinolo Jafta. This ball on leg stump, and Sinolo Jafta does well to turn that off her pads to a vacant square leg region, and they managed to scamper through there for a quick single. The score now 121 for 5 as Sinolo Jafta gets off the mark there.
Great awareness there by Chloe Tryon to call for that quick single and to ease the pressure of Jafta by getting her off the strike.
That was actually a leg by there by Sinolo Jafta. In here, Ramharak into Chloe Tryon. This ball full outside the off stump, and Chloe Tryon does very good work to guide that down to a vacant third man area, and the point fielder has to do quick work there to get there, but she does in the end, and they come through for 2. Very good awareness there from Chloe Tryon as we see her starting to find her feet a little bit here at the crease. A full toss here to Chloe Tryon, and she takes that around her pads, and she plays that out to the fielder at backward square leg for a single. She would have felt a little bit disappointed with that delivery. I think.
Definitely missed out there.
In here to the new batter of Sinolo Jafta is Ramharak from the golf course end. This is the last delivery of the over. Full outside on off stump, it turns into Sinolo Jafta, and she goes through for a quick single to the fielder at mid-wicket, and there is a throw to the non-strikers in. Sinolo Jafta makes the dive, but the bowler doing very good work to take the bails off there. They've sent this decision up to the third umpire just to see whether or not Sinolo Jafta was short of her crease there. What do you think?
Yeah, there was a bit of hesitation, but judging from the body language from the West Indies ladies, it doesn't seem like they're confident of the appeal. But the umpire, of course, he's got the technology, he's making use of it. And the batter's just out in the middle there having a quick chat. I think they're probably trying to work on that communication. I think, for Chloe, it's important to just rotate that strike and keep the scoreboard ticking and not to bog down an end. But just a little bit on Jafta. I mean, she's on the side. She's been a bit inconsistent. With Trisha Chetty not playing, this really is an opportunity to not, obviously she's very good with the gloves, but to show that she can be that all-rounder that's needed.
Yeah, definitely. And the decision has been made by the third umpire is not out, and that brings us to the end of the 33rd over. We have Connell in from the call it drive end. This ball back over length on off stump, and Sinolo Jafta does well to guide that to the third man fielder, and they come through for a single. The score 126 for 5. We see Jafta now on 2 and Chloe Tryon on 10. This partnership of 6, I think, quite vital here for the Protea women's team.
Absolutely. Now we're really down to the last recognized batters, which is Ishmael, Kaka, Klaas, and Mlaba to come.
Connell in a short ball to Chloe Tryon outside the off stump, and she does well to get to that. They go through for a single. They want to push for the second run, but very good fielding from the fielder out on the mid-wicket boundary. and they only managed to get a single. It's 127 for 5.
You can see Jafta's itching to just get to the other side to give Chloe. She's looking like she's getting good momentum, good confidence as well. And she's connecting bat and ball, which is important for that confidence.
In here to Sinalo Jafta, this ball back of a length outside the off stump, and it beats the bat of Sinalo Jafta through to the keeper, Campbell. A little bit hesitant does Sinalo Jafta look. I suppose she is looking to get the one and to get Chloe Tryon on strike. But there are other ways to do it than to just woefully swipe there at the ball. In here once again to Sinalo Jafta. This ball, once again, a back of a length delivery, this time on middle stump. And Jafta does well to defend that out to the off stump for no run.
Connell is really showing her experience and class here. She isn't giving Jafta anything outside off. She's keeping it very straight, and Jafta's finding it very hard to find any scoring opportunities.
We see the field had extra cover come in off the inner ring, and she's putting a lot of pressure here on Sinalo Jafta. This ball, back of a length outside the off stump. It was quite a short-ish delivery, and Jafta does well to get that to the field at third man. They come through for a single, and I think that's what she would have wanted, is to get Chloe Tryon on strike here to face the fiery bowling of Connell.
Absolutely. There's just 7 overs left after this ball. And South Africa 128 for 5. They really need to be pushing, getting that run rate closer to 5 and 6.
Connell into Chloe Tryon. This ball is short on middle stump, and Chloe does well to hit that to the vacant square leg region. But the fielder at mid-wicket is very quick to the ball, and they come through for 2 runs. The score now 130 for 5 after 34 overs. We see Jafta on 3, and Chloe Tryon looking a lot more comfortable than she was an over and a half ago. She's middling the ball a little bit better than she was. She's on 13, and their partnership moves up to 10 runs.
It must be quite difficult, and I guess both teams are going through it, trying to find your combinations. And certainly for the players, knowing that you've got limited opportunities to make your play, to impress the coach and the selectors. But when you come in the situations like this, do you play a natural game? Do you try to reinforce something for the team? It's such a tricky balance to get.
Yeah, it definitely is tricky, because at the same time you're playing for your country and you want to do the best job that you can do, but you're also fighting for selection in a team that is quite competitive. We have Ramarak from the golf course end into Sinalo Jafta, who works this ball off her pads into a vacant square leg region, and they come through for 2. Sinalo Jafta dives there because it was very good fielding by the fielder who was at deep mid-wicket. A very good throw into the keeper, who takes the bails off. Sinalo did put the dive in, but the umpires have sent this up to the third umpire just to check whether she made her ground or not.
Chloe calls it up to the middle of the wicket. I wonder what she's saying. I think you see a lot of urgency, but you also don't want to take risks with that urgency. You want to take calculated risks rather.
Yes, definitely. And I think the fielders on the boundary, the West Indian fielders, have been very good at cutting the angle. They're running to the ball instead of running around the ball, which is often what we see by fielders on the boundary. They've been very good at that in the first ODI on Friday as well as today. And the third umpire has made the decision of not out, so Sinalo Jafta remains at the crease, and she is to face the second ball here from Ramharak. In here from the golf course end, Sinalo Jafta double steps and plays a wonderful shot over the head of Connell, who is at mid-off, for a lovely boundary there. She gets a 4, and that takes her up to 9 runs not out. Chloe Tryon on 13, the score 136 for 5. She used her feet really well there to attack the spin, and she played a wonderful shot there over the head of Connell.
Great shot by Jafta. I think, when you're coming in as a new batter, getting that good stroke, that boundary option out the way really does elevate the confidence levels, and, maybe it'll ease her up a bit and get her a little bit more relaxed.
Definitely. In here once again to Sinalo Jafta. They've changed the field now. The fielders at mid-on and mid-off have moved to long on and long off. and she gets a single out to the fielder at long on. The score 137 for 5 after 34.3, Jafta on 10 and Tryon on 13. Tryon is on strike now, and we see a cover sweeper for her. Long on stays out, but mid-off comes up. We have a cow corner and a deep backward square. Mid-wicket is quite square, but on the ring we have 45 points and extra cover. Chloe uses her feet and works that out to the onside to the fielder at cow. They come through for a single. The score 138 for 5. We have 2 balls left in the over, and the South African batters are starting to look nice and comfortable here against the spin.
But again, if you're Stephanie Taylor, you don't mind the singles, do you? You know?
No, not at all. Jafta in here. This ball straighter, and the fielder at mid-wicket does good work there to prevent the single. The score still 138 for 5. We see Jafta still on strike for the last ball here of Ramharak's over from the golf course end. This ball nice and straight, wraps Sinalo Jafta on the pads, and they go up for a half-hearted shot there, but the umpire is having none of that. And that brings us to the end of the 35th over. They took no run there off the last ball of the over, and the score is 138 for 5. And that brings the end of Karishma Ramharak's spell. She bowled 8 overs. She went for 37 runs. She got 2 wickets, and they hit 5 fours off of her.
Another brilliant performance by Ramharak. She's very new in this team, and without the experience of Anisa Mohammed, has really stepped up. On Friday, she also took 2 wickets in that rain-affected no result. And here again, she is today really stepping up for her team and for her captain.
Yeah, definitely. I think Stephanie Taylor has done very well to bowl her at a very crucial time where I feel like she's been able to perform at her maximum. We see Connell back in here from the corner drive into Chloe Tryon. This ball straight and full, and Chloe Tryon whips that off her pad to the vacant square leg area, and that's a boundary there for Chloe Tryon. This is her game, and this is what she is looking to do. She takes advantage of an overpitched and 2 straight delivery there from Connell, and her score moves up to 18. The overall score now 142 for 5.
Connell just straying on the leg side there, and Chloe being Chloe really just capitalized on that.
In once again for the second ball of the over. This ball, what a catch! That is incredible. Chloe takes that out. She hits it hard, and the fielder at mid-on takes a crazy dive to her right. She throws one hand out at that, and the ball sticks. That was incredible.
Absolutely incredible. You can see the disappointment on Chloe Tryon. She hangs her bat on her shoulders as she slowly walks off. But the fielder, it looks like it's Chanel Henry is down and all her teammates are down. She did land quite awkwardly on her shoulder, that one-handed catch. Just brilliant. And let's hope that it's not too serious.
Chloe would definitely have thought that was going for at least a 1 bounce 4, but a wonderful piece of fielding there from the West Indian player. Chloe very disappointing, but we do see Shibnam Ismail come to the crease now. She's played 112 matches, 53 innings, 430 runs with an average of 11.3. Her highest score is 34 against the West Indies in 2015-2016 season. That was in East London, so she'll be looking to try and replicate a score like that here for the South Africans. Of course, just under 6 overs left to go here in the South African batting innings. And the 2 batters at the crease are definitely going to be looking to rotate and make sure that they maximize off the bad delivery that the West Indians give them.
I think it's important. I don't want to say tail enders, you know. The bowlers take themselves very seriously, but they need to make sure that they bet out these overs. You know, South Africa 142 for 6. We've still got 5 overs left. It's important to bet them out and not lose focus by making silly mistakes and getting out.
Yeah, having said that, all 4 of the, I suppose, tail enders, the bowlers of the South African team can bat. They can definitely rotate strike, and I believe that they can put the bad ball away to the boundary. So it will be very exciting to see what they can do here for the Momentum Proteas.
And it's great to see Henry's back up, although she's still holding her shoulder there in a bit of discomfort, but she's on her feet, which can only be positive.
Connell in here to the left hand of Shibnam Ismail. This ball full outside the off stump, and Shibnam Ismail takes a wild swing at that, but does not get any bats on it, and it goes through to Campbell. Score 142 for 6.
I think it's going to be very fun watching Shibnam bat here. Connor will be having her sights on her, but Shibnam Ismail, she won't be backing down at all. We know how she is.
She's definitely not one to back down. Connell in here for the fourth ball of her over, right arm around the wicket to Shibnam Ismail. This is short ball. It doesn't take much to bounce the short player of Shibnam Ismail, but the umpire gives one bouncer for the over. Shibnam Ismail just moves out of the way of that delivery, and it goes through to the keeper for no run.
Stefanie Taylor is backing. Ismail is batting definitely. The field is out. We've got 4 fielders out on the boundary.
Right arm around the wicket into Shibnam Ismail. The angle here is moving into the left hand of Shibnam. This ball beats the bat once again. It's full outside the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper once again.
As I was saying, you'd think that she'd want to keep that inner ring as close as possible, cramp up that batter, make sure that the pressure stays on them while they're on strike.
In here once again for the last ball of Connell's over. Right arm around, and this ball back of a length outside the off stump. Shibnam Ismail decides to leave this delivery to keep the in batter of Sinalo Jafta on strike for the next over. The score 142 for 6 after 36 overs. We have 5 overs left of the South African batting innings. And it's going to be interesting to see here what the bowlers who are as batters here are going to do here.
And certainly from a Stefanie Taylor point of view, after winning the toss, electing to field, the West Indies will be very happy with this performance, 142 for 6. It's definitely a par, actually below par total at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. I think overall the West Indians have been very good with the ball and very good in the field. Not thinking too much about those job catches and missed chances that we had a couple of overs ago. But we see Hayley Matthews in here to Sinalo Jafta from the golf course end. She's turning the ball into Sinalo Jafta outside the off stump, and Sinalo takes a bit of a swipe at that but doesn't connect, and it's caught quite convincingly there by keeper Campbell.
I'm interested to see how this over with Matthews goes with Jafta. We know she does love the sweep, former hockey player. That's a release shot, but
Hayley Matthews in to Sinalo Jafta. She runs at Hayley Matthews down the wicket, and she plays a wonderful drive straight over the bowler's head for a couple of a bounce for a lovely release shot. That's the second time we've seen her play that. This time a little bit straight over the bowler's head instead of the previous one, which was over mid-off's head. But a lovely release shot there that she's chosen today.
Brilliant shot by Jafta. You don't want to get bogged down by the spinner. You want to show your intent and be positive, because once you start playing back, it becomes a bit difficult to get those options.
Definitely. In once again here, the third ball of the over. This ball, a back of a length full, and Jafta just gets a leading edge. Quite disappointing here from her, but Hayley Matthews takes a comfortable catch off her own bowling, just lobbed out to just to the left of her follow through, a simple catch, and we see the back of Sinalo Jafta, who impressed me really. She scored 14 runs off 16 balls. She had 9 dots and 2 fours. She was showing some really nice intent, and it's disappointing to see the back of her.
Definitely. She just misjudged that, wasn't really there to be working onto the leg side. Probably, should be playing through the line of that. But yeah, good performance from her. But again, I think the captain and the coach will need more from her. She should have been there to really lead the lower order and the incoming batters, and being there out, not out at the end.
Yeah, we see Masabata Class come here to the crease. She's played 52 matches. She has 94 runs. And she can definitely bat. I played a provincial game against her in September last year, and she scored a 50 against my Easterns team for Northwest. which is the province that she plays for. She's a good striker of the ball, but also good at rotating the strike as she faces Hayley Matthews from the golf course end. This ball full on middle stump. She rocks forward onto that front foot and just defends that back to the bowler Hayley Matthews for no run. The score is 146 for 7 after 36.4 overs. The fifth ball here from Hayley Matthews into the new batter, Masabata Class. This ball a little bit shorter than the previous, back of a length outside the off stump, but it turns into the right hand of Masabata Class, and she works that around her pad to the fielder who was at deep square leg, and they come through for a single. The score 147 for 7, as we see a little bit of definitely a field change here as Hayley Matthews comes right arm around the wicket to the left hand of Shibnam Ismail. Shibnam has a slip, a backward point, extra cover sweeper on the boundary, mid off, long on mid wicket, a deep mid wicket, and a deep backward square leg. For the last ball of her over, Hayley Matthews into left hand of Shibnam Ismail. Shibnam just defends this out to the fielder at extra cover for no run, and that brings us to the end of the 37th over. Class is on 1 and Ismail is still yet to get off the mark. The score 147 for 7.
I've been really impressed with the way Stefanie Taylor has handled her bowlers. You know, she's read the game really well. She knew when to bring in her fast bowling firepower. But even now, as we, teeter towards the end of the innings, she knows she's still got, Salman who's got 2 overs and Matthews who's holding up the end really well.
Yeah, definitely, and it's exciting to see how she has used her bowlers. We see a bowling change here in the form of Shakira Salman, who comes back here from the caller to drive in. She will be bowling to the right hand of Masabata Class. We have a third man on the boundary, cover sweeper, long on, and a fielder at cow corner. In the ring, we have backward point, extra cover, mid off, and mid wickets, as well as a short fine leg. In here from the caller drive end, Salman in to Masabata Class. This ball back of a length on off stump, and she defends that out. Salman doing the fielding of her own bowling. The score 147 for 7. No run was taken off that first delivery.
Salman's gone for 6.1 overs, 37 runs. Expensive by her terms, because she's definitely one of the more economical bowlers for the West Indies, and there was that one expensive over that probably set her back. She'll be looking to make sure she ends her last 2 overs well.
Yeah, the experienced fast bowler here to the other fast bowler of Masabata Class. This ball full outside the off stump, and Class kind of dances down the wicket a little bit and takes a hopeless swipe at that, but ends up missing. She makes her crease, but there's no attempt of a stumping there. That's no run. The ball just goes through to the keeper.
It's disappointing, I think, after Wolford and Brits gave South Africa the perfect platform, after being sent into bat, that the team find themselves here.
Definitely. Shakira Salman into Masabata Class, who dots this out into the offside, and they come through for a very good single. Well done. That fielder at backward point was hanging on the ring. She was slow to get to that ball, and the batters definitely identified that as a place where they could rotate the strike. We have a bit of a field change here for the left-hander of Shibnam Ismail. We see fine leg come up as well as third man. We have backward point, extra cover sweeper on the boundary. Long on and long off, as well as a deep mid-wicket who's quite square, so almost a forward square leg on the boundary. And Salman brings the long on fielder up into the ring and decides to send third man out, which is a bit more attacking, which is good to see from her to the left hand of Shibnam Ismail. From the caller drive in, Salman to Ismail, and she bowls back of a length outside the off stump, and Ismail takes a wild swipe at that and really does get a top edge. It sails to the fielder at extra cover, who takes a very simple catch there to take the wicket of Shibnam Ismail well done to the West Indies team. That was very well set up, and Shivnam Ismail just fell for the trap there.
Yep, Chipman didn't die wondering. She went for the swipe, unfortunately getting that top edge straight to Dotton there, who took an easy catch. Beg your pardon, Williams. Rashada Williams there. And in comes Ayabonga Kaka.
Yes, that was a bit disappointing there from Shibnam, who went out for no runs. She faced 6 balls. We see Ayabonga Kaka here in her 72nd match. She has 97 runs with an average of 5. Her highest score is 15 against New Zealand in the 2016-2017 season in Paarl. The batters did cross, and we see Masabata Class on strike here to Salman from the corner drive end. This ball back over length on the off stump, and she plays that out to the off stump. Hayley Matthews takes a shy as the South African batters come through for a quick single, but she does not connect with the wickets at the non-strikers end. And these two lower order batters come through for a single. The score 149 for 8 after 37.5 overs.
We spoke about it earlier, but with 3 overs remaining, as much as you might want the boundaries, the singles are still keeping that scoreboard ticking as well. So, if Ayabonga Kaka and Masabata Class can, try within their means. By within their means, I mean not too many risks. They could tick it along and maybe get it to as close to that 170 mark as possible.
And we see the first mistake, in my opinion, from Stefanie Taylor. That ball was given a no ball because there were 5 fielders on the boundary. They bring the fine leg up into the ring. This ball is a free hit. Ayabonga Kaka on strike. Her first delivery that she'll be facing, a free hit. That will be enjoyable for her. That's always nice as a batter to come in, and that first delivery you cannot go out on. Salman in here from the corner drive end to Ayabonga Kaka. It's full outside the off stump, and she hits that hard to the fielder at cover. There's miscommunication out there in the middle, and they come through for a single. Lots of hesitation. They do decide to cross, and they just ends up. They do come through, and the keeper takes the bails there. Takes the bails off the stumps at the striker's end. But it does look. We're watching the replay on the big screen here. Oh dear.
That looks quite close.
Yeah,
but everybody's back to their mark and ready to continue.
So it was given not out, and we see the last ball of the 38th over. Salman into to Masabata Class, I beg your pardon. This ball short outside the off stump, and she swipes at that. She skies it, and it's caught by the fielder at cow corner. She makes some good ground, but in the end takes quite a simple catch. And we see the back of Masabata Class. Disappointing there, she scored 3 runs off 7 balls. I think, Lerato, you were saying that this lower order really would hopefully be looking to bat out the overs here at the Wanderers. And that's definitely not what we've seen so far.
No, unfortunately not. I think the game management, you expect them, you can't expect them to come in and play like a top order batter. So, they're always going to be swinging, and unfortunately the swings are just going straight to the fielders. Nkululeko Mblaba, what does she have for us?
We saw a very good display actually in the warm-up match that they played last week Tuesday. She looked very comfortable out in the middle here at the Wanderers when they played that warm-up game. She was hitting the ball hard. She was picking gaps. I think she has a lot of talent here at the bottom end of the South African lineup. The score is 151 for 9, and that brings us to the end of the 38th over that wicket does. And we see Hayley Matthews coming in from the golf course end to Mlaba here, who's on strike. Matthews in here. This ball full outside the off stump. A wild swing once again that we've seen here from the lower order of the South African team, but no connection bat on ball at all. The score still 151. Hayley Matthews will be searching here for this last wicket of the South African team. Into Mlaba, this ball a little bit shorter than the previous, back over length on middle stump, and a bit of a swing there again, but comes off the shoulder of Mlaba to the fielder at a short 45 position. They do not come through for a single. Once again, Hayley Matthews into Mlaba, full outside the off stump, and she hits this airborne to the fielder at mid-off, who seems confused, backpedals back, then comes forward. A missed chance again there from Connell, almost identical to the one that Sunelis hit at her. She does not look comfortable there at all, and that's the third dropped opportunity that we've seen from the West Indian team. Matthews in here to Ayabonga Kaka, full outside the off stump, and she defends that and dots it just a meter away from her, and Campbell does good work there to get to the ball and just pass it back to Matthews for no run.
Yes, Connell, it's almost like she didn't see the ball, and yeah, again, almost very similar. It just dipped on her and couldn't keep her hands to it.
Ayabonga Kaka outside the off stump is Hayley Matthews, and she just plays that out to the fielder at mid-wicket for no run. For the last ball over, Hayley Matthews into Ayabonga Kaka from the golf course end. This ball full on the off stump, and Aya once again defends that down the wicket. Campbell doing good work there to come around the stumps and the batter to collect that ball. That is the end of the 39th over. The score is 152 for 9. Both batters on 1. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. We have 2 overs left of the South African batting innings, and hopefully the South African team can hold their bats here through the next 2 overs.
Absolutely, and no doubt, Sunelis is thinking of her bowling and her bowlers, and when the Proteas come onto the field, we saw a very good opening spell in that first match with Ishmael, and it was Kaka who opened the bowling.
It was
a class, yeah. So they'll no doubt be making sure their plans are in place when that inning starts.
Shakira Salman in here from the corner drive end to Nonkululeko Mlaba. This ball short outside the off stump, and she plays a pull shot, and it drops just short of the fielder, who makes good work to run in from the cow corner boundary, but it drops short of her, and they come through for a single. Once again, miss hits here from the South African batters. They really do seem to be picking out the fielders. In this time to Ayabonga Kaka, who works this out to that same fielder at cow corner, this time well controlled on the ground, and they come through for a single.
It's very positive to see her using her feet, getting down the track. That's a very good shot. That I wouldn't call that a number 10 batter's shot.
Shakira Salman into Nonkululeko Mlaba. This ball again short outside the off stump, and Mlaba just pulls this out. Much better controlled than the previous shot that she played on the ground to that same fielder at cow corner. They get through for a single.
Again, the singles are ticking over. It might not be the boundaries that the team might want, but the singles, they are making an impact.
This ball back over length on off stump, and Ayabonga Kaka plays a very controlled back foot drive to the fielder, who runs in from long on to collect that ball, and they come through for a single. The score 156 for 9, as we see Shakira Salman getting ready to bowl the 5th ball of her over here. Both batters on 3. This has been a very nice over from the South African batters, really rotating the strike very well. Salman into Mlaba, short outside the off stump, and Mlaba tries to play that identical pull shot that she's played the previous 2 balls, but this time not connecting bat on ball at all, and it just goes through to the keeper for no run.
Both teams will know the importance of a run. Remember the last ODI out in the West Indies, which was tied and went down to a super over, so you really can't take any of the singles for granted.
Yeah, we see a field change here. Long off comes to mid off, and we see square leg go out to the boundary. This ball back over length outside the off stump, and Nonkululeko Mlaba takes a wild swing, and it goes over the head of the fielder at point. They come through for 2 runs. A good collection there from Connell, who did the fielding. That is the end of Shakira Salmon's spell. She bowled 8 overs for 47 runs. She bowled 2 wides and 3 no balls, which is slightly disappointing from her. But she will be looking to rectify that, hopefully, when South Africa and West Indies play their 3rd ODI and they come out again for their bowling innings.
Last over of the innings.
Yes, and we see Hayley Matthews finishing up here with her last over of the day and the last over of the West Indians bowling innings. Ayabonga Kaka is on strike as Hayley Matthews comes from the golf course end, her hop, skip and a jump into her off spin here. This ball pitching outside the off stump but turning into the right hand of Ayabonga Kaka, who works that around her pads but does not get a run as the fielder at short 45 does good work to pick up that ball. Matthews in to Kaka. This ball outside the off stump. Ayabonga does very good work to come down the track there, and she plays a very controlled on drive straight to the fielder at long on, and they come through for a single. The score 159 for 9. There are 4 balls left of the West Indian bowling innings. And Nonkululeko Mlaba is on strike here to Hayley Matthews.
This partnership is 8 runs, 8 very valuable runs. And like I said, I want to ask you, Jenna, is scoreboard pressure a thing or is that a made-up theory?
Scoreboard pressure is definitely a thing as a batter. We see a field change. The cover sweeper comes in and we see long off go out. This ball full outside the off stump and Nonkululeko Mlaba just hits that out to the fielder at long on. They come through for a single. These 2 batters have really impressed me. They look comfortable at the crease. They look attacking, but at the same time, very controlled. Oh, a spinner. Oh, dear. We see the final wicket of the South African team. Very well bowled there by Hayley Matthews. It pitched outside the off stump and it was caught behind. Kind of turned in quite a lot there to Ayabonga Kaka, who just didn't drop her hands, and it looks like she got some glove on that. A very good catch there from keeper Campbell. A very steep bounce there, and just very, very well bowled there by Hayley Matthews. And that brings us to the end of the South African batting innings. Well done to the West Indians team. They restricted them for 160 for 10 in 40.4 overs. Obviously, 2 balls left there in the West Indians bowling innings, but they did manage to get all 10 wickets of the South African team.
Yes, thanks very much, Jenna. It's certainly been very much the West Indies day, I feel, with them bowling South Africa out for 160. It was an innings that never really quite got going. Paul Fountain Brits took a good few overs to get into their rhythm, but then once they were out, then it really was just a good little cameo by Sinead Lees in the middle overs. But other than that, South Africa struggled to get going. And I think the Proteas women bowlers are going to really have their work cut out for them to defend this total, particularly if they don't get Dotton out early doors. In the meantime, it is the innings break, and so what we're going to do is play one of our podcasts. It's from the Full Quota podcast. It's their interview with Coach Hilton Waring, who is the Momentum Proteas coach and has been looking after these women for over a decade now, Jenna, I think. So we'll be listening to that during the break. Thank you very, very much for joining us. You've been listening to One World Sports Radio. Please do tell all your friends about us, spread the word, and get people introduced to the concept of digital radio. It certainly is the way that commentary is going in the future. We'll be back in about half an hour.
Life is lazy, life is sweet when January comes. As long as one team's bowling and the other's making runs. I know as soon as it's my lucky day. If the cricket's on the ABC, then everything's okay. And the cricket's on my radio, and everybody's laying low. As long as there's a game somewhere, it's all I need to know. And there's cricket on the radio.
So those not playing need to stay sharp, and for them to stay sharp is to keep them motivated and they understand the bigger picture where we're going.
Yeah, I hear lots of words like pipeline and communication. Very, very important with the two there. With having a bigger pool of players. Having a bigger pool of players is clearly making a difference to the team as a whole. So do you think you are better equipped now to go to this World Cup than you were to that last one? Do you think overall you are better equipped as a unit, having experiences that you had, having lost the semi-final, bigger pool of players? Do you think overall that you are better equipped now to take on the next World Cup?
I think the difference now for us being better equipped or more prepared is we have more experience. Like I said, most of these players have been through 3-4 semi-finals now together in both formats. They understand how it feels to lose in the semi-final, and they're getting to that age now where everybody wants to play now and win this World Cup. And they want to give this World Cup the best that they can because they understand that where they are as they're not as young as they used to be. So preparation and the focus is very different in the camp now when it used to then. And it allows us, like once again I said, to be able to spend more time with your youngsters because your seniors understand what they need to do. I mean, you see how they go about it from a bowling unit, how they bat, and that rubs off to our fielding. So that's why as a unit now, we're starting to become a very formidable unit. Players are playing extremely good cricket, understanding the game much better. So are we better prepared? I think mentally, yes, we are. And where we're going as a team, yes, extremely. I think ideally we would still like to have it would have been ideal to have another tour before the end of the year to make sure that we can see where everyone is at before we go to this Christmas break, knowing that in January we can kick off now with the West Indies tour into the World Cup. It will be ideally, but we can only manage what we can. And I know operation team understands that they're working around the clock to see, because I think at the same time, around November, December is a qualifier. So most of the teams are involved there. So getting content is not always as easy as we would like to, but we can only control what we can. So through camps, we'll make sure.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true. We've got some of the qualifiers happening in Zimbabwe, and you've got Pakistan, West Indies, all down here, Bangladesh, all down here playing. And so it's a little bit tough for them to kind of organize. But Coach, looking at that World Cup, and obviously you've mentioned the semi-finals that you've come through. I think if we look at women's cricket in the world, you've got the two big teams, Australia and England, and it's always either one of those two that you're going to meet in a semi-final. And then obviously there's that group, New Zealand, India, South Africa, and West Indies, that are pretty much at a similar level, but I'd say South Africa slightly higher, maybe in a level of their own right now after this incredible year you've had. How do you break through that ceiling in a semi-final? How do you beat those teams in the semi-final? Have you identified their weaknesses, or do you think because we have a golden generation where I think we've got 3 top 10 ODI bowlers, we've got 2 top 10 ODI batters, that now it's a little bit easier, but maybe it's just tweaking tactics here and there. But that's always been the thing in my head is how do we beat them? How do we break through that ceiling?
I think World Cup's preparation is key. I think for us it's just to make sure that we're injury-free. We have an injury-free squad going into the World Cup. And the good thing is, like you mentioned, the two teams, countries you spoke about, the two teams, Australia, England, is the teams that always had the resources. I mean, they've been leading the pack, and the rest of the world has been actually following that and trying to catch up with them. I think with all that we have achieved with the resources that we have in the country compared to what they have, the team one can only be proud of what this team has achieved, because the resources we have is nothing compared to what they have. And through that, the girls have shown that the talent is here in the country. It just needs to be nurtured. And through nurturing and looking after it, making sure that each and everyone work extremely hard around with their skills, and not forgetting that the opportunities they get around the world. We went from 1 or 2 players playing in these leagues. Now we're sitting at 10, 11 players at a time. So it shows the growth of the team. So going into World Cup, I think at the end of the day, what is good about the 50 over World Cup is 8 teams and you play in a round robin, and the top 4 goes through. So the World Cup is how you play, how you prepare on the day. You're not going to rely on anyone to do your favor. I mean, you have 7 games to play to get yourself in a semi-final. You need to focus on the 7 games and how you go about it. Luckily now for us, we've played a lot of cricket. We played a lot against these countries. Is when it gets to the opportunity when we're in the semi-final again. I think once we get ourselves there, we've been there now. I think everyone in the camp understands now it's an opportunity for us to see if we can push to the next level and get ourselves in the final, because once you're in the knockout stages, anything can happen. But what we had to do is to make sure that we have now a squad of 18 players that a day. All our bases are covered. Preparation has been very good. I think we're now going to focus on a couple of camps going into the end of the year, and then building into that home tour against West Indies before the World Cup. So coming into the semi-final at the end of the day, you need one player. I mean, we have a lot of match winners in the squad. We're just now working towards to make sure that they understand now at the end of the day how to go about it, which we can see. Most of them are now starting to get the platform, and they're starting to show in the world what they can do. So on the day is the one that's more focused and concentrate a lot on their basics, and we'll see what can happen on the semi-final. And hopefully we can get ourselves in the final next year.
Yeah, certainly agree. I'm sure you've watched a little bit of New Zealand women against the England women. Yes. New Zealand had them in trouble at times. They didn't quite have enough like that. They certainly gave England a bit of a fight from time to time. But you talk there about the leagues there. How important is it to have our ladies go and play in the Big Bash, in the 100, to get that experience of high intensity cricket, week in, week out, and on a consistent basis? How has that helped?
And they play names around the world. They're in their teams, they're in the change rooms, and you learn quickly. You see things differently. You learn about different cultures, styles of play. So I think that's what we as a country are working towards, to get ours going, getting off the ground, so we can have those kind of leagues also in the country. Because otherwise, if it's not going to happen in the next 2 to 3 years, we're going to fall behind, because we have the talent in the country. That I can assure you. There's enough cricketers coming through. They just need that pipeline where they are looked after, and they can have opportunities where they can share experiences with those kind of big names that we talk about that go around in the world. So if you have that league for a country, it can only mean well for you as a country. Look at what the IPL has done for Indian cricket. I mean, those youngsters that came through now, when Virat Kohli them started where they are now, I mean, that's the only way you can learn. Because when you're sitting in a change room with so much experience as a youngster, then there's no better place to be. I mean, youngsters will wake up and want to be in the change room to learn. Because at the end of the day, although we believe that players need to be on the path to be able to make mistakes and learn, but sitting in an experienced change room, it gives you a lot of insight of how people think and how they go about it and how they prepare to make them sure that they are ready to be able to compete consistently at that level. So yes, it's one that we're looking to have in a country. Everyone is working around the clock that hopefully one day it can take off. We have the WSL that they started now. So through that, we'll make sure that we can build and become a formidable T20 league where everyone we can start having all these overseas players coming over.
No, that's very true. I was at that WSL last year in Cape Town, and that was some really good cricket there. Question about that. From a selection perspective, I know you're part of the selection committee. What are you looking for in young players to say that, no, that one is the next Protea or someone I can work with? From a tournament like that, it's only a couple of days. Like what makes them stand out? Because that was like one of the questions that I had. Obviously, you can see some people stand out performances, and some of them are already in the Proteas fray. But there were others you were like, maybe. But what's the consensus around the panel when looking at talent in a pool like that?
You see, if somebody's talented, Paul, you will see it. I mean, nobody has to tell you. I think for us, is we go out there and we watch how the game is played. There's players that show a lot of potential. I think at the end of it, initially, because our system is not as established as we would like to be, like where you go to the men. I mean, the talent will shine, guys would come with performances. Yes, performance is the first that you look at. But at the end of the day, there's players that has got a lot of skill. Because they show a lot of potential. And you see that if they channel their energies channeled in the right direction and they're given the right attention, they can become very, very good cricketers, if not one of some of the best cricketers the world has seen. So you look at all aspects. I mean, the performance that is there, the skill that is, the potential, and then from there you can look at which players are where, and also look at where we have gaps in the system, and look at a certain skill sets that is being displayed by different players without players even knowing that we're looking at it. And you take it from there, and then you can start looking at how you can get some of the players under 19 emerging into academies and hopefully become Proteas one day. So you look at it holistically.
Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. I guess just to go back onto the actual Proteas squad, talk about the influence of John F. Newkirk and Marizanne Kamp. They seem to have a real influence and play as a sort of leader role within the side. Not just the fact that Marizanne is captain, but just on and off the field, they seem to have a real influence on the team as a whole.
No, I mean, I don't have to say much regarding the two, because if you watch the 100 now that's passed, it explains to you the quality of the two players. I mean, most of the time, Marizanne and Ismail were injured. I mean, Dane had to play out of herself to make sure that they give the team a chance, and the influence that she had on the rest of the squad, and to make sure that the players, and to get the best out of each and every player. It shows what quality leader she is. She reads the game very well. She understands the game, and both of them are now at the stage. Like I said, there's a couple of them. If you add in that list, you could throw in a Shepnam Ishmael, Chetty, Mignon du Preez. Those players have been playing cricket for a long time now. They understand each other. I mean, that's what I'm saying. A support group also at the Protea level is so good, because it's players that don't need to be reminded what to do. They know exactly what needs to happen. It makes their captaincy much easier. I mean, they can come in and focus on their cricket and work and make sure that their performance is up to there, because each and everyone around them understands what they need to do. So the two of them, yes, it's like I said, we're blessed with a very, very good crop of talented cricketers that the country has seen now. And I think for them, if all goes well, I think to get themselves in the World Cup final, it will be great to see, because they got the talent, they have everything that actually us from a coaching point of view would love to have in a team. I think it's complemented very well. Look at our bowling attack. It's one of the best in the world now. Our batting is starting is now clicked in the last year and a half, showing the maturity and experience. I mean, not forgetting that Laura Wolfert is only 21, 22 now. Still a youngster. But she looks like she's been on the scene for years, but she's still a youngster. She's still one who's learning her art as a better. But to have that kind of talent, it shows that in a country we are blessed with talent. It's just for us to make sure we keep looking after them. So those 2 years, they bring a lot of experience. They understand their game very well. They're very good with youngsters. Then they willing to share the experience that they've gained over the years, to make sure that the youngsters don't go in the direction that they were, and they had to learn the hard way to come back onto the road. So you are blessed with that, and it's a change room that you can only be proud of as a coach.
Yeah, that's very true. Coach, I'm gonna take you back to I think that India tour earlier on this year, because I think that was the first time in the ODI setup where as a fan of the past 3 years of this team, I kind of felt that the ODI side clicked. And I understand you spoke about the experience that everyone's gained. But from a tactical perspective, it felt to me like the strategy slightly changed a little bit. Everybody kind of now was moving on with the times, and it felt like it felt to me like India were playing one of the top 2 best teams in the world, the way you guys went about it. What changed in these 18 months from a tactical perspective that makes this team, especially in that top 6, one of the most formidable top 6s in world cricket?
Mindset. I think for us, it was all about the mindset. Everything changed when everybody sat down. And I think you look at how close we came over the years. I mean, in the last T20 World Cup showed us. I think we were 4 runs away from a final in the World Cup. So, and it was circumstances beyond our control on the day. So, but it's the way everyone gave a fight, and we kept pushing so close. I don't even think Australia thought we could get so close. But the confidence that was in the changing room that day, it's something that has just wrapped off, and it just continued. And then from that World Cup, nobody has looked back. And then everyone, remember now, even whoever gets an opportunity to play next knows that the next one set player number 12 is ready to take my place. And they're not even going to play. They're just going to make sure that they do better. So whoever's in the starting 11, they need to make sure that they put the performances. Hence, you see, even when Anaka Boss got a chance, Desmond Press got a chance, the performances just kept going. So they're giving the selection panel a good headache to have. And for us, it's a very good place to be as a cricketing nation, because at the end of the day, that's what you want as a country, to make sure, irrespective that age 20, the way she's showing that she's playing like a season campaigner. She's only a youngster who just started now career in the last year. Shangazi also got a chance now. You see Nadine de Klerk also an opportunity at the World Cup semi-final, how she played. I mean, at the end of the day, we forget that these are only still youngsters. I mean, we had Sunay Lee's captaining the team. So certain 1 or 2 games, we had Laura Wolfert. So we had Laura Wolfert captain in 1 or 2 games, and the way they handled the responsibility and still made sure that we get the desired result on very, very tough conditions. So this team is moving in the right direction, and I think, like we say, it's in a better place now, and it's a team that can start competing for top honors.
I think we can all agree the team is going in the right direction. That is certainly true. It's certainly been a very enjoyable 12 months as a fan. To go in a slightly different direction, with the world that we live in now, with COVID, how has that been like as a team to deal with? And do we know what the situation is going to be in New Zealand? Because we know Australia is extremely stringent at the moment. So yeah, just in general sense, how has that been to deal with that? The bubble life.
It's not a life that you wish for any athlete. It's very, very confined, very difficult. I mean, the bubble life itself, it's something that, you need that, you need to get out of that room, but you can't, because you understand there's a bigger picture. I mean, other countries have been very good with that. And then I think each and every player, a sportsman or woman that's playing sport now these days will tell you it's something that we're still getting used to, because coming from your house, going into that bubble, you're there for 6 to 8 weeks, but in just confined to practice, back to your room in a certain area, you can move, can't mix with people. It's not something they used to, because at the end of the day, they entertain us, and it's very difficult for them to do that at times, because all you do is just what you see is the ground and where you're staying. So you can't even enjoy the places anymore like you used to, maybe going around, just taking time out. Your time out is confined into your room. So it has been tough. It has its challenges. I think with each and every bubble that we get, we try and see how we can improve it to make sure that we make the athletes as comfortable as they can be, because at the end of the day, they need to get into the park and perform, because that's the world we live in. Everybody's going through that. It's just to make sure we're in the right mindset. So when psychologists are needed, they are on standby to be able to take players' call to make sure that they get them mentally ready to be able to compete. But other than that, it's it's a new norm. It's something that we're living with and we continue. And it's something that we always see how we can improve. But other players have adapted extremely well. And they know now there's things how things are working because at the end of the day, you're gonna get people that's gotta have bubble fatigue, mental struggling mentally now to be in bubble because if you look to have back-to-back tours, it's bubble to bubble, so it makes it very difficult.
That's true. I think even COVID. I remember early last year, you were supposed to play Australia at home.
Yeah.
And it was at the start of the pandemic, and somehow it never happened. And I was
a week away. A week away, yes.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I think one of my final two questions. You spoke about. I think you've alluded to some of the players that have come through the system. Ayabonga Kaka, Nonkululeko Mlaba, who've made their name in the system, but through your years coaching the side, the evolution of the team, the black players in and around, the players of color in and around the team, how have they developed throughout, and even from a system wide, and because we're seeing a lot more of them in and around the team. Sinalo Justice there now, Dumisi Kukune is knocking on the door. How has that work come about? Because I think from the women's perspective, I think you've done quite a lot of work regarding transformation.
Get free prescription sunglasses up to the value of 3,100 Rand. Specsavers.
I must say, in the beginning, it wasn't easy because, it's an environment that can be very intimidating for any youngster coming in. I mean, you have the potential, you have the talent, you get into this environment and then when you look around you and the environment is different, now it requires a lot more from you as far as our soft skills are concerned. So I think for us, at the end of the day, we sat down as a team. I mean, back in, I think, 2013, 14, when we sat down as a team, we looked at the environment, where we want to go as a team. I think the most important thing for us was to make sure the team is inclusive. Inclusive meaning that players can be who they are, just understanding that what is it that we stand for as a team, where we're going as a team, what we want to achieve. Because at times, if you're not belonging into an environment, it's very difficult to become yourself. And how do you express yourself on the cricket field? Because at the end of the day, you're going to play with whoever you practice with onto your cricket field. You must be able to build those relationships, must be comfortable to speak to each and everyone, must be comfortable to understand that this is where the team is, I'm part of this team. So just making sure that each and everyone understand where they stand in the team, what is the team goals, where we want to go. And that at the end of the day, I mean, you're an individual. I mean, you can still be who you are, but when we get into a cricket field, there's a job that needs to be done, irrespective of where you come from. Because playing whoever you play against in the world, they don't give a damn about your background, where you come from. You understand? Is they're going to look at you and they want to take you out. So we need to make sure we strengthen that and making you understand that at the end of the day, you're representing a nation, a very proud nation. As you know, our supporters are very unforgiving. I mean, you can win 60 games, we lose one, and then all of a sudden, everything goes haywire. So they need to understand that kind of pressure that is going to come. It's going to happen when days when you're not doing well. So you learn and grow from it. And then we make sure that we give them the right support. Each and every player in the squad was given the right support to get them mentally ready for what is coming. And yes, we had our hiccups, we had challenges, and the building blocks were not easy. But eventually we got to a point where each and every player now starting to understand each and everyone's background, where they come from, because somebody speaking closer they're comfortable speaking in their language. You understand? Not speaking English doesn't mean that you don't understand or you don't want to speak. It's that just you're comfortable speaking closer, and then when you understand. And whoever speaks Afrikaans is comfortable speaking Afrikaans. The environment allows you to do that. But when we're in a team space and we're trying to address things, and obviously we switch to English where everybody can understand and be on the same platform. So it wasn't easy, I think, and it's still something that we keep working on, because we're in such a diverse country, to make sure that we keep getting everyone on the same page, to make sure that we continue improving the environment.
Okay.
Very important. Very, very important. Inclusivity is very important. Paul,
Yes.
I'm all
I've
out.
got one last question around the conditions
Sure.
in New Zealand. I know you went to New Zealand early last year. You kind of got a taste of the conditions. I know you mentioned that obviously based on the way the calendar is looking, you may not get an opportunity to be able to have those to get a couple of more series. How are you preparing around that? Because it's been a while. Yes, the team experience. Are there places in South Africa? Because I know the pitches in New Zealand, you can wake up one morning and you just see grass.
Life is lazy, life is sweet when January comes. As long as one team's bowling and the others making runs. I know as soon as I wake up, if it's my lucky day, if the cricket's on the ABC, then everything's okay. And the cricket's on my radio, and everybody's laying low. As long as there's a game somewhere, that's all I need to know. And there's cricket on my radio.
And welcome back to the second ODI between the West Indies women and the South Africa women. We are here from the Imperial Wanderers Stadium, where West Indies are in, right, with Deandra Dotton and Rashada Williams opening the batting. They will need 161 runs to win in 41 overs. Opening the bowling for South Africa is Shubnam Ismail, coming right arm over to right-handed Deandra Dotton, who will take the first ball. Shubnam Ismail comes past the umpire. It's a full-length delivery on off stump, and Deandra Dotton just defends it. Shubnam Ismail has a very attacking field set, 2 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a wide fine leg, and a third man. And with me, I have Yolani Fourie, right, joining me on the mic.
Good afternoon, Sean. Yeah, it's fantastic to start the second innings. Sun is out, clouds are looking very few in the sky.
Right, Shubnam Ismail comes in. It's a full length delivery on middle stump, middle and leg, and Deandra Dotton just works that around the corner for 1 run to the fine leg boundary, where Chloe Tryon cleans up, and it's 1 run, and Deandra Dotton is finally off the mark.
Yeah, that's a good start to the innings. 1 run from 2 balls, not too bad, against one of the fastest bowlers for women's cricket in the world. It's going to be interesting the way the South Africans approach this bowling innings, only having 160 to defend.
Ishmael comes in from the golf course in. It's back over length, and Rashada Williams doesn't really commit to the front foot, or the back foot kind of hangs out in the middle, and it bubbles or balloons up and just lands in no man's land in front of the cover fielder. She's still yet to get off the mark.
I think they Shubnam Ismail hit that back of a length that we've seen on a regular basis with the West Indies bowling innings, and it just seems like a very good length to hit.
Shubnam Ismail, it's a fuller length delivery on middle and off stump, where Rashada Williams just gets it past the mid wicket, the fielder at mid wicket, and she gets off the mark there. The score is 2 for no loss.
The South Africans are definitely going to be very attacking with this innings. They don't have a big score on the board to defend, so they're going to need to take every opportunity that comes their way. That's why they're probably standing with 2 slips.
Yes, knowing Shibnam Ismail can bowl the way she does. It's a short pitch delivery. Hits Dotton on the hip, cramps her up for room, probably beats her for pace a little, and still no run, a little bit of a smile there, hit on the hip. Oh, you know, you can love the aggression between these two, the competition, but an aggressive bowler versus an aggressive batter.
Yes, definitely. I think Shibnam is one of the most fearful bowlers to face, especially on the pitch out there, and especially if it's tough competition.
Shibnam continues from the golf course in. It's a full-length delivery on leg stump, and Deandra Dotton dispatches this for 6 over long on.
What
Just
a shot.
a check drive out the screws. Fantastic shot to end the over. That brings the score to 8 for no loss. Dotton is on 7.
And it wasn't even such a full delivery. It was slightly, maybe Shibnam missing a length with a good 5 centimeters or so. And that just allowed Dotton to hang a little bit back and just comfortably drive it over for 6.
Yes, that's when you're in form, you're in form. The slightest bit, you will fetch.
Definitely.
Just a little bit off your mark, and you will fetch. Dotton is that type of batter.
And Dotton played an unbelievable innings on Friday as well, scoring the 150 not out. Very well paced innings, started off slowly, and it seems like she's going to carry on with the innings today.
Yes, Dotton was very conservative in the beginning of that innings, and today she is not holding back. She is going full force, but doesn't want to stay out here for too long. Coming from the call it drive end, we've got Masabasa Class, and facing is Rashada Williams. Masabasa Class, it's a full-length delivery on middle and off. Rashada Williams is pushing it, and Tasman Brits at mid-wicket does the fielding for no run.
I would really like to see the South African bowlers to also pull it back slightly, just to hit that back of a length and make it a little bit more difficult for the West Indians. Kind of like the West Indians bowled in their innings as well. It seemed like hitting that back of a length was a brilliant delivery throughout the innings. So hopefully the South Africans find their line and lengths against the West Indies very quickly.
Yes, we do hope that South Africa's bowling woes in terms of their length will be fixed today, and they will bowl a little bit more according to their plan. Masabasa Class running in past the umpire, back of a length, outside the off stump, and surprising Rashada Williams with that extra bounce. She not really doing anything, just dropping the hands, trying to get the bat out the way. That, Yolani, is what you were talking about, just hitting that back of a length and making sure that it's difficult to get the runs away.
Yes, definitely. It's back of length, straight at the body. Batter has to do something, can't just leave it comfortably. And it's a brilliant ball by Class.
Yes, Class showing her class there. She comes in past the umpire. It's a short length delivery, and Rashada Williams hangs her bat out to dry, gets the outside edge, and a very simple catch for Sine Lees. That is the first wicket for South Africa, and a dream start for South Africa.
Definitely, especially defending such a low total. It's exactly what you want, and if you can get that right in the second over already, it's definitely tells me that the South Africans are in it to win it and definitely going full out.
Yes, with that wicket, Rashada Williams out for 1 run after 5 balls, brings in Kaisia Knight. She has 75 matches to her name, 150, an average of 17.7, which I don't think represents what she can do, and with a highest score of 55 against India. Hoping that these two will link up together and put up a decent base for the West Indies fight back. But I do have a feeling that the South Africans will want to, attack.
Definitely. I think it seems like they've learned from the West Indies bowling innings as well, with hitting that back of a length, and it just worked out for South Africa, for Klaas hitting that back of a length, with Williams leaving the first one over the gloves and the second one playing it to the slips. And it looks like they've added the extra gully as well now.
Kaisia Knight is left-handed, and Masabata Klaas will continue from over the wicket. We have a second slip, a gully, a point, third man cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Masabata Klaas comes, it's a back of a length on off stump, and a Knight just defends that, and it goes straight to point for no run. The score is 8 for 1.
Yeah, it's definitely good pace as well. Seems like this wicket is bouncing nicely, and the ball's carrying through beautifully.
Yes, at the Wanderers we do know, and we both have experience knowing that the Wanderers is a fantastic pitch for bowlers. It's another ball back of a length from Masabata Klaas outside the off stump going across Knight. She has to play but misses the ball just marginally. Masabata Klaas hands on her head as it just goes past the outside edge.
Yeah, it's definitely with the ball moving off the seam slightly, just changing the angle of the ball. Definitely with the line she's bowling, the batter has to play at it, and with the ball moving just slightly away from the batter makes it difficult for the batter.
Masabata Klaas comes in past the umpire. It's a wider outside the off stump, and it continues. Knight plays at it, swings and misses. This is a plan for the South Africans.
Definitely a plan for the South Africans, and it seems like the West Indies also made it clear anything full's going to go. So it's going to be very important for the South Africans to keep their back of a length and make it extremely difficult for the West Indians to get under the ball. Otherwise, I think it's going to go both ways, where West Indies, if it's there, it's going to be out the park, and with the South Africans, if it's there, it's going to be a wicket.
This is poised to be a very competitive match. A low total, we do know that these aren't the easiest to chase, so it will be interesting to see how they go about this. The South Africans defending and the West Indians chasing. Ishmael coming in from the golf course end. It's a back of a length delivery on the fourth stump. Deandra Dotton going there, looking like she's going to defend, and at the last minute lets it go past her.
Again, slightly swinging out just enough to miss the bat. And again, hitting that back of a length, which is beautiful. And it's just with the 2 overs that we've seen now, it's definitely the line to hit.
Ishmael comes in. It's a full length delivery on leg stump. And Dotton plays and it misses, hits the pads, but missing a leg stump by a mile. Dotton's weight very unbalanced there.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of times awkward, especially when you're expecting the back of a length ball and all of a sudden it gets darted into your legs. It tends to throw the batter a bit off balance.
Ishmael comes in past the umpire. It's a short ball outside the off stump. Dotton swats that but mishits it and goes straight into the ground for no run. She'll feel that she missed out there.
Yeah, definitely. I think she mistimed it a little bit there, maybe a bit too early on the shot. But with Shibnam Ismail's pace, you would expect it to come through very quickly. So she might have been a touch too early on the shot, and therefore she only managed to get it to cover.
Yes, the West Indians will be happy that she didn't play it as well as she had hoped. As Ishmael comes in, it's another short ball. Goes just off the... Dotton plays it off the hips to fine leg for 1 run. The score is 9 for 1. Dotton is on 8. Knight is yet to get off the mark. She'll be facing her first ball from Shibnam Ismail in this innings. And still 2 slips, backward point, cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, fine leg, and a third man for Knight.
Definitely completely different than what the West Indians had. They had the cover sweeper out. So obviously they had a specific plan. South Africa's got their own specific plan. Happy with the 2 slips. It looks like a second slip and a third slip. So they're expecting the ball to travel quite far.
Shibnam Ismail comes in. It's fuller length delivery, and Knight just defends that, and Shibnam Ismail doing her own fielding. you would expect that the West Indians know that it is a good batting deck. They've played on this surface. It is the same surface from the last game. They've played on the surface. They know that the longer you stay out there, the easier it gets. And with the sun baking the surface, it will become a lot easier, especially after the rain this morning. Ishmael comes in, and it's a full-length delivery well outside the off stump, and just continues. Knight just lets it go past for no run. That's the end of the third over. The score is 9 for 1. Dotton on 8. Knight still yet to get off the mark.
I think a much better over from Shibnam Ismail in regards to her length. So she bowled a lot more back of a length in the previous over. But I think also against to bowl to Dotton is never easy, especially if you know she can put you in the stands. But just to see that confidence with one of the most experienced bowlers in the side and in the world just shows you how easy it can actually be.
Yes, the experience there, knowing that she came back off, a tight over, ended in a 6, and then just come back and keep going. As you say, Dotton is not an easy character to bowl to. As Masabata Class comes in from the corner drive end, bowling to Dotton. This ball's a fuller ball, but shapes in a little bit and gets the outside half of Dotton's bat. And it's a dot ball. This ball went straight to point.
It seems like the West Indians are happy to see the ball out if it's not in their area, and they're just waiting for the ball or for the bowler to make that mistake and put it in their area so that they can put it out the park, basically. So it's going to be interesting for how long the South Africans can stick to that back of a length.
Class comes in, it's a short length delivery, and Dotton almost uppercuts this over the slip cordon, over the only slip, and it goes down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, I think if there was a first slip, there could have been a chance, as Sunelis is standing at second slip, it looks like. So I think if she was standing at first slip, I think there could have been a chance, or a bigger chance than what they had now. The keeper didn't even try to go for it.
And this ball's been called a no ball. That ball was well over the slip cordon, and now Deandra Dotton gets a 4, and now we'll have a free hit. Hopefully, Masabata Class can deal with this. This one's back of a length on off stump, and Dotton pulls it, but goes straight to the fielder, Tasman Brits at mid wicket.
Yeah, very well bowled by Claus. I think Dotton couldn't quite get under that ball. It was slightly more to her legs and not giving her that space to actually get under the ball. So I think very well bowled by Claus, making sure that free hit doesn't go for a boundary or even a single.
Yes, Class does have some skills in her repertoire. It's a full length delivery outside the off stump, and Dotton drives this very hard to the fielder at mid off. No run there.
I think definitely if the South Africans can bowl their pressure here, making sure when the batters get bat on ball, it goes straight to a fielder. So it's very important for the bowlers to bowl to their field and create that pressure situation, get another wicket here or 2, and the West Indies will start feeling that pressure definitely.
Class continues from the corner drive in. It's a fuller length delivery on middle and leg, and it is a fantastic on drive past the fielder at mid on and goes for 4. That brings the score to 18 for 1. Deandra Dotton on 16, and Kaisia Knight is still yet to get off the mark.
I think Dotton is taking strike here, taking one for the team, I would say. It was a beautiful on drive. And it seems like the field or the outfield has quickened up a little bit as well. Or it could purely be Dotton that just times the ball amazingly.
The outfield would definitely dry out. We had a lot of rain. We would never guess it by the fantastic weather we're having here at the Wanderers Stadium, as Class comes in, back of a length, outside the off stump, and just shapes away from Dotton as she plays and misses. The score is still at 18 for 1. Dotton is on 16. Knight still yet to get off the mark.
Our Claus again hitting that beautiful back of a length, just I would say about 4th stump, and just making it move away slightly, just enough to beat the batter.
So that will be in Dotton's mind that there is some movement here. So hopefully, the South Africans will get one. This is another full delivery outside off stump, and Dotton absolutely swats this one, but goes straight to the field at mid-off, which is Ayabonga Kaka. That's the end of the fourth over. The score still is 18-1 with Dotton on 16, and Knight will face the first ball of the next over. Still yet to get her innings going.
I think with the fact that they play with two balls, one either side, it allows the ball to last a little bit longer as well, which leaves a little bit more in it for the fast bowlers. So that will definitely be in Dotton's mind as well, if the pace bowlers can have it swinging from the start, and knowing that the ball is still going to take 10 overs, but this time instead of 5 each side, it's going to be 10 this side, 10 the other side.
Yes, Shibna Ishmael continues from the golf course end to Kaisia Knight. It's back of a length on off stump, and it's just pushed with soft hands into the vacant extra cover region, and Kaisia Knight gets her first run of the innings.
I think she's probably happy to be off strike, or not off strike, but off the mark, and at the same time playing a little bit of a supporting role for Dotton, getting Dotton on strike, making sure she faces majority of the balls. Yes. As we all know, she can clear the boundary by now, and I think
Ishmael comes in past the umpire, back of a length on off stump, and Dotton just defends that. Ishmael doing the fielding herself.
Yeah, I think Knight really wants Dotton to face majority of the balls. She's been there for longer as well. So Knight will get her eye in as time goes, get the singles, get off strike, and as soon as she feels comfortable, join in with the force.
That would be the ideal situation. But as we can see, Dotton wants the strike. She is the informed batter. She wants to face the pace of the South Africans. Shibna Ishmael comes in. It's a short length delivery, a little bit too close to cut, but Dotton uses her feet, gives herself some room, but hits that very hard straight to the cover fielder.
Yeah, Dotton is definitely looking to be extremely aggressive, as we should know by now, and hitting it as hard as she can. Just I think there wasn't enough width in that ball to get it through point. We've got a very, very backward point standing. It's Laura Wolford standing backward point. So there's a big gap on point.
It's a full-length delivery from Shibna Ishmael on leg stump. And Deandra Dotton has cleared the field and over the dugout for a massive 6 on the leg side. What a shot from Dotton. It brings the score to 25-1. Dotton on 22. Knight is still on 1. Dotton's not wasting any time today.
No, definitely. I think she wants an early afternoon. She picked it up beautifully from the legs. I think Shibna Ishmael just missing a length a little bit there and bowling a touch too straight, allowing Dotton to get under the ball and slogging it basically for a 6 on the leg side.
I think Ishmael wanted the Yorker, got it a little bit wrong, and Dotton not wasting any opportunity to send the bad ball away.
Definitely, if it's there, she's going to make sure it reaches the boundary.
Ishmael comes in past the umpire. It's a fuller length delivery again on off stump, and Dotton just pushes it to the fielder at mid-off, not getting her timing right, but Dotton has done very little wrong in the last, not only in her last game she played against the first ODI, but also in this game so far.
Definitely, and what I really like about it is she's identified her balls that she wants to put away, and she waits for them.
Yes, she is pacing her innings well, and is just taking advantage of the pace that Shibna Ishmael is giving her. Shibna Ishmael comes in as a short ball. Dotton just ducks under it, and that leaves it for a dot. At the end of the 5th over, the score is 25-1. Dotton on 22. Knight is on 1. The West Indies still need 136 runs to win off 36 overs. And they seem to be cruising.
Yeah, I'm surprised Dotton actually didn't try to get a single there to get back on strike on the other side.
Well, I think, there's no need to when you are traveling at 5 runs and over against a very experienced, top-ranked bowler in Shibna Ishmael.
Definitely.
There's no need to attack too much.
And I guess she wants to give her batting partner opportunity as well.
Class continues from the corner drive in. It's back of a length and just goes across Knight, who just leaves it and lets it go through for a dot. Easy stuff here. You would expect that Dotton wants to attack Shibnam Ismail, because Ismail would want to bowl to Knight, who isn't in the best of form. Didn't play, only got one in the first ODI. So you would expect, let's take on Ismail.
Yeah, I think definitely, and with Ismail having a little bit more pace than the other bowlers, it makes it a little bit easier.
Class comes in, it's a shorter delivery, and Knight just rocks onto her back foot and drives it, but finds the fielder at mid-off for no runs. Score still is 25 for 1.
I'm saying it makes it a little bit easier, but if Shibnam Ismail hits her right line and length, it's very difficult to actually play it. So for Dotton to be patient and wait for that bad ball and put it away is very well done from Dotton's side.
And this is for all batting cricketers out there. If you want to see somebody hit the ball hard, Deandra Dotton is the one who will show you. Basa Class bowling back over length, and it's well outside the off stump. Knight just throwing her bat out there, little foot movement, and it just goes between the gap between backward point and gully for 1 run to third man boundary. That's the score at 26 for 1. Knight on 2, Dotton on 22.
And Knight doesn't look very comfortable at the moment. I'm sure if she starts rotating strike, get used to the pace of the ball and the bounce and stuff, it will get better. But hopefully it can happen sooner than later for her.
Yes, and hopefully, later, and if you're a South African fan, Class comes in, it's a very straight ball, full of length, and Dotton just pushes this to the left of mid-on and scampers through quickly for 1 run. She is an absolute athlete, Deandra Dotton.
Definitely. She makes cricket look easy, if I can put it that way, and especially opening the batting. It's unbelievable stuff from her. And the fact that she's still happy to play and get the quick single is wonderful to see.
Yes, we know she can hit a long ball, so showing her athleticism. Now we have Masabata Class. It's a fuller length delivery, but well wide outside the off stump. Knight on the front foot throws her bat at it, and it just goes wide of Laura Fulfart, who dives, and it goes past, and Shibnam Ismail at the third man boundary does the fielding, and they only get 1 run. Dotton has worked so hard on her fitness, and you can see that her strength works to her advantage. She's hitting the ball into the stands. It's not every day you see this. So if you are hearing this, come and see it at the Wanderers. Class continues from the corner drive end, and it's a full length delivery just outside the off stump, and Deandra Dotton check drives this over the fielder at mid-off for 4.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. You wouldn't say there was a 2-day rest in between the 2 games, and you wouldn't say that she's starting from 0 again today.
That brings the end of the 6th over. The score now is 32 for 1. Dotton is on 27. Knight is on 3. The West Indies still need 129 runs to win with off 35 overs.
I think Dotton is making it look easy out there, but very well played. And I would say it's a very mature innings so far from her side. She's respecting the bowlers when they're hitting that good line and length, but when it's there to punish, she makes sure it reaches the boundary.
Yes, Dotton not leaving anything behind, and is giving a batting masterclass. You come here and you will see how she is freeing her arms, waiting for the bad ball, as you have said, utilizing the power play, making sure she takes full advantage of the fielders that are limited. You can't have too many fielders outside in the power play. You can only have 2, and South Africa, for the bowlers, have chosen third man and fine legs. So anything full, she'll take advantage.
Yeah, definitely. And it looks like Sunelis is making the field a little bit more defensive, taking a slip out, still keeping the gully, but now she's adding an extra cover instead of having that extra slip in the field. So with the form Dotton is currently, it's a good move.
Ayabonga Kaka replacing Ismail comes in from the golf course end. It's a full-length delivery to Knight, on middle and off, and Knight just drives it back to Kaka for no run. The score still is 32 for 1.
I think Knight is definitely going to play that supporting role. Just looking to get the singles, get the strike rotated, getting Dotton on, and making sure that they keep getting the singles as well.
Kaka comes in, it's a full-length delivery, wide outside the off stump, and Knight mistimes this, and it goes straight to the fielder at extra cover. That brings the end to Knight's innings. The score now is 32 for 2. A welcome wicket for South Africa. Knight 3 runs off 12 balls, and she was caught by Lara Goodall at extra cover.
Yeah, she didn't look comfortable from the start. Was struggling a little bit, not sure what shot to play as well. Going on the front foot for a short ball, those type of things. And with Aya's pace just slightly slower than Shibnam Ismail is allowing Knight to be a little bit too early on that shot and playing it straight into the fielder's hands.
This brings in the captain, Stefanie Taylor, 136 matches under her belt. She has 736 50s, a higher score of 171. At one stage ranked the best all-rounder in the world for quite a few years. Stefanie Taylor is a class act, and with an average of 45.5, you can understand why. So now this, for the West Indies, this is a key partnership to get them through this innings. But for the South Africans, they would want to break this innings as soon as possible.
Yes, definitely. I think Stefanie Taylor started off very well in the first ODI. Unfortunately, got hit on the elbow. Hopefully, it doesn't happen again.
Class to Taylor, and Kaka to Taylor, and it's back of a length, well outside the off stump, and Taylor leaves that for no run.
As Stefanie Taylor is one of the most experienced players in the camp between both teams. Proper all-rounder, spinning all-rounder. She's actually currently ranked 9th with the batting and 4th as an all-rounder.
Yes, Kaka comes in to Taylor. It's a full ball, and it's probably going down leg. Taylor misses this one and hits the pad. Some mumbled appeals there, but very exciting to see some uncertainty. It's unfortunate that she wasn't able to finish her innings in the first ODI after getting hit in the arm by Deandra Dotton. We're happy to see her on the field, so glad that she isn't injured. Kaka in, it's a full-length delivery on off-stump that Taylor just defends.
Yeah, it's definitely good to see that Stefanie is fine and she's back in it. She was on the field, looked a little bit uncomfortable, uncertain of whether she must dive or not in the beginning of the bowling innings for them, or in the first innings. But then she got used to it. I think she realized everything is fine and got straight into it. And now seeing her batting as well is great.
Kaka comes in as well, wide outside the off-stump, full ball that Taylor just knocks to field that extra cover. And that brings the end of the 7th over. The score is 32 for 2. Dotton is on 27, and Taylor is yet to get off the mark.
Looks like Jafta got a helmet, so that means they're probably going to bring on a spinner very soon, if not now, which is a good bowling change, I would say. With the amount of spin that the West Indians got, it's definitely going to be a good change. They'll obviously, or they most definitely will bring in Laba. That's a specialist spinner in the team, left arm orthodox. And maybe she can get some turn away from the right-handers.
Yes, we do know that Laba is a specialist spinner, but they do have other options. It'll be interesting to see what direction Captain Sunay Lees takes. Class will continue from the Caller Drive end. It's a wonderful day, and the bowlers look in the mood to attack as Class comes in. It's a fuller length delivery to Dotton outside the off stump, and she just drives it straight to Ishmael, who is at mid-off.
Yeah, Sunay had a beautiful innings or bowling spell there in the first ODI, going for very little runs. So I'm sure she's tail up with a lot of confidence. So I won't be surprised if she even brings herself up on first.
It will be interesting, and we just have to wait and see. Class comes in, It's a full leg delivery on leg stump half volley that Dotton just flicks and gets it between mid-on and mid-wicket for 4. That brings the score to 36 for 2. Dotton is on 31.
Dotton is making it look so easy. Anything full is basically going. She knows where she wants to hit the ball. If it's on the offside, it's going straight. If it's on too straight or on the leg side, it's definitely going to the mid-wicket boundary. It's so good to see Dotton in good form as well.
Yeah.
But the South Africans definitely need to pull their lengths back a little bit. They were bowling beautifully in the first 2-3 overs.
Class continues from the corner drive end. It's another leg stump half volley that Dotton just checks over the mid-on fielder, and that's Malaba, and she does some good fielding at the boundary and manages to save the boundary, and Dotton only gets 2 runs there. Wouldn't say it was the best timed ball.
Yeah, I don't think she timed it nicely, but the fact that it's still going over the circle is unbelievable. It just shows you the amount of power. Even if she mistimes it, it's still going to be safe, basically.
Yeah, she does. She's someone you can see works hard on her fitness, and her all-round game has come batting, bowling, fielding, and we see it here. A short ball from Masabasa Class and well directed, cramped Dotton for room, and she wasn't able to cut that and played and missed.
Yeah, much better. I think hitting that back of a length is extremely important for the pace bowlers. They haven't done it often enough, but when they do it, it definitely puts the batters on the back foot and they're not sure what to do.
Yes, Class comes in. It's a short ball again and well directed. All Dotton can do is just put the bat in the way of the body and hit the ball away from her.
Yeah,
well
she's
directed.
she's making sure it's not going in the air or giving anyone a chance to catch her. So well played by Dotton in the end, but I think extremely well bowled by Class, well directed, good pace into the ribs. I really want to see a lot more of this. It definitely shows that the batter is uncomfortable with the back of a leg. It looks like we've got a bit of a fielding change. Long off going out, fine leg coming in. They're moving mid-wicket to a second extra cover. So they've got 2 in the covers. Wait, it looks like Mignon Dupree is at point. They've got a cover, 2 points, cover and an extra cover.
Class comes in. It's a full-length delivery. It's a half volley that Deandra Dotton drives straight at mid-on to Mlaba, and Mlaba spills it. And that will end the 8th over. Some really good tactical thinking there from the South Africans. Great bowling from Class. She will be disappointed. And Mlaba as well. That was a key wicket for South Africa and could be a turning point for them. That brings the score to 38 for 2. Dotton on 33. Taylor yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, definitely. I think Mlaba will be extremely disappointed. It was a bit of an uncomfortable catch, but I think she could have done a little bit better than that. Very well bowled by Class, also thinking a little bit with changing field placings and things like that. But you could also see the disappointment in Dotton's body language after that drop. She knew that was the one that was the one chance she gave them. So I'm sure she will make sure she doesn't give them a second chance.
Yes, Dotton is the kind of player that will make every team pay for their mistakes. That brings the end of the power play, which means South Africa can have more than 2 fielders outside the inner ring. Kaka will continue from the golf course end. It's a back of a length delivery on off stump. Some miscommunication in the middle between Taylor and Dotton, but they eventually get through for the single quite comfortably.
Yeah, very well run by the West Indies. Maybe a little bit uncertainty if they need to run or not to run. I think they're still finding each other as well. They used to bat together for long periods of time as well. So, but it's a new day, new game. So you still need to find that how can I say,
The vibe.
Yeah, the vibe between each other.
Kaka continues. It's a full length delivery outside the off stump, and Dotton just drives it to Goodall at extra cover. Yes, they just need to find that the cohesion between the two.
Need to find each other. That's the word I'm looking for.
for.
But very well fielded by Mignon du Preez. If it was slightly more on target, I think there would have been a chance with Taylor being a little bit on the back foot with that run.
And all fairness to Taylor, that was very well played, soft hands, and shows the pacing, who she wants on strike. Kaka comes in, it's a short pitch delivery, cramped Dotton for room, but she still manages to cut it away between cover and extra cover and gets another boundary. That brings the score to 43 for 2. Dotton is on 37 and cruising, making some easy work here for the West Indians. She has only faced 28 deliveries in her innings.
I think the pace is definitely playing a big role between the pace bowlers.
Kaka continues. It is a full pitch delivery that Dotton plays all around, and the ball goes crashing into her leg stump. The key wicket for South Africa has fallen, and Ayabonga Kaka has made it happen. Dotton is out for 37 runs, and she has faced 31 balls. That brings the score to 43 for 3. The key wicket, the danger wicket of Deandra Dotton is out.
Yeah, definitely very, very well bowled by Ayabonga Kaka. Probably one of the going for the Yorker there, slightly down leg though, but with Dotton being slightly off balance, caused the ball to go onto the stumps, which I think is very well bowled, especially following up from just being hit for 4 and getting your wicket is unbelievable. And Ayabonga Kaka tends to bowl that way and picked up 2 wickets already. So she's so far bowling a beautiful spell. And luckily, Dotton didn't cost them too much after that drop.
Yes, Mlama can almost breathe a sigh of relief there. Dotton was dropped 10 runs ago. But with that wicket, it brings in Hayley Matthews. She comes in. We do know that when she came in and batted with Dotton, they put that mammoth partnership on together. She has scored a 50 in the last one. So it'll be exciting to see how she goes about it. The two batters both know each other very well, so this will be a good combination. Kaka will continue the 5th ball of her over. It's back of a length delivery on off stump, and Hayley Matthews just defends that for no run.
I think Hayley Matthews won't be bothered too much with who she's batting with. She's a very experienced batter. Also, she knows her game. She knows what she needs to do for the team as well. And whether it was Dotton or Taylor that went out, she still have a very experienced partner on the other side.
Kaka comes in for the last ball of her over. It's a back of length delivery on off stump that Matthews just defends. That's the end of the 9th over. The score is 43 for 3. Taylor is on 1 and Matthews yet to get off the mark. But most importantly in this over, Deandra Dotton is out on 37, right? The important wicket for South Africa.
Yeah, I think definitely. Ayabonga bowled two beautiful overs so far. Picked up Knight in the first over, picked up the big wicket Dotton in the second over. Currently standing with 2 wickets for only 5 runs. So I think it's very well bowled so far. And I think the more wickets they pick up, the more pressure the West Indies will feel as well. And like we mentioned in the beginning as well, it's never easy chasing a low total. Although for a moment you might have thought with Dotton teeing off here, it's going to be a quick game. But thank goodness Ayabonga took that wicket.
Yes, and we do know this is the second-ranked team in the world. It's a world-class bowling unit, cricketing unit, so it's not going to be easy. They'll never make it easy. Ishmael replacing Klaas from the caller drive end and bowling to Taylor. It's a full-length delivery, and Taylor just defends that. I think it was a great captaincy from Sune, taking off Ishmael, bringing in Kaka to try and get the all-important wicket of Dotton.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Shubham Ismail might have felt a little bit uncomfortable coming from the golf course end. She did bowl from the corner drive end on Friday, so that could have played a little bit part in the way she was bowling as well.
Ishmael comes in. It's back of a length delivery on fourth stump that Taylor just defends, and it's no run.
I really like how the bowlers are supporting each other here, commending each other as well. Klaas standing here on mid on, making sure she's close to a bowling partner as well, and motivating her, keeping her in the game as well. Not that Shimam Ismail really needs it, but it's always good to have your fellow fast bowler on you close to you.
Yes, within cricket, nobody knows everything, so it's always good to bounce ideas off the other bowlers. And what a better situation than to do it in this. Shubnam Ishmael comes in. It's a back of the length delivery that Taylor just defends for no run. I like the South Africans attacking this match, wanting the West Indians to try and drive through the covers, brings in the slip, the gully, and backward point into play. Very exciting for everyone involved. So we're looking forward to see how they go about the rest of this innings now that they've got 3 wickets and the all-important wicket of Deandra Dotton.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be very interesting. We still have very experienced batters at the crease that will pace the innings nicely.
Ishmael comes through and it's a full-length delivery wide outside the off stump that Taylor just squeezes that to Laura Wolfart at point. A misfield fumble there and allows for the single. And knowing the aggression and the high standards Ishmael has, she's not happy with what happened there.
No, she's even if it's a good ball or a good stop, she'll never be happy until she gets that wicket. And I'm sure she's a little bit grumpy. She even looked a little bit grumpy when she was batting as well. So I'm sure she's going to take that anger out with the ball, maybe throw in a short ball somewhere as well.
We are looking forward to it. We've seen all sorts of cricket. We've seen short balls, full balls, everything. Great display of cricket. It's a back of a length delivery from Shubnam Ishmael outside the off stump, and Matthews rocks onto her back foot and just slaps that between cover and point and gets a 4. That brings the score to 48 for 3. And Matthews is off the mark with a fantastic 4, and Taylor's on 2.
Yeah, I think it seems like Matthews is also just carrying on with the innings from the first ODI. They always speak about getting out of your over, and Shubnam just bowling that one a little bit too wide, giving that 4 away.
Shubnam Ishmael comes in. It's another short delivery, and just inside the wide line, very close there, and that brings the end of the 10th over, as well as Yolani and my stint in the commentary box. The score is 48 for 3, and we will be replaced. First, we'll have Jenna Searle with me. She will join me here on the mic. Good afternoon, Jenna.
Good afternoon, Sean.
Oh, and welcome. What an innings we have seen. I'm quite excited. For the first 10 overs, we got 3 wickets.
Yeah, it's very exciting. A great bowling performance there from both Masabota Klaas and Ayabonga Kaka, especially Ayabonga Kaka getting that wicket of Deandra Dotton. It was a wonderful delivery and just sneaking through and taking that wicket, which I think is a game changer here. The score is 48 for 3, and we have Ayabonga Kaka coming once again from the golf course end. In here to Stefanie Taylor. This ball back of a length on the off stump, and Taylor just defends that out into the covers to Mignon Dupree for no run.
Afternoon, Jenna. Good to be with you again.
Yeah, it's good to be here. It's very exciting because we are an all-female team here for the second innings on One World Sports Radio, which is very exciting. Ayabonga Kaka in here once again to Stefanie Taylor. This ball full and straight. It wraps Stefanie Taylor on the pads and goes out to the leg side. She did get a little bit of bat on it, and the fielder Tasman Brits at mid-wicket runs in to pick up that ball, but the batters come through for a single. The score now 49 for 3 after 10.2. Hayley Matthews is on 4. She played a lovely shot through the covers at the end of the previous over, and Taylor is on 3. Ayabonga Kaka in here to Hayley Matthews. It's full, it's straight, and she tries to go straight over the bowler's head, but Shubnam Ismail is too quick, and she takes a very good catch there, running to her right, lobs it up, does Hayley Matthews, and a wonderful performance here from the South African women. The score now 49 for 4, and we see the back of Hayley Matthews. She scored 4 runs off of 5 balls. And as I said, she played a lovely shot there through the covers at the end of the previous over and wanted to accelerate her innings there, but really did fall short there and found the very safe hands of Shubnam Ismail, who was fielding at mid-off.
What a brilliant spell this by Ayabonga Kaka. This is her 3rd wicket. She's really, making inroads into that very experienced West Indies batting lineup. Hayley Matthews just not connecting on that. Just mistimed that, and an easy catch that for Shubnam Ismail running back. West Indies are in a bit of trouble now at 49 for 4.
They are indeed, but they do have Shemaine Campbell coming into the crease now. She's played 89 games with an average of 19.4 and a high score of 105 against Sri Lanka in the innings of in the season of 2012 and 2013. So she has a lot of experience, and with an average of 19 and about a half. I do think she's a valuable player here in the middle order of the West Indian women's batting lineup. And I'm excited to see what her and Stefanie Taylor, the captain of the West Indian team, are going to do for their team here this afternoon at the Wanderers.
Absolutely. I think Stefanie Taylor won't mind someone with her experience coming in to steer the ship. The moment, they're well within that rate. They're going at 4.7 with the required rate being 3.7. And at the moment, it's just to absorb the pressure. You can see Sune and the Proteas women are fired up. They're closing in that inner ring. They're right up in front of the batters. So they can smell blood. And I think, this partnership will be absolutely key into really just getting into that middle order.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that now that the South African team has got the power in this part of the game, they need to squeeze and keep the pressure up on these new batters. Stefanie Taylor is only on 3, and Campbell obviously is brand new at the crease. As we have Ayabonga Kaka coming right arm over to the right hand of Campbell. In here, this ball back of a length on off stump. Campbell just defends this out to Laura Wolfhard, who is fielding at point for no run. The score is still 49 for 4, and there are 2 balls left of this 11th over.
It's certainly been a more aggressive start by South Africa's bowlers in this match compared to Friday. You can see them running in with intent.
Definitely. In here with the 4th ball over this ball back over length, but too straight. And Campbell just knocks this off her left hip into a vacant square leg region for a single. And that brings up the 50-run total for the West Indian women. The score is 50 for 4, and there's 1 ball left of this 11th over. We see a field change, and South Africa has put a square leg in here for Stefanie Taylor. Sune Lus, the captain, is standing in front of square. We have mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, square leg, fine leg, 3rd man, point, cover, and extra cover. This ball that Ayabonga just bowled, the back of a length straight at Stefanie Taylor, who defends this out to Tasman Brits, who is at mid-wicket for no run. And that's the end of the 11th over. Campbell is on 1 and Stefanie Taylor on 3.
Yeah, certainly going back to Friday's performance, you've seen they seem to be bowling well to their plans. Their lines are straighter. They're making the batters very uncomfortable, and you can see that now in the wickets tally too. Looks like there'll be a bowling change here.
Looks like Nkululeko Mlaba coming in from the Corlett drive end. She is left arm orthodox, turning the ball away from the right-handed batters of the West Indian team. Just to run you through the field setting here at the Wanderers, we have cover sweeper on the boundary. We have Laura Wolfhard at point. Sune Lus is at slip. We have extra cover, Mignon du Preez. Shubnam Ismail at mid-off. Masabata Class at mid-on. Ayabonga Kaka at mid-wicket. Tasman Brits is on the boundary at cow corner. And Laura Goodall at deeper backward square leg on the boundary. Mlaba in here to the right hand of Campbell, left arm around the wicket. This ball is full outside the off stump. Campbell goes forward, but the turn is too much for her, beats the bat. Sinalo Jafta collects that ball after it beats the bat of Campbell and goes for the attempted stumping, but Campbell's foot is grounded in the crease. Good hands there from Sinalo Jafta. Mlaba into Campbell, once again drawn onto that front foot, but this ball straighter than the last on off stump, and she just defends that out to the catching extra cover, Mignon du Preez.
Matthews did the same thing on Friday, sort of waited out that first over from Mlaba.
This ball on off stump turns away, beats the bat once again of Campbell. Sinalo Jafta very quick hands there to collect the ball and makes the stumping attempt once again. There is a little bit of a shot, but the square leg umpire and the umpire saying no edge, and definitely that foot is still in the crease.
We've got the slip there. I think she'll be thinking she'll be in action after the last three deliveries rather.
Definitely, especially with the lengths that Mlaba is bowling. Once again into Campbell. This ball fuller on off stump. This time Campbell gets a full face of the bat to the ball and drives it straight back at Mlaba. Doing good work there on her own bowling for no run. In once again to Campbell. This ball a little bit shorter, almost back of a length, and straighter. It's swept around the pad of Campbell, and the fielder at deep backward square leg, Laura Goodall, does good work to attack the ball there, and the West Indian batters go through for a single. The score 51 for 4, and there's one ball left in the 12th over. We see Stefanie Taylor on strike now. Left arm around the wicket, no change to the field. This ball short, outside off, and Stefanie Taylor makes very good work there, rocking onto the back foot and just cutting that past the backward point fielder of Laura Wolfart, and it races for a boundary to the point boundary. She gets 4 runs, she's on 7. That's the end of the 12th over. The score is 55 for 4, and Campbell is on 2. They have a partnership of 6. There are 174 balls left in this innings, and the West Indian women's team needs 106 runs to win.
Yeah, Mlaba will be disappointed with that last ball. You know, she just went a little bit wide, and Taylor capitalized. Even though, you know, the West Indies might be 55 for 4, it's still important to build those dot balls, build that pressure, because, you know, if you're not getting wickets, you know, the dot balls go a long way.
Definitely, Ayabonga Kaka in once again from the golf course in. This ball back of a length on the off stump, and Campbell plays this. I think she got a thick outside edge on that, but it races down to the fielder at third man. We have Gully in the form of Sune Lus, but it goes between Sune and the keeper Sinalo Jafta, and they come through for 2. Very good running there. The score is 57 for 4 after the first ball of the 13th over here from Ayabonga Kaka from the golf course end.
It's almost like she just guided that ball there. But Lucy moves over and she comes into almost a second slip position now.
In here once again to Campbell, a similar ball back of a length, this time straighter on middle and off stump. She defends that out straight to the mid-wicket fielder for no run. The score is still 57 for 4, and Campbell is now on 4 runs. Ayabonga Kaka has looked very good this afternoon. Lots of energy at the crease as she comes in here again. This ball back of a length just outside the off stump, and it's defended onto the offside to extra cover for no run.
Absolutely. We know that, you know, positions are up for grabs here. Without that seam option of Marizan Cup, you know, likes of Ayabonga Kaka and Klaas will be looking to really put their hands up to show that they can be that option.
And they have today being wicket takers here. This ball full on leg stump, and it's driven to the fielder at mid-on. They take a quick single, and there is a throw from Masabata Class to the non-striker's end, but she misses the stumps. So the West Indian batters get through for a single. The score 58 for 4. There are 2 balls left here in this 13th over. Taylor is on 7 and Campbell on 5.
How do you think Campbell and Taylor structure this innings now going forward?
Speak about it now after this ball. In from the golf course end, Ayabonga Kaka looking nice and aggressive, back over length on the off stump, very consistent in this over. And this ball is just defended back straight to the bowler Kaka for no run. I definitely think they need to bat long here to the West Indian batters. This is the middle order, and both experienced good cricket players. As Aya comes in here for the last ball of the over. This ball over-pitched on the leg stump, but it's only worked away for a single to the fielder at fine leg, which is Chloe Tryon, who does good work to get that ball in. And the West Indian batters just come through for that 1 run. The score is 59 for 4 after 13, and it brings Taylor to 8 and Campbell to 5. Their partnership is on 10, and they need 102 to win off 168 balls.
I agree with you. There isn't really much pressure on them. They're ahead of the run rate, so they do have that luxury to knock the singles around, get in, get comfortable, and then at the back end, accelerate if the need arises.
Yeah, definitely. I do think that the two of them, their partnership is very important. They don't want to lose a wicket here. Mlaba in from the golf course end. She bowls this ball full on the leg stump, and it's swept away there by Stefani Taylor to the fielder at deep backward square leg, Lara Goodall for a single. The score comes up to 60 for 4, and Taylor moves to 9. In here, left arm around the wicket, a similar delivery, full on leg stump, and it's swept this time by Campbell to that same fielder, Lara Goodall at deep backward square, who gets the ball in quickly, and the West Indian players come through for 1. 61 for 4. This will be the 3rd ball of the 14th over. This one back of a length outside the off stump, turning away from the right hand, and it's defended out to extra cover, Mignon du Preez for no run.
Getting her lines a little bit better there. She's been straying down that leg side.
She has this ball nice and full, very good, drawing the West Indian batter out on off stump. That is Taylor, who corrects her shot there. She's looking to come down the track here at the left arm orthodox spinner, but hasn't been successful yet. This ball a little bit wider than the previous one, and it is signaled as a wide. It's turning quite a lot here at the Wanderers is for Mlaba. So we have the extra ball here. It's full outside the off stump, and it's driven hard, but Mignon du Preez at extra cover does very good work there to cut that ball off, and she just passes it back to the bowler for no run.
That makes her length so important to try to bring the batter forward to get the slip into play.
This ball back of a length outside the off stump, and Taylor just rocks back onto her back foot and punches that out to Chloe Tryon, who was at cover sweeper. They get a single, and so Taylor is still on strike for the next over. She has 10 and Campbell has 6. The score is 63 for 4 after 14 overs. They have a partnership of 14 runs, and the West Indian team needs 98 of 162 balls. Seems simple. It definitely seems simple as a West Indian player, but cricket is a funny game, and anything can happen.
Absolutely. It's important, though, for the bowlers to keep that pressure on. You sort of sense, as the overs go and the batters keep getting those easy singles, the pressure eases off a bit, but they need to keep building it up.
Ayabonga Kaka from the golf course end into Stefani Taylor. This ball full and straight. It's defended out to mid-wicket for no run. Ayabonga so far being the pick of the South African bowlers. She's bowled 4 overs. This is her 5th for 11 runs, and she's taken 3 of the 4 wickets. with Masabata class getting that well-deserved wicket of Williams up front. Kaka into Taylor. This ball back over length outside the off stump, and it's guided well down to the third man boundary. Shubnam Ishmael does the fielding, and the West Indian batters get through for one. A good boundary fielder is Shubnam Ishmael, and she gets it easily, very easily actually, into the keeper without a bounce.
Absolutely. And Ayabonga Kaka had a good, solid series against the West Indies in the West Indies. She was very economical.
In here to Campbell, this ball full and straight. It's defended out here, kind of dug out, almost a Yorker there. Fielded by the fielder at mid-on, Masabata class for no run. We do have a little bit of a fielding change between the two batters. For Taylor, we have a square leg. And for Campbell, Sunelus comes out of that square leg position and is standing at a second slip. She's nice and attacking from the Proteas captain. It's lovely to see. Kaka in here to Campbell. This ball full on off stump, and she takes it across the line into that vacant square leg region that we were just talking about. Tasman Brits does good work there, but is not quick enough, and the West Indian batters get through for a single.
Just back to Kaka's form, she often is in the shadows, pretty much like her personality, very quiet and shy, in the shadows of Ishmael and Karp when she is in the lineup. But it's great to see her really standing up because she is a senior player in this attack.
She is very experienced. This ball back over length on off stump, and Stefanie Taylor very easily guides that once again to third man, and Shubnam Ishmael does the fielding there. They come through for a single. The score is 66 for 4, and there is one ball left in Ayabonga's over, the 15th over. You see the field, it does not change here for Campbell, as we said previously, square leg and no slip. In full on the off stump, and Campbell just drives that out to mid-on, Masabata class for no run. And that brings us to the end of the 15th over. Taylor is on 12 and Campbell on 7. Their partnership is up to 17 runs, and the West Indian women need 95 of 156 balls.
Do you think the captain will be swinging over her shoulder, warming up for a ball in the next over after this one? I mean, I know previously, we often felt that she brought herself on too late, and with that leg spin, she's always a wicket-taking option, one always feels.
Yeah, she is definitely, and with the purchase that Mlaba has been getting so far this innings, that is a good sign for Sunelus. Mlaba in here to Stefanie Taylor. This ball full on off stump, and it's just defended out to Laura Wolfart at point for no run. Yeah, it will be interesting to see.
That's
that is the length. Mlaba in again. Oh, this ball a little bit shorter outside the off stump, back of a length there, and a bit of a Chinese cut, an inside edge there from Taylor, and it goes out to a vacant fine leg region. And Sunelus, who was standing at point, has to do some quick work there to collect the ball and get it in. But the West Indian players go through for 2 runs. The score is 68 for 4. South African players are really hoping the wickets had an extra coat of paint for that delivery, as it barely missed the stumps. This ball a much better length, nice and full outside the off stump, and Stefanie Taylor moves onto that front foot and just blocks it out into the offside. Extra cover, Mignon Dupria for no run. The score still 68. This is the 4th ball of Mlaba's over. Outside the off stump, nice and full, drags Taylor out, but it beats the bat. And Jafta does good work. Her hands are very good today, as they usually are. It's not a surprise to me at all. And she collects that very nicely and takes the stumps off, but not even a peel. She's just being really nice and aggressive there, making sure that if that foot lifts, she is the one to strike. This ball back of a length by Mlaba, turning away from the right-hander. She rocks onto her back foot and just plays this out to Chloe Tryon, who is at cover sweeper. They come through for a single. The score is 69 for 4, and there's 1 ball left of this 16th over. Lubber in here to Campbell. This ball outside off stump, quite wide, turns away, beats the bat. And once again, Sinolo Jafta does good work with the gloves, takes the bails off, but that back foot is definitely still grounded. The West Indian woman making sure of that, as they know that Jafta's hands are so good. The score is a 69 for 4 after 16 overs. Taylor has 15 and Campbell has 7. Their partnership has gone up to 20, which I think is quite valuable. And the West Indian team need 92 to win off 150 balls. And Lorato, your wish has come true.
If I was a betting lady, I'd be in the money here. Captain Sinoi Lise comes in for Ayabonga Kaka from the golf course end.
Just to run you through her field, she has a short third, a point, a cover sweeper, an extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, deep square, and cow corner. The first ball of her spell here is nice and full and straight on middle stump. Stefanie Taylor just defends that straight back to the bowler Sunelis. In here for her second ball to Stefanie Taylor. This ball back of a length, turning away from the right-hander, but short enough to pull out to the cow corner boundary. Tasman Brits does the work, and the West Indian woman come through for a single. The score's gone up to 70, 4 wickets down, and this is the third ball of the first over of Sunelis' spell. This ball quite short again, but on leg stump, turning into the off stump of the right-handed batter, but it's pulled out to the fielder at deep backward square leg, Chloe Tryon, and the West Indian team come through for an easy single once again. In here to Taylor, this ball a better length, but there is a fielder out on the sweeper boundary, and Stefanie Taylor just rocks back there onto that back foot and punches it out to Laura Goodall, who does the work. The West Indian team come through for another easy single. This ball full outside the leg stump, but turns into the pads of Campbell and wraps her on those pads. Unfortunately, the ball landing outside the leg stump, and even though it's turning in, they do go up for the shot for the LBW, but the umpire is unswayed. So we see loose in for the last ball of the over. This ball full, this ball straight, and Campbell just defends that out to Ayabonga Kapa at mid-wicket for no run. And that brings us to the end of Sunelis' first over. That's the 17th over. Taylor on 17, Campbell on 8, and the team total on 72 for 4.
It's really now up to the spin twins, I'd say, bowling on either ends to try and contain this. You know, you almost sense they're getting the easy singles way too easily, and if we're not getting wickets, like we said, they really need to build up that pressure with the dot balls. Mlaba's previous over was brilliant. You know, she really kept to that tight off-stump line, and you could see with the many plays and misses that, you know, that's what her captain needs her to do consistently.
Yes, we do need our spinners to be very nice and consistent here to hold and to build pressure. Mlaba in once again from the corner drive end. We see that good length outside the off stump for her once again, dragging Stefanie Taylor out onto that front foot, who just defends that ball out into the covers for no run. Mlaba in here again to Taylor. This ball a little bit over pitched in my opinion, and Taylor just drives that out to the fielder Chloe Tryon and the cover sweeper boundary. They come through for an easy single. The score is 73 for 4, and coming in for the third ball of her over is the left arm orthodox spinner Mlaba. This ball coming down the wicket is Campbell, but she gets some bat on it, a little bit hesitant there. She just defends the ball out after that 1.5 steps out the crease. And Laura Wolfart does the fielding there. The ball just rolls to her for no run. That's a very good bowling here from Mlaba. She saw that Campbell was looking to run at her down the wicket, and she pulled the length back a little bit. Very good awareness there for a spin bowler to have. In here for the fourth ball of her over. This ball, very good fielding there from Laura Wolfart at point. The ball was back of a length outside the off stump, turning away from the right-hander, and she rocked back and punched that out. But wonderful fielding by Laura Wolfart, who had to move to her right, and they didn't get through for a single. This ball, once again, back of a length outside the off stump, and Campbell rocks back once again, but this time beats Laura Wolfart on her right. But Chloe Chown does the cleaning up there on the boundary, on the cover boundary, and the West Indian women go through for a single.
You saw Taylor calling Matthews up there. I mean, sorry, not Matthews, Campbell, to sort of have a word with her when she was coming down the wicket there.
Lubber into Taylor. This ball is a little bit wayward and far outside the wide line. It is signalled wide by the umpire, and that brings the South African extras tally up to 3, 1 no ball and 2 wides, both from Lubber in this over and the previous one. So she bowls an extra ball here, a very good one, to Stefanie Taylor, who pushes onto that front foot and just punches that out into the gap that's in the inner ring of the offside. They come through for a good single. Very good strike rotation there. She found the gap. They knew they wanted to take the single, and they did. So that brings us to the end of the 18th over. The score is 76 for 4. Taylor is on 19, Campbell on 9. Their partnership is 27, and the West Indian team needs 85 of 138 deliveries.
It's been a very solid partnership from these two. You know, they haven't taken any risks. They've just gone with the singles, capitalized on with the boundaries when the bad ball comes. Very, very mature.
Liz in for her second over from the golf course end here to Stefanie Taylor. This ball full outside the off stump, and she just defends this out to the fielder at point, Laura Wolfart, for no run. The score still 76. This ball straying down the leg side, pitching outside leg but turning into the right-handed batter. And she works that around her legs and finds the fielder at a deep square leg, Chloe Chown. They come through for a single, and the score moves up to 77 for 4. Sune Lis into Campbell. This ball back of a length on middle stump, and Campbell goes down to sweep but misses. Passes the shoulder of her, and Sinalo Jafta and her very lightning quick hands make that take the bails off. But that right leg of Campbell is definitely grounded in the crease as we watch the replay of that on the big screen. Very good hands here from Jafta, and a good delivery from Sunelis. In this ball on off stump, it's full and it's driven straight back to Sunelis, who does the fielding of her own bowling for no run. And that brings us to the 5th ball of Sune's second over from the golf course end into Campbell. This ball full on middle stump, and it's driven straight and hard to Ayabonga Kaka, straight to the fielder, and they do not take a single. The last ball of the over here from the golf course end. This ball short and straight. She leans back and pulls it. Masabata class does very good work on the boundary there. She puts in a bit of a dive. The West Indian players come through for 2 runs. Wonderful fielding there from Masabata class on the boundary. And Sune Lis will be a little bit disappointed with that last ball of that over. Too short and too straight. But very good work there on the boundary. And that brings us to the end of the 19th over, 79 for 4. Taylor is up to 20 and Campbell on 11. Their partnership is 30 runs, and the West Indian women need 82 to win off 132 balls.
Yes, right. She made great work, covered great ground there at the boundary, did class. But if we have a look at the bowling options that remain for, Captain Sune Lis, and the Friday we did see Chloe Chown coming in. She did struggle a bit, but it's important for her to come in with the ball and to get, that confidence back, to get, those overs in, especially if, you come into a match where she's needed as that option.
Yeah, it is. And to me, it's interesting, the selection of this playing 11. That all 3 spinners that have been picked to have bowled in the previous and in this game are turning the ball away from the right-handed batter. And we do have on the bench Raisibe Ntozake, who's bowling right arm off spin, turning into the right-hander. And it's interesting to see that obviously it is different. Sunelus is bowling right arm leg spin and the other two bowling left arm orthodox. So there is a difference in that. But I wonder if the West Indian players then get used to the way the ball is turning.
Absolutely, that's a good point. As the players are just taking drinks here, there's the physios attending to Campbell there. I absolutely agree, especially for Ntokazi, because she's been out a while, especially with her illegal action. And if you're gonna need her in New Zealand, where you get wickets that are slower, where you do want different spin bowling options, she'd be great to have. She'd be a good asset, and giving her that match time is crucial. But perhaps as the series goes on, we're only into the second match. The selectors will look at giving her a run. But that's a very, very valid point you make.
We did see her bowling just a little bit of a couple of balls at the innings change, and she did look like she was very consistently hitting a good line, a good length, and she was bowling to the South African assistant coach. We see Mlaba coming in here from the caller drive end, left arm orthodox here, outside the off stump, it's full and it's defended out to the fielder at extra cover. Mignon du Preez for no run. An interesting field here. We have a cover sweeper, a cover who's in the ring, and an extra cover here. So they've loaded the offside, which is good here. They're working to a plan as Mlaba is bowling outside the off stump. So she's using the fielders that Sunelus has given her here on the off stump, on the offside. In here once again to Stefanie Taylor, and it's driven out, it's full outside the off stump and driven out to Chloe Tryon on the cover sweeper boundary. They come through for a single and the score goes up to 80 as Mlaba is ready to bowl the fourth ball of her over. We see another field change. Sunelus goes into a cover point, which is squarer than she was the previous ball, and Laura Wolfart to backward point, and that's where the ball goes, backward point to Laura Wolfart. It was full outside the off stump, and Laura did good work there. No run was taken. Mlaba in here to Campbell. This ball outside the off stump, beating the bat of Campbell, and Sinolo Jafta, very good hands there. Taking the bails off once again, but that back foot was in the ground there, was Campbell's. And Mlaba is in here for the last ball of her over, into Campbell, full outside the off stump, and they get a bit of an edge there. It races down to the vacant third man boundary, but Laura Wolfart, who was at backward point, does good work there to chase the ball, and the West Indian batters come through for two. The score 82 for 4 after 20 overs, and we have a little commentary change here in the comms box. I'm joined by Yolani Fourie. Lorato stepped out. What do you think so far of the game, Yoli?
All right, Jenna. It's good to sitting here next to you. I think it's a good game so far. The Proteas did really well to pick up those 4 wickets so early in the innings. But it looks like the two batters are building a nice partnership here, standing at 33 runs, which is a key partnership to be broken by the spinners here.
Definitely. Sunelus in here from the golf course end. Right arm leg spin. Oh, it's full. It's outside the off stump. And it's driven straight back to the bowler. Taylor hits that hard at Sune, and Sune takes a very good catch there off her own bowling. Taylor is very disappointed as she walks back to the change room with her head down and her bat hitting her pad. That is a crucial wicket there by the South African captain. Well bowled, well caught, and she must be stoked.
Yeah, definitely. I think Sune did really well there. Very good ball. And managing to take that caught ball. I think I'm a bit of a wicket taker here, looks like it. 3 wickets in my first session, another wicket over here. So it looking good. Much needed wicket for the South Africans as well.
Yes, definitely. And Sunelus, the captain, makes that breakthrough. And we have Shadeen Nation coming in. This is her 50th ODI. She has 660 runs, an average of 16.9 and a strike rate of 51. Her highest score is 51 against Pakistan in the season of 2021-2022 in Karachi. She can definitely bat here. And it's going to be needed here for the West Indian team to keep their wickets.
Yeah, definitely. They're definitely going to have to build another partnership here. Hit some runs on the board, rotate the strike. They are still batting above the required run rate. They're batting at 4.1, where the required run rate is 3.8. So if they can carry on with that, at least they still have an in batter. So the quicker Nation can get in, the better for the West Indies. But I think Sunay did really well to take that wicket. And it's going to be key to keep the pressure and make sure they get another wicket here.
Definitely. Captain takes captain. Sunay is taking Stefanie Taylor. So for Nation here, just to run everyone through the field placing, we have a short third. Point cover is in the ring, extra cover mid off, mid on, mid wicket. We have cow corner, it's a deep mid wicket, she's quite square, and a deep backward square leg Chloe Tryon. As Sunay comes in from the golf course end, the second ball of the over, this one down leg nice and full, but Shadeen Nation does good work to sweep that out to Chloe Tryon on the backward square leg boundary. They come through for one and Nation is off the mark.
Yeah, I think
is 83 for 5.
I think Nation did well to sweep there. Not all batters are happy to sweep from ball one.
A sweep again, but this time Mr. turns around. It does Campbell. It's pitched outside leg stump and just really spins around her, taking the leg stump out there. And Sunay has the breakthrough once again. Very well done. I was thinking that ball was going for a wide, but it really did grip and come back. Very well done there by the South African captain.
Yeah, I think with the spin that the wicket is giving us today, anything is possible. And like you mentioned, it seemed like it was going for wide, and a little bit of grip that Sunay picked up there, I managed to bowl the batter around the legs, which was very good. I think maybe the batter lined up a little bit too straight in the sense, and that's why the ball, her head went in line with the ball, and that allowed the ball to just pass by the leg side.
Yes, indeed. And we have the best bowler of the day from the West Indian team who bowled 9 overs for them. Henry comes to the crease. And at the beginning of this over, the West Indian batters looked like they were the ones in control. But the South African captain, Sunay, has really brought things back. And all of a sudden, the South African team is in the pit and they are making sure that they are squeezing and squeezing hard. 2 wickets there in 3 balls. Very well done by Sunay as she comes in for the 4th ball of her over. Right arm leg spin to the right hand of Henry. This ball pitching on leg stump and spinning onto off stump. Henry just defends that straight back to Sunay for no run. The score is 83 for 6 and Sunay has 2 balls left for the over. In here to Henry. This ball straying a bit down the leg side, but Henry goes down onto the knee and sweeps that down to Chloe Tryon at deep backward square.
Yeah, I think it looks like the West Indies are very comfortable sweeping against the spin, especially Sunay so far. Sunay does tend to bowl slightly straighter, which allows the batters to sweep, where Malaba bowls it a lot more outside off.
Yes. In for the last ball of the over. This one outside the off stump. It's full and it's defended out into the covers for no run. That brings us to the end of the 21st over. The score is 84 for 6. Both batters on 1. And the West Indian team needs 77 of 120 balls. But this has changed and the South Africans only need 4 more wickets.
I think Sunay has done really well. She bowled a really good spell in the first inning or in the first game as well. And it seems like her confidence in her bowling is back, which is great for the South Africans, which is great for her. And she's really stepping up as a captain.
Indeed. We were speaking about Sunay previously when Lerato was on air, that we found that sometimes she left herself too late.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's key, especially with her finding her confidence now in her right line and length, it's going to be key to bring yourself on a little bit earlier.
Yes, Mlaba in here from the golf course end. It's full, it's outside off, and it's driven hard and high over the head of Shibnam Ismail at mid-off, and it doesn't go for a boundary. Shibnam does good work to collect that. That was Henry, and they go through for 2 runs. The score is 86 for 6.
Yeah, definitely the West Indies still need to be a little bit attacking. It's not like they can, or they only need like 2 runs for over, so they still need runs on the board. They can maybe play it a little bit safer, but then again, it's not your top order batters that's still here.
Yes, this ball full outside the off stump beats the bat of Henry. Sinalo Jafta once again, lightning speed hands. She collects that past the bat of Henry and takes the bails off. But the West Indian batters knowing to keep that back foot grounded because of Jafta's quick hands behind the stumps. In here, Mlaba into Henry. Once again, outside off, it beats the bat. The slip and the keeper go up. Sinalo Jafta makes a good take there and takes the bails off. They go up for an appeal, but both umpires, obviously asking for the edge and for the stumping, shake their heads. And the West Indian batters are still only 6 wickets down for 86 runs.
I think Malaba's bowling beautifully here, getting some turn. She's hitting a line and length perfectly today, especially with her spinning the ball away from the right-handers makes it difficult. And the Wanderers is not always known for its spinning wickets.
This ball full outside the off stump, and it's defended, but a very good point of contact there. It goes behind to backward point, Laura Wolfart, but they do not manage to get through for a single. Laura Wolfart is very quick in the inner ring. And we have the 5th ball here from Laba once again to Henry. This ball back over length outside the off stump, and Henry leans back, but she finds the safe fielder of Mignon Dupree there, straight to her for no run. This is the last ball of the over. From the corner drive in from Laba into Henry. This ball on the off stump, it beats the bat once again, and Sinalo Jafta makes a good take there behind the stumps. And that brings us to the end of the 22nd over. The score is still 86 for 6. Henry is on 3 and Nation is on 1. They have a partnership of 3. And the West Indians need 75 to win off 114 balls.
I think the South Africans are building a lot of pressure here now, especially picking up those 2 wickets in the previous over. They definitely bowling beautifully, these spinners, getting the ball to turn, adding some flight there, making it very difficult for the batters.
Sunelius in again from the golf course end to Shadeen Nation. She bowls it full outside the off stump. There's a bit of a swipe, but no contact there with the bowler's Nation. JJ just picks up that ball and passes it straight back to Sunelius. In for her 2nd ball, this ball full on the off stump. It's driven out to mid-off for no run. The score is still 86 for 6.
What I really like from Sunay is that she's very attacking as well.
Indeed, back over length on middle stump. It turns away from the right-handed batter and beats the bat. They are really exciting moments here. The fielders in the ring are very excited that the ball is beating the bat of the West Indians. This ball back over length outside the off stump, rocked onto the back foot, but played straight to the fielder at cover point, Laura Goodall. Good fielding there. She had to make a bit of a dive, put her body on the line, but they do not go through for a single. And Sunelius is in again to Nation. This ball full on off stump, and it's defended out to Mignon Dupree at extra cover. She's really racing through her over here.
Yeah, definitely. I think bowling the dots is definitely helping that. I think I personally would like her to put in a slip.
Once again, the last ball of the over is a dot ball. Well done. Good over there from Sunelius. That last ball flew outside the off stump and driven straight back to the bowler for no run. And it brings us to the end of a very fast-paced over there. Sunelius raced through that. The end of the 23rd over, the West Indian team still 86 for 6. Henry still on 3 and Nation on 1. And they still need 75 to win, but South Africa are closing the gap on balls and runs a little bit. They still have 108 balls to get those 75 runs.
It looks like Sune is standing slip for Malaba. Like I mentioned earlier, I think Sune needs to put in a slip for herself as well, especially with a bit of turn she's getting.
Mlaba in here to Henry, full outside the off stump, and Henry is looking to play that over mid-off, but she does not make contact with the ball. A little bit silly in my opinion, because Shibnam Ismail is on the boundary at long off, but it beats the bat and no run is taken. In here for the second ball is Mlaba. This ball is short outside the off stump. Henry rocks back onto her back foot and plays that hard to the offside. Chloe Tryon makes very good ground there, but the West Indian batters come through for two. A little bit of a wayward throw there from Chloe.
Yeah, the batters are doing not too great against the spin. Maybe they need to look for a different option instead of trying to go straight where the ball is missing the bat every single time, to go with the spin and try and go over extra cover maybe. So just changing the angle slightly, maybe that could work for them.
Yes, it potentially could. Mlaba in here to Henry. This ball short but straight, and it's pulled out to the leg side. The two fielders on the leg side gather that ball before it gets to the boundary. The West Indians come through for 2 runs. The score is 90 for 6. Mlaba just missing her line and length on that delivery, but not to worry because she has very good fielders on the boundary. The 4 fielders that are out are a deep backward square, cow corner, long off, and cover sweeper. So even though that was a bit of a wayward ball, still bowling to her field in some way.
Yeah, definitely. I think the bowlers have been lucky in some sense.
Mlaba into Henry, back of a length outside the off stump. She rocks onto her back foot and plays that out to cover sweeper, Chloe Tryon. They come through for a single. And the score moves up to 91 for 6. There are 2 balls left in this over.
No, if we still had Dotton in here, that would have definitely crossed the boundary without even bouncing. So I think Malaba was really lucky here with that short ball to get away with it for only 2.
Definitely. Shadeen Nation now on strike for the first time from that end. She takes her guard, and Malaba is definitely looking here to be nice and attacking. She bowls. It lands on leg stump and crashes into the pad of Shadeen Nation, who goes onto that front foot looking to sweep the left arm orthodox spinner. Misses completely and it crashes into the pad. They go up for a half-hearted appeal, but the umpire shakes his hand and we see the last ball of the over outside the off stump, and it's defended out. Laura Wolfart doing the fielding at point for no run. And that brings us to the end of the 24th over. The score is 91 for 6. Henry is on 8 and Shadeen Nation is on 1. They have a partnership of 8, and the West Indian team needs 70 runs off 102 balls to win.
Yeah, I think they've got enough balls to score the runs, but they only have 4 wickets still in hand. So it's going to be important for these two to build a little bit of a partnership, make sure they don't lose their wickets through silly shots or silly run-outs or something like that, and at least get a 40-run, 50-run partnership here. It's tough. Sometimes it's tough to ask for your number 7 and 8 batter, but they do tend to be your all-rounders, so they are made for the job.
Definitely, and we do know the West Indian batters to have big match temperament, so hopefully they can pull that through for their team. So now loose in to Henry from the golf course end. This ball flew outside the off stump, and Henry drives that out to Laura Goodall on the sweeper, on the cover sweeper boundary. They come through for a single, and the score goes up to 92, and Henry's score goes up to 9.
It looks like the rate required finally went above the right rate achieved.
This ball from Sune, a full and on the off stump. Nation just defends that out to the point fielder, Laura Wolfart, for no run.
It just shows you the pressure that the South Africans are building against the West Indies with that rate achieved dropping a little bit.
Yes. Sune in this one, short and on the leg stump. Shadeen Nation goes to play a big pull, but mistimes it completely, and it lands in no man's land, just backward of square leg. Chloe Tryon does the work there. They come through for a single, and the score goes up to 93.
As long as they rotate strike, I think it will do for now.
This ball back of a length on the off stump, and Henry leans back and plays that out to the cover sweeper boundary, and they come through for a single. Henry's showing some serious discipline. I'm really enjoying watching her batting here.
Yeah, definitely, she's keeping the ball on the ground.
In here, Sune Lewis full outside the off stump, and this time Shadeen Nation plays it out to the cover sweeper boundary. Laura Goodall has to make a lot of ground there as it beats the fielder at point, and they come through for 2. Good fielding, I think, to some extent. She covered quite a lot of ground, but excellent running there from the West Indian women. They ran the first one hard. They both turned very quickly. Some textbook running.
Yeah, definitely. It's key, especially when you're chasing, and especially if you're struggling to get boundaries. It's extremely important to run your first single hard and making your second run possible.
Definitely.
Looks like there's a bit of a pause. Not sure what's happening here. If they're waiting for the batter. Oh, yes, they're waiting for Nation, just fixing a pads and a gloves there, getting her mind ready again.
The last ball of the South African skippers over. This ball full down the leg side, and Nation goes down to sweep. She gets it fine, and Chloe Tryon makes a very good ground from deep backward square to the fine leg boundary. She saves the boundary. The West Indian batters come through for 2. Excellent fielding there by her. And the score moves to 98 for 6. That's the end of the 25th over. Henry moves to 10 and Nation is on 6. They have a partnership of 15, and the West Indian team has 16 overs left to score 63 runs.
It was a much better over from the West Indian side, scoring 7 from that over. And it was low risk cricket. It was purely hitting the ball, hitting the sweepers on the ground, and getting those singles and pushing for the 2. So if they can continue like this, it's definitely game on, and they can definitely get as close to the winning score as possible.
Yes, they can. I think in this previous over that the West Indian batters were batting, they managed to hit the ball to the side, quite a distance from the sweepers, instead of hitting straight to the sweepers, which made it possible to convert those singles into 2s.
Yes, definitely. Looks like we're having our second drinks break here. Proteas having a little bit of chat there, coming up with some plans. West Indians also taking a break. Looks like Nation is sorting out her pads as well. I think that one second run she took got a pad a little bit the wrong way around. So it's good to see. The West Indians got their run rate back to the required run rate. So for as long as they carry on with this, play low risk cricket, they'll be able to get close to the score and make it easy for the batters to come. So it's going to be a very important batting partnership from Nation and Henry.
Yes, it will be. But we did see when Sunelis made that breakthrough to get Stefani Taylor out, the moment before, they also had a little bit of a drinks break where the physio came out to tend to Campbell. And straight after that, a wicket fell. And the South Africans will definitely be keeping that in mind, saying, okay, we're coming together, we're regrouping, and hopefully now we can break this partnership that has raced to 15 quite quickly and quite controlled by the West Indian batters. So if the South Africans can get that breakthrough and make sure that they're taking the opportunity that they get as soon as possible, then they are once again in this game.
Definitely, I think the West Indians are thinking, they're looking at the scoreboard, probably thinking till where they want to bat until they become a little bit more aggressive. And at the same time, Sune is probably trying to figure out who she's going to bowl next, who she's going to save for at the end, because we still have Shibnam Ismail with 4 overs left, Klaas with 4 overs, Ayabonga Kaka can have 3 overs, Malabas is currently on 7 overs, and Sune is also on 5. So one of the bowlers can bowl 9 overs, where the other 4 will be able to bowl 8 overs. So it will be interesting who's she giving that 9th over to.
Yeah, it will be interesting. My guess is potentially Mlaba to give her the 9 as we see her continuing here after the drinks break. She's bowling her 8th over. This will be the 26th over of the second innings of this match. As Mlaba is in from the caller drive end, and she is bowling to Henry, who has looked very controlled this far.
I think she's looked very good. Just struggling a little bit against Malaba with that slight turn away from her. Sune moving into slip again, which is a very good move.
Nice and attacking here. This ball outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Henry. Sinalo Jafta just makes that look nice and easy as she takes the ball in and just passes it straight back to the bowler for the second ball of this over. In here to Henry, this ball back over length on the off stump, and Mlaba makes a good hand as Henry hit that quite hard, but she gets a hand to that and they do not get for a single. The score still 98 for 6. The third ball of her over in here to Henry, back over length, this time straight, and it's worked out to the leg side, to the mid-wicket fielder Ayabunga Kaka, but the batters are very good there. They know they want to take the run and they come through for the single. The score 99.
You can clearly see the intention from the batters. They're looking to get the singles, run them hard.
Back of a length outside the off stump to Shadeen Nation is Mlaba, and she defends this out to Laura Wolf for attack point for no run.
Mlaba's got 4 fielders on the boundary. She's got a deep square, slightly backward square, her usual deep mid-wicket, long on, and a cover sweeper.
Oh, full outside the off stump. Shadeen Nation goes to drive that and gets a thick outside edge. It beats Sunelis to her right, but a valiant effort there from Laura Wolfart, who chases that out to the third man boundary and makes a bit of a dive, but it does hit the boundary rope, and that's signaled a 4 by the umpire. Very good bowling here from Laba. And unfortunately, that one just didn't go South Africa's way.
It was very unfortunate from a South African point of view, but a much needed boundary for the West Indians.
Yes.
Wolfart did really her best to stop that boundary, but was unfortunately just a touch too slow.
That's the quick outfield of the Wanderers field here. This ball is quite short and straight, and it's pulled out to Mignon Duprier, who's at the cow boundary. They come through for a single, and that brings us to the end of the 26th over. The score is 104 for 6. Both Henry and Nation are on 11, and their partnership goes up to 21 after that boundary and the single of the last 2 balls of the over. And the West Indian team need 57 of 90 balls to win.
Yeah, it's the West Indians are doing really well. Nation and Henry complementing each other beautifully, both on 11, which is just showing you that they are running the singles hard. They're looking to rotate the strike, and they're not willing to go or to play risky shots at the current stage.
Sunelis in again from the golf course end. This ball short and turns away from Shadeen Nation. She looks to hit that hard through the covers off the back foot, but Mignon Duprier at extra cover says, "No, ma'am, I am a brick wall. You are not getting past me," and they do not get through for a single. Sunelis in to Nation. This ball down the leg side, and the batters run through for a single. It is given as leg buys, came off the pad of Shadeen Nation. Sinalo Jafta does good work to get to that delivery. They go through for 1 leg buy. The score is 105 for 6.
I think Nation did well there to get the leg too.
That third ball of Sunelis is over. It's full on the off stump, and it's driven hard out to Shibnam Ismail at long off. They come through for a single, and the score goes up to 106.
Yeah, the West Indians are definitely working on those singles today.
Again, full outside the off stump, but Shadeen Nation hits it straight back to Sunelis, who does a good fielding of her own bowling there.
A proper crowd's catch.
In once again here to Shadeen Nation. Sunelis bowls this full outside the off stump, and Nation is on the front foot, but once again Mignon Duprier does good work there in the ring in the covers. and
I
they
think-
don't manage to get a single.
I think they're playing Sunelis very nicely, playing with a spin, low risk cricket as well.
Once again, full on the off stump, it's dotted out to the offside. Henry wants to take the single, but Laura Wolfart is too quick and she takes a good throw there to the bowler Sunelis at the non-striker's end. But Henry makes her ground once again. They don't get through for a single. 106 for 6 at the end of 27 overs. Henry is on 12, Nation on 11. Their partnership 23, and the West Indian team needs 55 of 84 balls to win.
Looks like the captain is trusting her the ninth over with Malaba. I think she's been bowling really well, especially at the end now, getting that little bit of turn and getting a chance there from Nation. So it's going to be interesting how they're going to play her last over.
Yeah, she's bowled 8 overs for 32 runs. She hasn't picked up a wicket, but she really has been bamboozling the West Indian team with her spin. This ball full on the off stump, and Henry hits it hard back to Malaba, who gets a hand on it, but it just bobbles past her, and it doesn't go far enough for the West Indians to take a single as Masabata class cleans up that work of fielding. The second ball of the over, this ball, a very good delivery, just back of a length, and pulls Henry onto her front foot, but beats the bat. Jafta doing good work there once again with the gloves.
Yeah, that's definitely the line and length Malaba needs to hit more accurately.
This ball is full and straight, and it's swept by Henry, but she does have protection there on the deep backward point boundary, and they only get through for a single. A little bit of a tired throw there from the fielder Laura Goodall. It comes in with 2 bounces.
Yeah, it's never easy to throw 50 meters or 55 meters. Some do find it very easily, but then other fielders not so easy.
In here is Mlaba to Shadeen Nation, and she sweeps again this ball outside the leg stump, and she sweeps fine. Sinalo Jafta gives chase, but unfortunately the lightning fast outfield of the Wanderers takes the ball to the fine leg boundary for a 4, a much needed 4 there, which will release pressure off the West Indian batters.
Yeah, Nation is definitely very comfortable sweeping the spinners, especially against the spin. And so far, so good for her. She managed to get a couple of runs from the sweep shot. This time, just getting enough on it to play it very fine for that boundary.
As we see the 5th ball here from Laba into Nation. It's back of a length on off stump and swept again, this time going square and straight to Laura Goodall, who is at deep backward square. She gets a better throw in than the last one, only bouncing once before it gets to the keeper, Jafta. They come through for a single, and the score is 112 for 6. The last ball of her spell here, Mlaba into Henry, a very good delivery, back of a length outside the off stump, beats the bat of Henry, and Jafta does good work there with the gloves. A good spell there from Mlaba. She bowled 9 overs for 38 runs. She bowled 2 wides, and they hit 3 fours off of her. In her last 2 overs, that thick edge that went to third man, and that fine sweep that Shadeen Nation just played. And those were 2 of the boundaries that went off her bowling. And the score is 112 for 6 after 28 overs. Henry is on 13 and Nation on 16. Their partnership has raced to 29. And the West Indian team need 49 of 78 balls.
Malaba bowled a lot better than what his stats is actually showing. The amount of turn she was getting, the line and length she was hitting was absolutely fantastic. And it's unfortunate that she didn't pick up a wicket, but I think she bowled beautifully.
I agree. I think sometimes you need that from a spinner. This ball from Sunelis, the first ball of her 7th over. It's short and it's outside off, and Shadeen Nation just guides that down to the vacant third man region. It beats the short third man fielder, and it goes for a boundary. The score goes up to 116 for 6.
Now the outfield is a lot quicker than it was in the first innings, allowing these balls to go for the boundary.
This a better line from her, just outside the off stump. It's full. And Nation just defends that out into the offside for no run.
Yeah, very well bowled, much better than the first ball.
This her third ball. Again, a good line, a good length, pitching on middle and turning onto off stump. It's defended out to extra cover. Mignon Dupree, who does good work there. No single taken.
Nation, she's batting beautifully, pacing her innings nicely, seeing out the good ball.
This ball full on off stump once again, defended out to the offside for no run. Henry looking like she wants to take that risky quick single, but Nation very calm, very level-headed, sending her back. Sunelis in again. This ball is short on the off stump, and Nation rocks back onto that back foot and just plays this one out to the long off boundary. Shibnam Ishmael does the work. They come through for a single. The score is 117 for 6. And Sunelis is about to bowl the last ball of her over here from the golf course end into Henry. This ball too short, too straight, and it's pulled to the square leg boundary for a 1 bounce for a bad finish there to what I think was a very good over from Sunelis. She went for 2 boundaries in that over. The first one just played it down to third man, and the last ball of the over really whipped away a wonderful pull shot, well timed, and a very well hit boundary.
Yeah, I think they always say get in the over, get out the over, and unfortunately Sunay couldn't manage it with this over. Like you said, the first ball went for 4, the last ball went for 4, and it was both, I would say, bad balls, where the middle period, the 4 balls in the middle was beautifully bowled, and it made it very difficult for Nation. So it's extremely key for Sunay to finish off her last over for as little runs as possible, and maybe sneaking in another wicket here.
Yes, definitely. And that brings us to the end of the 29th over. The score is 121 for 6. We see Nation on 21, Henry on 17. They have a partnership of 38, a very well needed partnership for this West Indian team. And the West Indies need 40 runs to win off 72 balls. Looking more and more simple the longer that these two are out here in the middle. The West Indian team, the 2 batters at the crease looking comfortable, looking controlled. But we do see a bowling change here. Obviously, Mlaba finished her spell the previous over. We see Masabata Class coming in from the caller drive in. And she has 1 wicket behind her name. She's bowled 4 overs for only 22 runs. And she'll definitely be hungry to take this wicket and to break this partnership of these 2 very calm and controlled batters.
It looks like she's got a third man out, the fine leg, a very square fine leg, a usual deep mid wicket, and a long on is out. And it just shows she's obviously got a plan to probably go a little bit straighter, outside off maybe.
In here from the caller drive in, right arm over to the right hand of that is Nation. It's full, it's on off stump, and it's driven out to the long on boundary. The skipper Sunelis does the work. They come through for a single, and she's definitely bowling to her field. Here is Masabata Class.
I feel that they need to be a little bit more attacking, maybe get 1 more wicket here, as the West Indies only need 39, and they're happy to take the singles.
Class in here to Henry. This back of a length on the leg stump, and it's placed off the hip of Henry into the leg side, and they come through for a single to mid-wicket.
Yeah, the South Africans is definitely making it a little bit too easy for the West Indians. These 2 are very comfortable taking singles. They're happy to play the low-risk shots. So it looks like Sunay is hearing me. She's moving up now. She had a chat with Tasman Brits that gave her a tip there or 2.
Class in here to Shadeen Nation, who works it off her pads. It's full on the pads, and she works it out to Mignon Dupree, who's at the cow boundary. They come through for a single. The score is 124 for 6. That was the 3rd ball of Class's over.
And Sunay moves back to the boundary at long on. It's very interesting that I would have liked to see a little bit more attacking, maybe put in the square leg to prevent that quick single there on the legs.
Class in here to Henry. This a short ball, but it's down the leg side, and a big swing there from Henry, but no contact. It's called as a wide. Sinola Jafta does good work there. Interesting to see the short ball being used here by Class. I can imagine the ball must obviously not new anymore, hard to hit the wicket hard.
Definitely, but at least she's got protection out there for the short ball, and so she's maybe trying something different, try and get that wicket here.
In here to Henry, this ball back of a length on the off stump, and it's a backward defense out into the covers. Very aggressive fielding there by Tasman Brits, who picked up the ball and wanted to throw it straight back at the batter, but decided not to. But very good aggression, showing the batter that I'm here and I'm ready to take you on if you want to take it.
Definitely a much better line length from Class as well.
Back of a length outside the off stump. This time too short, and it's punched hard through the covers. It goes for a boundary, a wonderful shot, a textbook back foot drive, placed in the gap. Wonderful to see here. Low risk cricket. This time too short outside the off stump, and the batters are really taking advantage of the misstep of the South African bowlers.
Oh, it's definitely well placed, good shot, everything according to textbook. Nation and Henry's building a beautiful partnership here. They're on 46 already, and they literally only need 32 more, and it seems like it's going very easy with a 2.9 rate required, and they're currently on a 4.3.
The last ball of the over, short again outside off, and it's slashed away to the cover boundary, and Tasman Brits gives chase but to no avail, and it goes for 4. Another very good shot there, and their partnership goes up to 50. That is the end of the 30th over. The score is 133 for 6. We have a commentary change here. Thank you for listening to me. We have Sean Mayers here as well as Lorato, and they will be taking you through here for the last 11 overs of today's game.
That also, thank you, Jenna, for your fantastic work. That also brings the 50 partnership between these two. The score is a hunt between Chanel Henry and Shadeen Nation. Henry on 26 and Nation on 23. And this is the first time I'm with Lorato in the commentary box.
Afternoon, John. Wow, I feel privileged to be able to share this last commentary stint with you.
I'm very excited to be with you. I've been wanting this the entire time. The moment I saw your name, you are a legend within yourself. You know these players, you know the game. Very excited. Bowling, we have Shibnam Ismail, who will be coming from the golf course end, and facing will be Nation. Her field set, she has a third man fine leg, a deep forward square leg. She comes past the umpire's full delivery outside the off stump. That's just driven to the cover sweeper boundary. They go for 2, and with a better throw, it could be a close one, but that was an easy 2 runs for Nation.
This has been a real masterclass in the value of having experience in your lineup. I mean, South Africa would have felt they were in the game when they got those early wickets, but after each wicket comes a more experienced batter, and these two, they've been playing for West Indies for many years now, and their experience has really shone through in this 52-run partnership.
Yes, they know that in this scenario where it's 26 runs to win off 65 balls, they know they don't need to overhit the ball. Shibnam Ismail continues past the umpire. It's a full-length delivery on middle stump and just defended back to Shibnam for no run. The score is 135 for 6. You're very correct there. They've played. They know that they don't have to overhit the ball. They're well ahead of the Duckworth Lewis Stern score. So South Africa need more wickets.
Absolutely. I was quite happy to see Mlaba bowling out the 9 overs. She came back really well, but it's up to Class, Ismail and Kaka to really.
Ismail comes into full-length delivery on middle and leg and just knocked over to Aya for no run.
To really try and get those wickets. I still think, it's not over until it's over. You need to be optimistic. You need to, find a way to really try and keep your team in the game.
Cricket is a funny game, as we saw in the Ashes. It went right down to the last ball. So anything can happen, and anything can happen here. Ismail past the umpire, full-length delivery again. Yorks. Nation. And she manages to keep that out, and it's no run. The score is 135 for 6. Nation on 25, Henry on 26. The West Indies need 26 runs to win off 62 balls.
I think that Ashes test was definitely a testament to have more women's test matches played, eh? You know, who says it's only the men that can provide such entertainment?
100%. Ishmael comes in. It's back of a length outside the off stump. Nation swings but misses, and Sonora. And I will totally agree with you. We need more women's test matches. We need to see the excitement. If anything, of the entire Ashes series, both the men and the women, that's the best test I think I have seen. And within women's cricket, the best test I've ever seen in my life. I'm so very excited. Hopefully, we'll see a test match between these two teams as Ishmael comes in. It's a full-length delivery outside the off stump. It's just pushed past the extra cover fielder to the sweeper boundary, and they will go in for 2. And with a better throw, it would have been another run out, but they get 2 runs. They're bringing the end to the 31st over. The score is 137 for 6. Nation on 27, Henry on 26.
You can sense Ishmael's frustration there as she just throws the ball into the wicket switch after collecting it. I don't know. I wonder if, the captain held her back too long. We see they've got 24 runs to win. I mean, she's always a wicket taker. She's got that firepower. At the moment, it seems very easy for the West Indies to crawl to this victory.
Yes, and as you said, with these two very experienced campaigners, they need to almost force them to hit over, force them to hit the ball hard. We know they can hit the ball hard, but you have Ishmael and Kaka, very experienced campaigners. Aibonga Kaka will continue from replacing Masabate Klaas from the quarter drive end. So hopefully we'll see a lot less singles coming from these two, and force the bowlers to force Nation and Henry to hit boundaries.
It's been a well-improved performance from Ayabonga Kaka today, as well as Masabata Klaas. They've had more aggression, they've pitched it up. It's been good to see, and really what, Hilton and the selectors, Hilton, the coach, and the selectors would want to see from, they've seen options. Excuse me.
Yes, Ayabonga Kaka coming from the corner drive end with Chanel Henry facing, and it is a back of a length delivery, and it goes through Henry and clips the top of off stump. That is the end of Henry's innings for 26 runs. That she got off just 28 deliveries. Is this the turnaround South Africa needs?
There's always a twist. She just played back there, no foot movement. I don't know if she was trying to cut it, but it just wasn't the length to cut.
It was a fantastic ball and great captaincy there by Sinelise by getting Ayabonga Kaka back on strike to break that partnership. Coming in is Shamilia Connell. She has played 47 matches with a higher score of 15, an average of 5, strike rates of 41. So not too much batting to Connell's name, but definitely something you can't rule them out just yet.
Absolutely, I think Shadi Nation will be leading the charge here as the set batter in. But just let's have a look at Ayabonga Kaka's figures. 4 for 14. Her previous best, guess what? 4 for 14. Also against the West Indies. So this will be interesting. Let's hope she gets her fifer and she breaks that curse of 4 for 14.
So would you say potential player of the match nominee here?
Definitely. I guess, they like to sort of give it to the winning team. So if we see, which team gets over the line, but if South Africa get over the line, she's definitely been the star today.
She is a star, and imagine getting her top figures at her home ground.
Oh, phenomenal.
Ayabonga Kaka coming in, second ball of this over, and it's a full-length delivery on middle stump, and it is given out. It hits the pad, LBW, and that is a 5th wicket for Ayabonga Kaka. Right, Shamilia Connell out for no run on the first ball, and they will not be reviewing it.
phenomenal bowling here. Best figures for Ayabonga Kaka. Brilliant. I think we gave her a good commentator's curse, but wow, what a performance from Ayabonga Kaka. She hasn't tried to complicate things. She's kept things simple. She's kept, her lines straight, and this is just reward for a brilliant, brilliant performance.
Fantastic. Ayabonga Kaka, 5 wickets. Fantastic stuff. Brings the score to 137 for 8. The West Indies still need 24 runs, and South Africa need 2 wickets to win.
There's always a twist. There's always a twist. I think this game has changed in a matter of 2 balls. So we need to be on our feet here.
And it is getting closer and closer. Cricket is a funny game, and if you are a home supporter, this is what you would want. Ebbs and flows. We love this cricket. And well done, best figures for Ayabonga Kaka.
It seems I don't know. The scoreboard's saying 4 for 40. I've got 4 for 14. Which one is it?
Well, it doesn't matter. She has a new base figures of 5 for 14. Well done. And she continues her 3rd ball on a hat trick. And it's another full ball on middle and leg. And it hits a pad, but the umpire is not interested. There are no reviews.
That one looks like it was just straight down leg side. It was a very close one.
Very exciting stuff here for imagine best figures as well as a hat trick. And yes, does look like it's straying down leg side a little bit, but we are only sitting up here and they are down there, but it is turning into a very exciting match. Ayabonga Kaka comes in past the umpire, another full delivery, and it is kept out by Shakira Salman. The new batter in the score is 137 for 8.
You can see how quickly that momentum has changed. Suddenly the tails are up, the intensity's there, everybody's charging in. It's just wonderful to see what a few wickets can do to what was seemingly a lost cause a few balls ago.
Ayabonga comes in. It's a full leg delivery, but on the leg stump, which is just knocked around the corner. Sinalo Jafta doing the chasing. And unfortunately, after a misfield, the West Indians add another 2 runs to their total. Salman is off the mark. And that brings the score to 139 for 8. Salman on 2 and Nation on 27. At the beginning of this innings, it was a lost cause.
Absolutely. I'm just trying to think, what Shadeen Henry is probably thinking. At the beginning of this over, she was thinking, no, I just need to knock it around, take the team home. But she's got a tail ender or lower order batter in with her. Things have changed.
Ayabonga comes in, back of the length on middle stump, and Salman just knocks it to the leg side for a quick 2 runs. Unfortunately, the throw wasn't great, and they managed to easily get back for 2. The score's 141 for 8, and that brings the end of the 32nd over. The West Indians need 20 runs to win of 54 balls. Ayabonga Kaka, fantastic in that over. 6 overs, 5 wickets for 18 runs so far. Fantastic stuff.
Awesome. And, we keep saying how she's always in the shadows to Marizan Kaap and Shabnam with the ball, but she's really come out today, shown that, her experience, her capabilities with the ball, it's really just brought the Proteas one straight back into this game. And I think we're in for an L, guys, to end this off.
And I do think from the game plan, the West Indians, anything to the boundary, they're running to. They're not second guessing themselves. They are taking off and running. So fielders need to be on their toes as well.
There's a lot of players out there at the top of Ishmael's mark discussing the field placings. Captain Sinelu's class is also there giving in her 2 cents. It's absolutely critical to get this field setting right on the money.
The question will be now, with the field set with a deep mid-wicket and a wide fine leg, will Shabnam Ishmael coming in bowled it short? No, it is a full ball, and it is quite wide. That is slapped, but goes straight to Laura for 5 for no run. Score remains 141 for 8.
Yeah, I wonder what Nation's strategy will be here, Do you go for the boundaries, or do you really just try to, as you say, run those quick deep 2s that you you take with the ball going towards the boundary.
I think with the current 20 runs or 53 balls, there's no need for boundaries.
Absolutely.
Shibnam comes in, it's a full-length delivery, but just misses the leg stump and is called wide. And that brings the score to 142 for 8. And with a low total, you wouldn't want to be bowling any extras.
Absolutely. No, it was a valiant batting effort by the Proteas women. You know, they had a good start up front, but, you know, they just lost it a little bit towards the middle overs and towards the end there, and they definitely would have wanted a much bigger total than the 160 set to win.
And Ishmael comes into another full-length delivery that is just knocked back right to her for no run. You're very correct there. They would have wanted a bigger total, but looking at the current situation, you could almost say, was 160 enough?
Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, when the tail enders were batting there, we were saying every run counts. And we saw last year when they had the super over, you know, it was a tie and every run does count in limited overs cricket. So this is very entertaining and it's brilliant to see how the bowlers have brought it back.
Shibnam comes in for her fourth ball of her over. It's back of a length and Nation just defends that ball. Yes, it went down to a super over. We wouldn't want another one to happen now. So it will be very interesting. Shibnam Ishmael, with the experience she has, coming in, end of the day, shadows forming across the Wanderers. How will she bowl? She comes in. It's another full ball that Nation defends.
It's brilliant bowling by Shibnam. I think, you know, there isn't any game situation that's, you know, taken for granted or done in vain, you know. The Proteas might find themselves in this situation in the World Cup, and you know you've got your players, you've got your bowlers who would have experienced this, and this is great preparation for them going forward.
Yes, perform under the immense pressure. Let's see how you do. Can you perform in the big game? Shibnam Ishmael, a short delivery and just outside the off stump, and Nation swings to cut it too close, man just misses it, and the score still remains 142 for 8. West Indies still needing 19 or 49 balls.
The pressure's building, Sean. The pressure's building. I can feel it. Something's going to happen in this over. Well, last ball left, but, you know, it's building.
One ball, it's been a very quiet over. Anything can happen. As we've seen, the West Indies were on top, 2 quick wickets. What will Shibnam Ishmael bring this last ball? It's another full delivery that is just pushed to mid-on, and the batters think about running but decide against it. That's the end of the 33rd over, the score 142 for 8.
Nation sort of like shook her head in like regret. I think she was really hoping to get the single so she could, you know, keep the strike, but great over by Ishmael. You know, she's really kept it simple, she's contained the pressure, kept Nation on strike, and now we've got Kaka to face the new batter in, well, newish Salman, who's on 4 not out.
Well, you could still say that those 4 runs weren't the most convincing, but at this stage in the game, all runs count. It doesn't matter how you get them. So we have Salman on 4, Nation on 27. The West Indies still needing 19 runs to win, or 48. The field very tight for Salman. The only 2 players on the boundary are fine leg and third man. They, looking at this field, they want her to hit out. Ayabonga Kaka continuing from the corner drive end. It's back of a length on off stump, and it's just defended right back to Ayabonga for no run.
It's very brave of Salman. I saw she's taken her helmet off, and Ayabonga Kaka can show her that she's got a bit of, you know, bounces in her. Maybe she's taking her a bit lightly.
I think Ayabonga, if there were more runs on the board, would take on the challenge, but being the experienced campaigner that she is, will keep things simple. She comes in, another full delivery outside the off stump, and a no run again. So we will see what will happen. Ayabonga Kaka making sure that Salman can't get under the ball. Do you think anything will change here? Will Ayabonga Kaka bring out a variation?
No, I don't think so. I think she's going well. You know, building up the pressure. Each dot creates a little bit of pressure. And obviously, as you can see, there's a mix-up here. Quick single, and oh, that was very close. It was nearly out. As we were saying, the dots build up the pressure. We saw there, Salman called for the run. Nation wasn't ready, and she had to scamper through to the other side to get through. It looks like she's made it though.
Very, very good bowling there from Aiwa Nkaka, creating the pressure. I would say a much better throw, a little bit on the back foot, and potential for a run-out, but now it could be a lot closer than the South Africans would have liked. But we're waiting on the big screen, a little bit of miscommunication, and this is where game-changing things happen. Who will it be? Will it be the West Indies day and we see the green light? Or will it be fantastic stuff from the South Africans and we see the red light? And unfortunately for the South Africans, it is not out. Shadeen Nation is on strike, the main batter for the West Indies to keep their hopes of winning this ODI rests with her.
She's the set batter in. It's really up to her. She's experienced as well. She needs to end this match with a not out. And if she does that, her team will definitely be taking that W home.
Aiwa Nkaka comes in. It's wide, full and wide outside the off stump. And it is cut, late cut, all the way to the boundary for 4. That brings the score to 147 for 8. Shadeen Nation is on 31. And Salman is on 5. This brings their partnership to 10. And the West Indies now need 14 or 44 balls to win.
Kaka just strayed a bit there with her line, and Nation capitalized. Third man boundary, Ishmael couldn't get it there. That outfield was lightning fast, eh? It just rocketed to the boundary.
With the outfield drying, it becomes so much easier. You'd never guess that it was raining this morning, of the great beautiful weather we're having now, as Aiwa Nkaka comes in and it's a full delivery on the off stump that's just defended for no run. The score is 147 for 8. Aiwa Nkaka, I would think she's going for the wide Yorker. It's hard to put those away, but if you get it wrong, it becomes a half volley outside the off stump. Aya coming in for the last ball of her over. It's a full length delivery on the off stump that's just defended. They think about a run, try get Nation back on strike, to no avail. That's the end of the 34th over. The score is 147 for 8. The West Indies need 14 runs or 42 balls or 7 overs. Will they do it? South Africa need 2 wickets to win, and they are bowling to the lower order batter, Shakira Salman. Shibnam Ismail is at the top of her mark. Salman brought on the helmet. I think she knows that.
There we go. She knows what's real. And I think, knowing Ishmael, that would probably infuriate her more if she wasn't. Not that the rules would allow it, but I think she wouldn't enjoy that.
Shibnam Ismail, the competitor she is, would take a chance. Let's see. Can she play the short ball well? Will she manage to to stay long without the helmet?
Absolutely. I think the Proteas now really need to keep someone on strike, get her to face as much of Ishmael as possible to try and get that breakthrough.
I think Ishmael will be gunning for the wicket as she comes in. It's a full-length delivery on middle, and off that, Salman manages to keep out for no run. Looks a bit rushed with that shot.
Yeah, that's exactly what Ishmael will be looking to do. She knows that's the lower order batter. They don't usually have a lot of footwork going for them, so every shot is almost like it's Russian roulette, I think. Never know what you're gonna get.
It's very exciting. Shibnam Ismail will probably be salivating, wanting to knock those stumps off the ground. She comes in. It's a shorter length delivery, and it's just past the leg stump, and it is called wide. That brings the score to 148 for 8. And the runs to win for the West Indies is 13. This will almost infuriate Shibnam Ismail even more.
No, absolutely. She's definitely a very, very... She takes her work ethics very highly, and she really doesn't like any mistakes.
Shibnam Ismail comes in. It's a full leg delivery on off stump, and that is just defended. That ball, I hate to say it, the way Salman played it, it's like the ball hit the bat instead of the bat hitting the ball.
She even let go of her hand. Her hand was, let go of the handle there, because It's fire, it's aggression, and that's what we love about Ishmael. Every ball is an effort ball. You don't get a little warm up teaser from her. She goes full throttle.
She's firing at all cylinders, running hard, coming through, and it's a short ball that Salman just drops, wants to steal the single, but class is there. Very quickly onto the ball, and I would not want to be taking on her arm.
Not at all. I think the South African fielders are very sharp in the field. That inner ring is close up. You can see everybody's almost on their haunches, walking in as the bowler runs in. They're each anticipating the ball because they know how important it is to keep the pressure on and to keep Salman on the strike.
Yeah, Salman will be key. You almost think, do they want to let Salman get the single so that they can continue bowling to her? But do you give the option for that run? That will be on the minds of the South Africans as Shubnam Ishmael comes in. It's a back of a length delivery on off stump that Salman just defends.
I have a feeling if Nation gets on strike, she wants to get this done quickly. I think, 8 down, it's a bit too close for comfort for her. She's the set batter, and if she finds her scoring option, she's really going to go and try and wrap this up as quickly as possible. Like you said, 38 balls left, 13 to win. It really is in her hands.
Yes. And she would obviously want, with the shadows coming over the pitch, the lights coming on at the Wanderers, she will want to get it over and done with quickly as Shubnam comes in, and the single goes to Shakira Salman, and it does allow Shadeen Nation to get back on strike with one ball remaining. Maybe that was the plan for the South Africans. Get Salman on strike, let her face the last few overs of Ayamoa Kaka.
Give her the single, and then give her the single now and have Nation on strike, yeah?
That is what would be going on through my head and going through the minds of all the players here. Ishmael comes in. It's a full-length delivery that's just defended, and that brings the end of the 35th over. The score is 149 for 8. Salman is on 6. Nation is on 31. The West Indies need 12 runs to win of 36 balls. South Africa searching for those 2 important wickets to take the second ODI and put a W next to their name.
Absolutely. I saw the TV cameras flash into the West Indies coach, Courtney Walsh. I'm sure both coaches will be happy with this game situation because it allows them to see how their players react in these contrasting pressure situations.
Yes, it's almost, and I keep saying this, it's almost okay for both teams to go through this. Big match temperament, how do your players react? It's before a global tournament. How will they, when the pressure is on, when everybody's around the eye, all eyes are on them, how do they react? Will they crumble? Or will they fight to the bitter end?
Wow, sure. It sounds like the ending, like a prelude to a, Oscar-nominated film.
Well, we are preparing for a World Cup, and these 2 teams will be gunning as Ayamoa Kaka comes in. It's full-length delivery, and it is driven to extra cover for no run. Well, Salman, they want her on strike. But as we said, they were gunning for the World Cup. The West Indies want to win, add to their T20 collection. The South Africans want to add their first World Cup win into their trophy cabinet. So this is, for them, great preparation. Ayamoa Kaka coming in past the umpire. It's a full-length delivery on leg stump that is just flicked to the leg side, and fine leg runs round, and the West Indians manage to get 2 runs from that. That brings the score to 151, bringing the 150 up for the West Indies. They still need 10 runs to win, and it's looking very unlikely for the South Africans to take 2 more wickets.
And I think you say it, that they've been preparing for this World Cup for 5 years now. After that hard take in 2017, everybody picked themselves up and they've been better prepared than ever for this upcoming one.
Ayamoa Kaka, it's a full ball outside the off stump that just gets the outside half of the bat, and the ball goes down right to third man, and they get 1 run, score 152, 9 runs to win. What is the plan? What are they thinking?
Sure. I wouldn't know really, to be honest with you. But I really think, Ayabonga Kaka has been doing what she needs to do. She just needs to keep it tight outside the off stump, not to stray, because it's very easy for the lower order batter to clip things off the legs if it's on the leg side.
That's a full ball from Ayabonga Kaka outside the off stump and just defended, and Laura Wolfhard at point does the fielding. If anything, what's going through my head is I'm glad I'm not down there. I mean, I love playing cricket, but right now in a situation like this, these aren't always easy to navigate. I'm almost glad I'm talking about this game and get one of the best seats.
High up in your air conditioning.
Ayabonga comes in, it's back of a length on off stump and it's just defended for no run.
If you have a look at South Africa's bowling attack and their performance today, how would you sum it up?
Very inconsistent with their lines and their lengths. There was lots of ebbing and flowing. So, they had to adjust pretty well to bowl to batters in form like Deandra Dotson, like Hayley Matthews. Ayabonga Kaka coming in. It's a full delivery outside the off stump, and it is just driven straight to Laura Wolfhard at point. That's the end of the 36th over. The score is 152 for 8. The West Indies still need 9 runs to win, and South Africa still need 2 wickets to complete to win this match. That brings the end to Ayabonga Kaka's spell. That she has 8 overs for 26 runs, 5 wickets. Best figures in her career yet. And I have a feeling that could change in the next few months.
Absolutely. And I hope that she can just continue on from this confidence and this form. She's really worked hard on her game since her injury a few years ago, and coming back and cementing her place in this team means a lot to her, and she'll definitely take a lot from this performance. And let's hope that she can carry that to New Zealand and beyond.
Yes, South Africa right now, it's not looking good for them. They're bringing Masabata Klaas is replacing Shibnam Ismail from the golf course, and Shakira Salman is on strike. The South Africans, they need to bowl a lot fuller. They need to bowl full. It's unlikely they will hit over the top if it is a Yorker. They need to get under the ball. Klaas comes in. It's a short pitch delivery that is just knocked over, knocked very with soft hands to square leg, and they managed to scamper through for the single. All right, the score now 153 for 8. 8 runs to win, 2 wickets for South Africa. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. This is cricket. Nothing is guaranteed.
Absolutely. And like you said, it takes 2 balls. You just need 2 good balls, and this game is South Africa's. So it's definitely on a knife edge. And like you said, Klaas really needs to bowl as if it's a super over.
Definitely. Klaas coming in. Oh, and it is a full delivery, but it's a well wide of leg stump, which will be called a wide. And that brings the score to 154 for 8. South Africa letting the runs leak. They will be disappointed at this stage in the game, knowing that the West Indies only need single digits to win this game. Essentially 1 shot and this game is won.
Absolutely. And it comes back to that consistency you were talking about, being able to build up the pressure for longer, not letting the bad balls come in.
Klaas comes in. It's a short delivery. And that ball, it's on the leg stump, and that ball is clipped away by Shadeen Nation for a 1 bounce for evading so quickly to the boundary, evading Chloe Tryon, who chases in vain and has to jump onto the grass embankment to get the ball back onto the field. That brings the score to 158 for 8. The West Indies need 3 runs to win off 28 balls. You could almost say this game is as good as done for the South Africans. Unfortunately, straying with the line there, giving away the boundary.
That was easy pickings for Nation. She's probably thinking it would be harder than this, but yeah, Klaas really being inconsistent with the line there and giving away the boundary.
Klaas coming in. It's a full-length delivery. And on middle stump, which she flicks but doesn't time well, and it is caught at mid-wicket. And that is a wicket for Masabata Klaas. That brings the score to 158 for 9. And the all-important wicket of Shadeen Nation. She is gone for 35 runs of 52 balls. She'll be disappointed with herself.
Is there a twist? Is there a twist? The batter's crossed, so it's someone who comes on to strike. But yeah, Nation definitely needed to take the team home there. You could see how she kicked her bat in frustration because she knew that wasn't the option for that ball. And lucky for the Proteas, it was for them.
Very lucky for the Proteas, and if anything, this game is still anyone's game. 1 ball, 1 wicket, and 3 runs. Will it be an edge? It could be anything. Anything can happen. And we've seen that there are 3 balls left in this Masabata class over, and Karishma Ramarak will be facing the left-handed Ramarak, will be facing Masabata class, who will be continuing over the wicket. We see some field changes with a slip or a gully coming in for Ramarak. It's a gully coming in for Ramarak. So at least she comes across, which gives the idea that class will be bowling across, wanting Ramarak to flash at the ball.
Absolutely. You know, tail enders, they love a swing. They don't die wondering.
Class comes in. It's a full length delivery on off stump that Ramarak just knocked over to extra cover. The West Indies still need 3 runs to win off 26 balls. You would say it is not an impossible task.
Absolutely not impossible. That was a great ball by Class. Good length, getting Ram Harak to play forward, and really that's when the slip comes into play there.
Masabata class comes in. It is a back of a length delivery outside the off stump that Ramarak just guides to third man and gets off the mark, bringing the West Indies that much closer to victory. The West Indies need 2 runs to win off 25 balls. Masabata class last ball of her over. What will it be? A full straight one? Will she bowl back of a length? Will she give them room? This way it becomes very interesting and a question of consistency. Where will she bowl? What is her plan?
1 good ball, Sean. 1 good ball. I'm going for full and straight.
Okay, Masabata class comes in. And it is full, but on the leg side, that's just tucked around the corner for a single to find leg. And scores are level. 1 run to win, and that brings the end of the 37th over. Scores 160 for 9. Ramarak is on 1. Salman is on 11. Right, all it takes is 1 ball, as Lorato has mentioned. 1 ball is all it takes. Will this be another super over between the South Africans and the versus the West Indies? Do the momentum Proteas have it in them to finish it in this over?
Well, if there's anybody that can make sure that Proteas have it in them, it's Ishmael coming in from the quarter drive end. She's switching ends, obviously, after Papa's spell ended, and if she's got the ball, anything is possible, Sean.
I don't doubt you there, and we have seen it. Ishmael is a competitor through and through. She'll be coming in from the corner drive in, steaming, defending 1 run. It's a full-length delivery on the off stump that is just driven right back to Ishmael. No run yet. Ishmael searching for that wicket.
She would have been in these situations many, many times in her career.
Ishmael, she has so much experience, played in the Big Bash, played in India in the Women's Invitational, lots of limited overs cricket in her name, lots of international cricket in her name. So she will know how to get through these. As she comes in, it's back of a length, and it's just defended to mid-wicket. Field very tight.
I was going to say, watertight.
Nothing getting through them here. The South Africans want this wicket. They want to take it down. They want to start off this series on a high.
Absolutely. It will be a world of confidence for them, especially after, they didn't perform as well as they would have wanted with the back, but for their bowlers to come back and bring in this powerful performance.
As Ishmael comes in, it's a full leg delivery, it's a full toss, and it is just hit directly to the fielder at square leg, Lara Goodall, for no run. Almost say Salman missed out there.
She did, but I always feel like Guru would have felt like she's in the money too, you know. Anybody's game here, anybody's game, but you can feel the pressure that the South African fielders are creating. They're all chirping, they're all talking, it's loud, you can hear it from up top here. It's intense.
Nail biting stuff here all the way. Ishmael wants this. She is thinking, she's contemplating, she is looking relaxed but firing at all cylinders. A full leg delivery on middle stump, and it is given out LBW. Scores are level. West Indies 160 all out for 37.4 overs. Ishmael with the golden arm.
Oh my word, Sean, what have we got here? You called it. You said if Ishmael's got the ball, anything can happen, and boy, has she delivered. What a ball. Someone trapped back on the pads, and umpire gives it out. Sensational stuff.
Fantastic game of cricket. If you are not at the Wanderers, make your way here. Spectators are allowed. This is a super over, and how fantastic has this been? We will see it right here. Who do you think will take it? Who do you think will bat? Who do you think will bowl? Please tweet us as One World, as in the number one World SR, and let us know your thoughts. Please, we would love to hear what you think about this game. Stefanie Taylor, head in hands, had this game and unfortunately let it slip.
I feel sorry for our friends in the media there, the journalists who would be finishing up their copy, writing, you know, who would have won with one run to go, but they probably have to rewrite the entire articles.
The South Africans are there discussing, planning, trying to calm their nerves and prepare for what is going to be an exciting super over, because we will see Deandra Dotson come back to the crease.
As far as comebacks go, this is a great one for the Proteas. You know, one would say the West Indies had it then when Nation was there. She was looking good and really striking the ball, looking like she was taking the team home, but a brilliant fight back by the bowlers. Kapa leading the charge with 5 wickets. Ishmael taking that over. Like we said, if she's got the ball, defending 1 run, she got the last wicket, and here we are with a super over. Just sensational.
Shubnam Ishmael has shown the maturity, the experience of a top-class bowler. That is why she is one of the top bowlers in the world, one of the top bowlers that we will see in our lifetime, or will see in our lifetime thus far. It is fantastic. We love it. The West Indies, news from the ground. The West Indies are going to bat first. 2 wickets ends the super over, and then SA will follow. I reckon Deandra Dotson and Hayley Matthews will come out to bat for the West Indies.
Those would be my 2 best bets. Are we looking at Ayabonga Kaka and Ishmael for South Africa?
I reckon...
Oh, 1 over. Well, it's 1 over, right?
Yes, 1 over.
Apologies.
I reckon, depending on who comes out to bat, we'll decide. But we do know Deandra Dotson, so it could be Ayabonga Kaka is in the mix because of how Deandra Dotson took Shubnam Ishmael apart at the beginning of this game. But as we see here, Shubnam Ishmael making her way, showing the experience, asking, wanting the ball, saying to her captain, Sune, we want this.
It's amazing. At the warm-up game a few days ago, they actually practiced the super over hitting after the match was done. And who would have thought that they'd be putting it into practice so quickly? So it's going to be very interesting to see how this goes.
Well, the first ODI was rained out and there was no result. Now we will definitely walk away with a result. These 2 teams, a fantastic display of cricket, bowling to the nth degree. Captaincy from both Stefanie Taylor and Sune Lees making fantastic decisions in their tactical approach to this game. We look forward to this. And Deandra Dotson and Hayley Matthews.
Coach Sean, you must just call you coach.
They honestly batted well together in the first ODI, so I'm looking forward to seeing how this one will go.
I think Ishmael to Dotson, there is no better combination in world cricket. So I don't know where it's gonna go because Ishmael's got the firepower, Dotton's got the firepower. It can go absolutely anywhere.
It could just be an explosion of fantastic cricket right
Yeah, there
here.
you go.
And Dotton will be taking the first ball. Her field set is a short third man, short fine leg down in a ring, square leg, point, a deep cover on the offside, extra cover sitting on the ring, long on, long off, and cow corner. So they are expecting some massive hitting from the West Indians. And we both know these two can hit a long ball. We've seen Deandra Dotton almost hit the ball into the Swedes here at the iconic Imperial Wanderers Stadium. This is the bull ring, and she's treating it like a club ground you play on the weekend.
The stage is set. I don't think it gets any better than this.
If you would like to tweet us, please let us know what your thoughts are. We'd love to hear from you. As Shibnam Ishmael comes in from the corner drive end, Deandra Dotton steps across to the offside, and it's a full toss that Dotton hits too long on, and Hayley Matthews with fantastic running manages to get 2 runs.
Great running by Matthews there. She turned quickly on the other side and saw she was going to the danger end. Really sprinted to get the 2. Singles are equally as important here because, you know, as much as you're going for the boundaries, you still need to keep that scoreboard ticking.
Yes, you want the boundaries, but as you say, runs are runs at the end of the day. This isn't the World Cup final for the main where boundaries decided. Ishmael comes in, and Deandra Dotton goes across her stumps. It's a full-length delivery, and Deandra Dotton just paddles that past the fielder at fine leg for 4. That brings the score to 6 for no loss.
Certainly, she seems to be enjoying going across her stumps. Perhaps that wide Yorker option might be the best for Ishmael because she's really capitalizing on that leg side.
I do feel that Deandra Dotton is very strong on the leg side. She knows it. So you are very correct there. That wide Yorker is the way to go. Set her up. Ball wide, ball 1 full and straight. Ishmael in. It's back of her length, set up, and Dotton just slaps this past Ishmael, and it goes down to the long off boundary for 4. That brings the score to 10 for no loss.
Perhaps your earlier notion that perhaps Kaka would be the better option after Ishmael's return earlier in the day was a good call because Dotton clearly has her number on Ishmael at the moment.
And we do know that Ishmael has a lot more pace on the ball, so it's a lot easier to get her away, especially if you time it well. And Dotton, the strong player that she is facing another one from Ishmael, and it is a full-length delivery outside the off stump, but it is in the slot, and Dotton dispatches this over long on and into the stands.
It was a slow ball from Ishmael, but Dotton read it quickly and was able to connect right on time and straight for 6.
You know, the boundaries don't need to be moved when Dotton is on strike. What a ball.
Who can stop her? She's just unstoppable.
You know, well, that, I guess, is why they call her the world boss.
Oh, she's not the universe, she's the world.
Oh, you know, yes, the universe boss is a friend. They have a good relationship. Ishmael comes in for the 5th ball of the super over, and it's a back of a length outside the off stump. Dotton slashes at that, it goes over point, and they manage to get 3 runs with very quick running between Dotton and Hayley Matthews, bringing the score to 19 for no loss. A little bit of miscommunication and a poor throw there costed the South Africans another run.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought Jafta had the ball. I thought she would have gone for the stunts on her end, but she threw them to the bowler's end, and they come through for the 2 runs.
The last ball of the super over, it's a short delivery to Hayley Matthews, and Hayley Matthews dispatches this for 6. And what a great over and great batting between Hayley Matthews and Deandra Dotton. That brings their score to 25 for no loss. South Africans needing 26 in their super over.
Who are you bringing into opinion for South Africa, Sean?
Oh, this is a tough one. I would definitely put Tasman Brits. Definitely.
Absolutely.
Tasman Brit has power like no other.
Where's Lizelle Lee when you need her, eh?
Well, this is an opportunity for a lot of the players to step up. And I would also bring Chloe Tryon. Chloe Tryon knows how to hit a long ball. Her job is to finish a game. What better way to finish it than in a super over?
Well, I see Tasman Brits and Minion Dupree running up to the change room, so that's an early indication.
Mignon, also very experienced T20 player, has been in the situation many a time, and she knows how to navigate these situations. So a good option there, but you essentially need a boundary hitter.
Absolutely.
You need a boundary hitter.
I'm with you regarding Tryon. She's definitely power. She can. It's almost like that's her natural setup when she comes into bat anywhere in the order. She's always looking for the big hits. So Wolfhard is sitting out. She's sitting in the dugout, so she's clearly not in the mix.
I hate to say it, but Laura Wolfhard is a classy player, and here we need some brute strength. We need some brute strength.
Absolutely. And the West Indies obviously have Selman and Connell for them, their openers who come in with the pace, but I'm thinking Connell might be the best option. What are your thoughts?
I think Connell is a very a top contender, and maybe Henry,
hey,
maybe.
No. That's also a fair shout. Absolutely. I was just really impressed with her pace and her aggression. When she came in, I thought she bowled really well today.
I do think it will be interesting as to who will come in and bowl the super over, and seeing Henry, she's making her way to long on. She's making it to long on. I should be saying Coach Lorato. Maybe it will be a bowler we don't expect at all. Could it be Hayley Matthews? We see lots of movement here with the West Indians. Who will bowl the super over? But could it be a spinner? We have seen the South Africans struggle a little bit with the spinners. So Hayley Matthews is there.
That is a surprise, eh?
So Hayley Matthews looks like she will be bowling the super over. She is in an immense amount of form, feeling the confidence in her batting, her bowling earlier on. So it will be quite interesting. How will the South Africans approach this one?
She's just an MVP for the West Indies. Really contributes all round and has been a star performer consistently for them for a very long time.
She is, as you said, the MVP, and coming in.
Sean has got it right. Chloe Tryon and Tasman Brits walk out to chase 26 for South Africa in the super over of the second women's ODI.
Yes, it will be very interesting to see how things go. Very excited to see who will take the first ball. Oh, it's Chloe Tryon. She will take the first ball. She is, I would say, she can play the ball 360. She's not afraid to play her shots. So very exciting to see how she'll go about this. Can hit a long ball. It runs hard between the wickets. We saw that in her innings, running hard, especially when things were tough. I'm very excited to see how Matthews will bowl to Tryon. Will every ball be a lot quicker, give some pace on the ball, or will she maybe hold it back a little bit, force her to create some pace, force her to use some strength and timing to clear the boundary?
Tryon definitely loves pace on the bat, and that's how she usually gets her power shots. So you're right. I think it'll be very interesting to see how Matthews uses her variations.
It's extremely exciting. The field set, everybody on the offside is in except for long off. And Tryon, this ball is tossed up, and Tryon advances down the wicket, and it is a hit over square leg for 6. Tryon getting this game off to a cracking start.
South Africa need 20 to win of 5 balls. It's still anyone's game. I feel like that's what we've been saying all afternoon.
At one stage when South Africa was batting, we said it was a West Indies game, but this game is a tale of 2 innings. And here, Tryon starting off with a bang, and we'll see what will be next. Will she go hard again? Will Matthews put this one outside off stump? Well outside the off stump. Matthews comes in, tosses it up, and Tryon hits it straight to the fielder at the long off boundary, who is Deandra Dotton, who throws it all the way to the keeper. What an arm on her.
It's brilliant. Still 19 to win of 4 balls, 7 without loss. That's,
it's not impossible right now. 19, very gettable. That's 4 balls going for a few. Tasman Brits on strike. This one is tossed up. Tasman Brits hitting this and getting the gap between Kyle Corner and our forward deep square leg. So they need a few more of those. 3 balls remaining and 15 runs to win.
the full toss that from Matthews, and Brits would have felt you should have hit that for the maximum. 15 to win of 3 balls.
Matthews comes in. It is hit straight by Tasman Brits, and it manages to go down for 4. Very exciting from Tasman Brits. Very exciting for the South Africans.
This is right up Brits' alley. You know, she's an aggressive player. She loves her stroke play, and she's making good work of this total. South Africa 15 without loss, 11 needed of 2 balls, just 2 maximums, and South Africa's game.
Very exciting stuff here. This is the second last ball of Matthews over. Brits double steps. So it makes it a full toss, and she clips that to the square leg boundary. The South Africans running in quickly for 2 runs, and that brings the score to 17 or 5 deliveries. South Africa needing 9 runs to win off 1 ball.
It was a valiant effort that, but you see, again, in the super over, every dot ball, it makes a massive difference.
Hayley Matthews coming in, 1 ball to go. Tasman Brits advances to that one but misses, and that brings the end to the South African innings as well as the game. West Indies won in the super over. South Africa 17 and the West Indies 26.
What an entertaining afternoon of cricket, Sean. I think, the viewers and spectators have been thoroughly entertained. But West Indies come out on top here. I mean, if we look at the match holistically, they were the better team. They really did, bowl really well to restrict South Africa. And obviously with the bat, came out firing and were held back by a sublime bowling performance towards the end.
Yes, a fantastic, as you said, sublime innings by the West Indies when they were bowling to the South Africans, restricting them to 160. The South Africans, not letting that deter them, managed to restrict the South Africans to 160, and they went to a super over. The West Indies getting 26, and South Africa only managing to get to 17. Right, that brings the end of the game. Let us have a recap. In the first innings, the West Indies won the toss and elected to bowl first. We had Laura Wolfhard and Tasman Brits come out to bat, and they started off quite well before the first loss of wicket at 1 for 53. Laura Wolfhard was caught by Salman off the bowling of Chanel Henry. Our second wicket was Lara Goodall at 58, where she was stumped. Ramarak was the bowler. The third wicket was Tasman Brits, also soon after Goodall, who was caught by the keeper, Campbell, and the bowler was Chanel Henry. The fourth wicket was Mignon Dupree, who came in. Ramarak, the bowler, and Matthews caught that one. A good catch by Matthews at mid-wicket. The fifth wicket, the captain, Sine Lees, who came out at 120 runs, scored a fighting 46 or 52 balls. The bowler was Connell, and she was caught by Captain Taylor. Our next wicket was Chloe Tryon. She went out for 18 runs of 21 balls. The bowler was Connell, and the batter was Henry.
Sorry, the bowler was Connell and Henry did the catching. Our next wicket was Sinalo Jafta, who put on a very quick fire 14 runs of 16 balls and was caught and bowled by Hayley Matthews. The next wicket was Shibnam Ismail at 148 for 8. She was caught by Rashada Williams, and the bowler was Shakira Salman. The next wicket was Masabata Klaas at 151 for 9. She went out for 3 of 7 balls. Bowler was Shakira Salman, and she was caught by Shadeen Nation. And the last wicket to fall was Ayabonga Kaka, the score at 160. Ayabonga Kaka was caught behind by Campbell, and Hayley Matthews was the keeper. Great fielding and bowling there by the West Indies. But that's not to say that the South Africans didn't put back a fight, and fought they did after a blistering start by Deandra Dotton, 37 runs of 31. She was bowled by Ayabonga Kaka. A fantastic innings from her. Rashada Williams went out for 1 run. She was caught by Sunay Lees and bowled. The bowler was Klaas. On the next wicket was Kaisia Knight, and she went out for 3 runs of 12 balls. The bowler was Ayabonga Kaka, and she was Lara Goodall did the catching there. The next wicket to go out was Hayley Matthews, who went out for only 4 runs or 5 balls. The bowler was Ayabonga Kaka and Shibnam Ismail doing the catching. Our next wicket was Stefani Taylor, who played a valiant effort for her innings of 21 or 40 balls, and she was caught and bowled by Sunay Lees. The next wicket, Shemaine Campbell, who came out. She was bowled by Sunay Lees for 13 runs of 30 balls. The next wicket after Campbell was Chanel Henry, who came out and fought for a valiant 26 runs of 28 balls before she was bowled by Ayabonga Kaka. Shadeen Nation followed not long after her, just 1 ball it took, and she went out LBW to Ayabonga Kaka. That put Ayabonga Kaka on a hat-trick, which she did not get. The next batter was Shakira Salman, who came out LBW to Shibnam Ismail for 11 runs of 21 balls. Karishma Ramarat was not out for 1 run of 2 balls. That innings also brought the best figures for Ayabonga Kaka, 8 overs, 26 runs, 5 wickets. That did bring on a super over where the West Indies scored 26 runs in their allotted 6 balls, and South Africa not able to get there and only managed to get to 17 runs. That brings us to the end of the second ODI between the West Indies women versus the Momentum Proteas, the South Africa women's team. The West Indies leading the series 1-0. I want to say thank you for everyone who tuned in, and we will be back on Thursday for the day-night game, the third ODI, at 2 p.m. here at the Imperial Wanderers Stadium. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Life is lazy, life is sweet when January comes. As long as one team's bowling and the others making runs. I know as soon as I wake up, if it's my lucky day, if the cricket's on the ABC, then everything's